Lin Ziming drowsily opened his eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar environment, blinking in confusion. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded in his mind. "Hello, host, please receive the information." Lin Ziming immediately felt a headache as a wealth of information flooded his mind. After a while, he exclaimed in shock, "Wow, I actually traveled through time." He found himself in a brainless and exhilarating novel called Invincible War God Returns. The male protagonist, Yesu Yuan's parents were killed, forcing him to flee overseas to survive. 10 years later, the war god returned to his homeland. Yesu Yuan sought revenge while collecting various stunning beauties along the way. Throughout the story, he encountered various antagonists, all of whom were defeated by him to win favor with the beauties. Unfortunately, Lin Ziming found himself crossing over into the role of one of the antagonists, a lackey to the main female lead, Bai Luo Ling. Yesu Yuan was the protagonist of this novel, and competing with him for women was practically seeking death. Why do others become the protagonist when they travel through time, while I become an antagonist, and a lackey at that? Lin Ziming muttered, feeling exhausted. Host, your task is to successfully complete all the plots, then you can return to the real world. As long as you criticize the plot in your mind, you can receive rewards from time to time, and these rewards can be brought back to the real world. Lin Ziming was immediately energized upon hearing about the rewards and couldn't wait to start criticizing the plot. In the book, he was portrayed as a super wealthy individual, with a father who was a political heavyweight and a mother who was a business queen. With such wealth and looks, finding women should have been a breeze for him in real life. Yet, here he was, serving as a lackey to Bai Luo Ling, a renowned manipulator in the city. Feeling extremely annoyed at his situation, Lin Ziming was informed that he was currently in the 10th chapter of the plot, where he had to confess his love to Bai Luo Ling, while Yesu Yuan played the hero. Feeling resigned, Lin Ziming thought, "I'm already getting slapped in the face from the get-go." Just then, someone knocked on the door. It was an employee from his company, holding a bouquet of fresh red roses and an exquisite box. "Mr. Lin, the items you asked for are here," the employee said as he placed the flowers down and opened the box, revealing a diamond ring worth 100 million. Looking at the expensive and beautiful ring, Lin Ziming raised an eyebrow and instructed the employee to return it. "Why return it? Don't you like Bai Luo Ling anymore?" the employee asked in surprise. "Ahem, please maintain the image of a loyal lackey for this," the system reminded. "Of course, I intend to confess my love. I just find this ring too cheap and not worthy of my goddess," Lin Ziming replied with an effort to act like a lovesick lackey. "I will buy a more expensive ring to propose to her. 100 million. And he considered that cheap. The employee looked at the sparkling diamond in his hand, truly living up to the title of a famous lackey in the city. Would his confession be successful this time? The employee recalled his Grand Beach confession that ended in failure. Lackeys never gave up after one failure. They would strive tirelessly, licking their wounds until they had nothing left. The employee looked at Lin Ziming with a mix of sympathy and admiration before leaving with the ring. "Host, it's time for you to confess," the system prompted. Lin Ziming put on a forced smile and picked up the roses, preparing to make his confession. Driving his flashy red Ferrari, Lin Ziming didn't wait long before stopping at a roadside stall to purchase a fake diamond ring worth 10 yuan. "This is more suitable for her," Lin Ziming chuckled mischievously. In the bustling Gold Sea shopping mall in the city, where many luxury stores catered to the rich and influencers, Lin Ziming quickened his pace upon receiving a call from the mall's general manager informing him that Miss Bai had arrived. There were many beautiful female influencers who frequented the place, each with meticulously done-up makeup and showcasing their fair, slender legs. Among these beauties, Lin Ziming immediately spotted the main female lead, Bai Luo Ling. With her extraordinary beauty, flawless skin, shiny long hair cascading naturally, and a perfect figure that highlighted her smooth, fair, long legs, Bai Luo Ling easily outshone the million-follower female influencers. "Mr. Lin, Miss Bai is waiting in the lobby," the mall's general manager called. "I know," Lin Ziming hurried his steps. Upon seeing Lin Ziming holding roses, Bai Luo Ling froze as he walked towards her. Not again. Bai Luo Ling furrowed her brows. It's Mr. Lin, he's going to confess his love. How romantic? I wonder if he'll succeed this time. Onlookers stopped to watch the scene unfold, eager for some entertainment. I can't believe I have to confess to this foolish woman. It's so annoying. Lin Ziming continued to feign deep affection, unaware that his true feelings were being overheard. Startled by his words, Bai Luo Ling scanned the surroundings with a frown. Who's insulting me? Lin Ziming knelt down on one knee, opened the box, and revealed the fake diamond ring. Ling, ever since I first laid eyes on you, I couldn't help but fall in love with you. I see no other woman but you in my eyes. I want to spend my life with you. Believe me, I will make you happy for a lifetime. Lin Ziming tried his best to appear sincere. Hearing his words, Bai Luo Ling flashed a cold smile, about to reject him. Oh my, this line is so disgusting. Indeed worthy of a lackey persona, being able to say such cheesy lines. Unfortunately, this fool doesn't deserve your love. Thank goodness I'm not that foolish. I returned the genuine ring worth 100 million and bought her a fake one worth 10 yuan. Once again, Bai Luo Ling heard someone insulting her. No, she should say not heard because the man in front of her hadn't moved his lips at all. You, full of deep affection in your confession, yet internally insulting me, disdainful of me, always labeling me as a fool. All you do is criticize and mock me with every breath. Moreover, with your wealth, you actually bought a 10 yuan fake ring to propose to me. Bai Luo Ling's face twisted in anger. Perfect, that look of anger. Great, quickly reject my confession. Lin Ziming felt delighted inwardly. Ding, congratulations, host, for criticizing and receiving 20,000. Lin Ziming, have you changed your mind? Suddenly liking me, thinking I am good-looking, very rich, and so in love with you? Do you think I am very attractive? No way. Please maintain your image. You are a proud and foolish female lead. Lin Ziming's inner thoughts were like this sarcastic towards her, but on his face, he gazed at her affectionately. She hesitated. She must have been moved by Lin's big diamond ring. She finally understands the goodness of Lin. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate at all, and would immediately accept Lin's confession. Passers-by discussed one after another. You act really well. They all believe that you are deeply in love with me. Hearing Lin Ziming's voice in her mind, Bai Luo Ling gritted her teeth and glared at him. Even if there was only one man left in this world, I still wouldn't like you. Just give up on this idea. Bai Luo Ling coldly looked at Lin Ziming. Luo Ling, I love you. I will let you see my good side slowly. Lin Ziming stood up sadly. Well done. This is how you reject me. Such a shame. I thought she would agree this time. Me too. If Lin liked me instead. A bit pitiful. I want to comfort him. Seeing the sympathy in some people's eyes and the sadness in Lin Ziming, Bai Luo Ling sighed. If she hadn't heard his thoughts, she might have truly believed he was heartbroken. This acting is really. It's almost noon. Luo Ling, where do you want to eat? Let me treat you. Lin Ziming continued to maintain his never-give-up licking dog image. No need for you to treat me. I have money to eat. Bai Luo Ling's expression turned even colder. Very good. Keep up that cold gaze. Lin Ziming watched the female lead Bai Luo Ling play her role perfectly, feeling pleased. Why hasn't the male lead shown up yet? Hurry up and come to save the beauty, so I can escape. Bai Luo Ling furrowed her brows. Male lead. Saving the beauty. Bai Luo Ling was about to ask what this meant when suddenly a man appeared. Don't you dare bother her again. Finally, here comes the male lead, Yesu Yuan. Lin Ziming turned his head and felt relieved to see Yesu Yuan, the male lead. Yesu Yuan was handsome, but he was wearing a yellowed white shirt, ripped jeans, and muddy shoes. Truly worthy of the male lead. If you didn't have that protagonist halo, how could the beautiful and wealthy Bai Luo Ling fall for you at first sight? I fell for him at first sight. Bai Luo Ling was surprised to hear herself say those words. Here comes the lines. From now on, I command you not to see her again. Now I command you not to see her again. Yesu Yuan looked at Lin Ziming domineeringly. From the moment Yesu Yuan first saw the exquisite beauty Beowulf, he had already decided she was his woman. The woman he set his eyes on was one he couldn't be denied. Regardless of whether she had a boyfriend or a husband, as long as she was beautiful and had a good figure, she was fair game. But he was a war god abroad, a dragon king in his own right. How could someone of his stature approach a beauty? With Lin Ziming's appearance, it gave the male lead a perfect opportunity. Therefore, one of the roles of the antagonist is to make it convenient for the male lead to woo women. Pity the antagonist for 3 minutes. Truly worthy of the male lead. Speaking so arrogantly and brainlessly, dressed like a poor guy. Do you really think someone with power and status would change because of your words? No normal person would listen to you, let alone a lickspittle like Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming chuckled inwardly. I insist on meeting her. What can you do to stop me? Lin Ziming challenged him fearlessly. If you want a beating, I can fulfill your wish. Yesu Yuan clenched his fist, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yes, killing intent. He wanted to eliminate this man who dared to covet his woman. He was a war god, the Dragon King. Abroad he could kill these wealthy people without any hesitation. But having just returned to the Dragon Kingdom not long ago, he hadn't stabilized his footing yet. It wasn't wise to cause trouble. A little lesson should be enough. Hopefully, this ignorant rich second generation would understand how broad-minded he was. Yesu Yuan looked down at Lin Ziming. Ha 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 ha, truly worthy of the male lead. Speaking so arrogantly, easily provoking murderous intent. Lin Ziming saw the killing intent in his eyes very clearly. Lin Ziming thought the story would proceed as per the script, with Yesu Yuan giving him a beating to win the praise of onlookers and the favor of the goddess. But Beowulf, who heard Lin Ziming's inner thoughts so clearly, was extremely shocked. The first prediction, Beowulf thought was a coincidence. The second prediction, she struggled to convince herself it was also a coincidence. Should I go see a psychiatrist? From hearing Lin Ziming's thoughts clearly, Beowulf finally believed she was not in the real world, but in a novel universe. She was the female lead, and she would fall in love with the man named Yesu Yuan standing before her. Beowulf was deeply affected, her face turning pale. Beauty, are you okay? Don't worry, I will deal with him properly, so he won't harass you again. Yesu Yuan sensed it and revealed a gentle and charming smile. Countless women had fallen for him with that smile. Here comes the enchanting and gentle smile of the male lead, capturing Beowulf's heart. Who would be captivated by a smile from the male lead? But she found that she could only open her mouth. She couldn't speak a word. Yesu Yuan looked at Beowulf, puzzled and disgruntled by her indifference to his tenderness. Beowulf continued to ignore Yesu Yuan, trying to speak, but couldn't make a sound. It turns out she couldn't speak about the plot of the novel. Having just learned of her presence in a novel world and hearing Lin Ziming's thoughts, Beowulf contemplated whether to tell someone. After all, revealing this could get her sent to a psychiatrist. Now that dilemma was resolved, she mustered the courage to speak out, but found she couldn't. Beowulf felt exhausted. Seeing Beowulf in this state, Yesu Yuan thought she was emotionally drained by the shameless Lin Ziming. Small changes are fine, as long as you don't affect the main storyline. Please enhance your acting skills, maintain your character, and push the plot forward sensibly. These words were unheard by Beowulf. Not only could Beowulf not hear the communication between the host and the system, she also couldn't hear the sound of the system rewarding complaints. The only thing she could hear was Lin Ziming's complaints about the plot. However, neither Beowulf nor Lin Ziming knew that they both had secrets. Miss Llewellyn, please wait for me. I will take care of him soon. Yesu Yuan smiled slightly at Beowulf and walked slowly toward Lin Ziming. Here he comes. He's going to hit me. Lin Ziming was both afraid and excited. Afraid, because he is not someone with a special hobby. Excited, because the plot was progressing as expected. HMPH, you want to hit me? Let's see if you have the guts. Lin Ziming raised his fist, looking fearless. Yi Junming, seeing this, showed a hint of contemptuous smile. A seasoned soldier in front of him was no match, let alone a pampered rich kid. Maybe he should go easy on him, so as not to beat him to death. Stop. Bai Luoling suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, he's no match for me. I can take him down with just one finger. Yesu Yuan turned back and smiled at her. Truly, she is my woman, to worrying about me so quickly, but how could she underestimate her own man, thinking I would be hurt by such scum? Quite foolishly adorable. True love. Lin Ziming misunderstood as well. Bai Luoling rolled her eyes. Only a fool would love him. Bai Luoling walked up to Yesu Yuan and sternly questioned him. Who are you? Do I know you? Why are you interfering in our affairs? Did I ask for your help in teaching him a lesson? Yesu Yuan widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. I saw you were upset. So I. Yesu Yuan showed a pitiful appearance. I say, do we know each other? Bai Luoling looked coldly at him. Mind your own business, Bai Luoling added. Yesu Yuan's heart suddenly surged with anger. All right, woman, you've caught my attention. No woman has ever talked to me like this. I will have you, play with you, then relegate you to the cold palace. Not getting my love will be your biggest pain in this lifetime. Bai Luoling unknowingly made the male lead more interested in her with her words. The female lead has gone crazy, talking to the male lead like that, all because of me. The lackey. Is she sick today? Did her fever burn her brain, giving her the courage to talk to him like this? Should I continue playing the lackey role, or should I take her to the hospital? Lin Ziming was at his wit's end. The words of others that followed made him speechless. He's nothing. Why does he dare to intervene in their affairs? Who does he think he is? A poor nobody daring to speak to young Master Lin like that. No one asked for his help, and yet he arrogantly interfered. The bystanders all sided with Lin Ziming. Hearing this, Yesu Yuan's expression darkened. He remembered his glory abroad, with men admiring him and women screaming for him. How come things were different upon his return? Yesu Yuan looked at his ordinary clothes, touched his face, feeling that people didn't recognize his nobility. All right, ignorance is forgivable. I'll spare you all this once. He really wanted to lash out at these passers-by, but that would damage his image in front of the beautiful Bai Luoling. In the original plot, the bystanders were supposed to cheer for the male lead beating up Lin Ziming, and the female lead would like the dominant male lead even more. System, did you make a mistake in the script? It's fine for the female lead to change, but why did the bystanders change as well? If they don't side with the antagonist, but with me instead, it means they truly want to help me, praise the brave actions of the male lead and scorn me fiercely. Lin Ziming touched his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. I need to provoke the male lead into hitting me. Why are you just standing there? Didn't you say you wanted to hit me? Come on. Let's see who hits who. Lin Ziming arrogantly shouted. Luoling, look at me. I'm the man who can protect you. Lin Ziming looked towards Bai Luoling, provoking the male lead while maintaining his own character. Well, how about it? System, am I dedicated enough? System, you're asking for it. Yesu Yuan was successfully provoked. He had intended to spare the beautiful Bai Luoling, but this lackey, unaware of the danger, dared to challenge him. I'll try my best not to beat you to death. Yesu Yuan's aura turned even more menacing. Lin Ziming knew his words had an effect, but perhaps he went too far. System, what if the male lead beats me to death ahead of schedule? What do I do? Lin Ziming asked the system with fear. Don't worry, he's a male lead. Seasoned in battles. He'll control his strength, at most paralyze your limbs. You won't be left breathless. The system's words were not very consoling. That would be worse. Living as if dead. Lin Ziming felt helpless. How dare you attempt violence in broad daylight? He actually dared to provoke young Master Lin. Does he want to end up in prison? I'll take videos on my phone of his wrongdoing. Put them online. Let everyone see his brutality. The passers-by took out their phones, looking righteous. Yesu Yuan frowned upon seeing this. He then turned to look at Bai Luoling, remembering her opposition to his interference. Thank you, Yesu Yuan said very softly, with a grateful look in his eyes. This puzzled Bai Luoling. Lin Ziming understood clearly from Yesu Yuan's eyes. Impressive. I thought my acting was good enough, but you're even better than me. I actually believed you didn't like the male lead anymore and chose my side. Turns out you've always liked him, and don't want him to trouble you after beating me up. True love. You're very willing to see me suffer a beating, but you also don't want the male lead to get in trouble because of me. Resilience. No wonder the male lead will cherish you in bed later. Lin Ximing smiled broadly. Who the hell is in true love with him? Bai Luoling was once again annoyed by Lin Ximing's inner thoughts, but she remained silent, unable to utter a word. That glare is fierce. Very good. I'm the antagonist, and you should treat me this way. Luoling, wait for me. Where do you want to go? I'll take you back. Lin Ximing said with a smile of apology. Get lost. Bai Luoling didn't even look at him. Sigh. Lin is handsome and rich. Why doesn't she like him? If it were me, I would have been with him long ago. Do you look as beautiful as Miss Bai Luoling? People who are beautiful have advantages, and her family has money too. HMPH. So, what if her family has money? Can they compare to Lin's family? They can't compare. But in matters of love, whoever likes the other more, loses. Onlookers chattered, watching Bai Luoling's merciless attitude towards Lin Ximing. Yesu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. That's the way you should treat him. My woman should not be entangled with other men. You really should have told me earlier that you liked me. Being so subtle has led to misunderstandings. Alright, I will win you over, cherish you, and not neglect you. As for this little brat daring to covet my woman. Yesu Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Killing you now would be too cheap. After I've taken everything from you, then I'll kill you. Yesu Yuan's mind conjured the pretty face of Bai Luoling. One of the roles of the antagonist character is to drive the romantic relationship between the male protagonist and the beauty. Indeed, Lin Ximing successfully offended Yesu Yuan, making him even more eager to win over Lin Ximing's dream girl. Meanwhile, as Lin Ximing was rejected by Bai Luoling, he asked the system, the male protagonist didn't hit me. With such a big change in the plot, will I not be able to return to the real world? As I said before, minor changes are fine, as long as there are significant changes to the main story. Got it. Lin Ximing immediately smiled, as if he had taken a reassurance pill. You have completed this chapter of the story. Please proceed to the next one for the next plot. Chapter 12. Fiancee breaks off the engagement. Is there more? Lin Ximing was shocked. Seriously? Even if you want to hang yourself, take a breath first. Lin Ximing complained to the system. Suddenly, a call came in from Lin Ximing's father, Lin Gaoshao. You stinker, with such a good fiancé. You actually confessed to that girl from the Bai family and made it public. Lin Gaoshao scolded him harshly, demanding that Lin Ximing come over to see him immediately. I understand, father. Lin Ximing said reluctantly. Indeed, Lin Ximing had a fiancé, but given that his character was a lackey to the female lead, he had to betray his fiancé. After a while, in a private room of a high-class restaurant, as Lin Ximing opened the door, he was met with disapproving looks from his parents. But it wasn't just his family there. Also present was his fiancé's family. His fiancée, Jiao Yunan, was stunningly beautiful, with eyebrows like paintings, skin like snow, so tender it could squeeze out water, and a perfect figure that captivated one's gaze. Ah, truly worthy of being the female antagonist Jiao Yunan, so beautiful and commanding. What a great woman, yet arranged by the foolish author to have her fiancé fawning over another woman. Although Bai Luoling is beautiful, Jiao Yunan is even more stunning, with a better figure. If it were me, choosing to fawn over someone, I'd definitely choose Jiao Yunan. Upon hearing someone praise her, Jiao Yunan widened her eyes in surprise. In the room, there were only these few people, and that familiar voice, wasn't it Lin Ximing? How could I hear his thoughts? Jiao Yunan clearly saw that his mouth hadn't moved. Come sit over here. Lin's mother patted the seat next to Jiao Yunan. Lin Ximing sighed and, with impatience, sat next to her. Jiao Yunan smiled, looking at him with a two-faced expression. When someone praises her appearance, she would naturally feel happy, especially when her fiancé, Lin Ximing, was complimenting her, as he always fawned over Bai Luoling, claiming that his official fiancée was inferior to her. But when outsiders witnessed Lin Ziming's lackey behavior towards Bai Luoling, it impacted Jiao Yunan and made her lose face. Strange. Why is she smiling at me? Wasn't she planning to break off the engagement today? Come on. I've already been frightened enough by the male lead and the others. Please don't have any more problems with your character. Lin Ziming silently pleaded in his heart. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yunan smiled. Lin Ziming's eyes immediately brightened. How beautiful that smile is. Lin Ziming's gaze shifted downward. Even though she's wearing a simple business-like white shirt and black pants, her figure could instantly attract a man's attention. Lin Ziming discreetly glanced at her perfect figure. Having listened, Jiao Yunan felt angry, but also somewhat pleased. If she hadn't heard Lin Ziming's thoughts today, she would have continued believing that her fiancé didn't see her. Although she's very beautiful, wearing business attire daily, men can get tired of seeing it, failing to capture anyone's attention. Yunan, to hold a man's heart, you need to put more effort into your clothes. Look at the female lead by Luoling. How versatile she is, never repeating an outfit, always fresh, and with a sophisticated sense of style. Just as she was praised for a few moments, Lin Ziming praised Bai Luoling again in front of her. Jiao Yunan's good mood, which she had just regained, vanished instantly. Why did she suddenly change her attitude? Lin Ziming was puzzled. I don't know the reason, but she changes her attitude so well. That's the expression one should have when breaking off an engagement. Lin Ziming silently praised Jiao Yunan's cold demeanor in his mind. Ding! Congratulations for ranting. You have received 50,000 yuan. Again, such a small amount of money. Lin Ziming felt a bit helpless internally, hoping for a better reward. Even though we may break off today, you and I will still get married eventually and become a famous, but unreal couple. I am the antagonist, and you are too. Only I will die earlier than you. Lin Ziming looked at Jiao Yunan with a sense of empathy. So beautiful, yet died so early. What a shame. If you were willing to be embraced by the male lead, you might have escaped death and become one of his harem women. Male lead, antagonist. Combining the thoughts she heard with her own analysis, Jiao Yunan understood that she was in a world of a novel. Being astute and capable, she was better able to accept this fact than the female lead, Bai Luoling. Both she and Lin Ziming would be killed by the male lead. Thinking of this future, Jiao Yunan's expression turned serious. Zhao Zizu, her father, looked at the various changes in his beloved daughter Jiao Yunan's expression strangely. She seemed to be feeling wronged yet unsure how to express it. His simping behavior is still well known in the city, and today he once again made a confession, causing a commotion. Break off the engagement. Although Zhao Jixu was very satisfied with the Lin family's power, he still hoped for his daughter's happiness. Did you confess to Bai Luoling today? Zhao Jixu asked slowly. Father Lin Gaoshao hurriedly said, the Bai family's daughter has already rejected him. He will give up, and won't like her anymore in the future. Host, please begin your simping persona, the system reminded. Lin Ziming rolled his eyes discreetly upon hearing this. Time for another performance. So, what if I was rejected? It's not the first time. I love Bai Luoling. No matter how many times she rejects me, I won't give up. I will only marry her in this lifetime. Lin Ziming declared loudly, looking as if he would do anything for love. You dare to speak nonsense in front of them. Lin Gaoshao looked at Lin Ziming with uncontrollable anger. You should apologize immediately, Lin Gaoshao ordered. Why should I apologize? I'm speaking the truth, Lin Ziming said loudly. Apologizing for lying to them with a clear conscience is necessary, Lin Ziming said proudly, looking self-righteous. My acting skills are really good. Lin Ziming secretly congratulated himself. Jiao Yunan looked at him strangely, noticing his inconsistency. Since you love her so much, we won't force you in the Jiao family, Zhao Jixu said seriously. Lin Ziming felt happy, even though according to the original plot, the proposal to break off the engagement would come from Jiao Yunan, but Zhao Jixu was her father, so it made no difference if he suggested it. No, Ziming is still young. He was just momentarily confused by the family's woman. He will come to his senses later and treat your daughter well, Lin's father quickly advised. Jiao Yunan intentionally looked at Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming received the hint and immediately showed a determined look. I will not marry your daughter. Don't daydream. Why are you talking like this? Lin's father slapped Lin Ziming on the back in anger. It hurt a bit, but it was nothing. After breaking off the engagement, I'll be free and can have fun. The system informed him that after breaking off the engagement, there would be no more plot today, pushing him to act more. Thinking about being a super rich person, Lin Ziming didn't need to worry about money while having fun. The thought made him happy. Hearing Lin Ziming's inner satisfaction despite his externally angry expression, Jiao Yunan suddenly found him interesting. How can I divorce you when you're so interesting? I can hear your thoughts and know information about the future from you. How can I leave such an advantageous person? Jiao Yunan thought to herself. I won't let you, the male lead, harm me. A glint flashed in Jiao Yunan's eyes. Jiao Yunan showed a tolerant smile. Lin father, you're right. He's young, and he was just momentarily deceived by another woman. He will soon realize my worth. Oh my God. What are you saying? Lin Ziming looked at Jiao Yunan in shock. It's bad enough you're not proposing a divorce, but now you're speaking up against your father. Are you sabotaging me or your father? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient martial arts body enhancement technique, a reward for improving his physical abilities. Lin Ziming clenched his fist, feeling stronger. The excess fat on his abdomen started to disappear, revealing a perfect set of abs. At last, a reliable reward. Lin Ziming calmed down a bit. Yunlin, you don't need to worry about us. Your feelings are the most important. Jiao Yunan looked at his beloved daughter with concern. Political alliances between prestigious families are common. Father, I won't divorce him. I like him. Jiao Yunan pretended to blush shyly. Lin Ziming stood stunned in place. Not despising his simping behavior anymore, Lin Ziming was already grateful to Jiao Yunan, and now she said she liked him. He was completely overwhelmed. What have I done wrong? Why has her character turned out like this? Even more exaggerated than the main female lead by Luoling. Lin Ziming roared inwardly. Seeing Lin Ziming's inner turmoil, Jiao Yunan couldn't help but laugh. So amusing. Not only was Lin Ziming shocked, but everyone else was too. You like him? Jiao Yunan looked at Jiao Yunan in disbelief. He had no idea his daughter felt that way. Do you really like him? The woman, who was her biological mother, also looked puzzled. Jiao Yunan admitted even more shyly. Thinking that you can perform well. Well, I can too. This is great. So, you really like my son? Lin Gaosha was overjoyed. If you like me, it's none of my business. In any case, our engagement is off. Lin Ziming decided to take matters into his own hands. Darn it, going all out. I'm going to steal your spotlight. Lin Ziming was full of rage. How dare you say such things? Lin Gaosha angrily tapped Lin Ziming's head. It's rare that Yunlin is willing to overlook your foolish actions today. You should be grateful instead of repeatedly speaking this way in front of her. I'm telling you, if you dare to bring up the divorce to her yourself, forget about inheriting the Lin family's fortune. It will all go to your sister, and you'll be thrown out with nothing. Lin Gaosha threatened. The antagonist, Lin Ziming, had a clever and capable younger sister, who was also one of the male lead's harem. She was currently abroad and hadn't appeared in the story. Even if you give the inheritance to your sister, in the end, it still benefits the male lead. However, it was a long way off, and for now, the Lin family's wealth was firmly in their own hands. Lin Ziming would continue to enjoy the life of a super-rich person. Mom, Lin Ziming looked at Lin's mother for help. Sweetheart, you're right. Lin's mother ignored Lin Ziming's plea and agreed with Lin's father. Yunlin, I only accept you as the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. If he bullies you, feel free to tell us. Lin's mother turned to Jiao Yunan. Jiao Yunan called her affectionately. The more Lin's mother looked at this future daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. Beautiful, smart, and capable. Such a good woman. Only a blind person wouldn't want her running after the Bai family's daughter. How could she compare to Jiao Yunan? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Lin's mother couldn't help but glare at Lin Ziming. Her own son, Lin Ziming, thrown out with nothing, broke. Lin Ziming had planned to leave and enjoy the life of a wealthy person, but unexpectedly, he suddenly became penniless. System. Although the antagonist Lin Ziming's character is a simp, he is not an idiot. He won't break off the engagement. Whether he does or not, he will still continue to pursue Bai Luoling. Lin Ziming said, "They didn't even threaten you, and you surrendered immediately. This doesn't conform to the image of a licking dog." The system smirked. Lin Ziming, HMPH. Lin Ziming turned his face away, no longer making a sound, tacitly acknowledging Lin Fu's threat. While they were happily eating delicious food, Lin Ziming deliberately showed a reluctant look. After a while, the meal was over, and Lin Ziming thought he could finally escape. Just as he was about to get into the car, Jiao Yunan suddenly spoke. "Mom, Dad, I don't want to go back so soon. I want to go to the mall to buy some clothes." Ziming, accompany her shopping. Lin Gaoxiao immediately seized this opportunity. Whether it was bailing Ling's licking dog image or Lin Ziming himself wanting to break free, he had to refuse. "Leave with nothing," Lin Gaoxiao threatened him. "Okay." Lin Ziming sighed. "What did I do wrong? After the meal, I should be free to play." Jiao Yunan frowned. "I am a beauty, accompanying a beauty shopping. What's so reluctant about that? I'm also pursued by many people." "Please, Ziming." Jiao Yunan looked at him with a fake smile. "Fine. If you thought I dressed plainly that day, today I'll show you my charm." This was about Jiao Yunan suddenly wanting to buy clothes. She always remembered Lin Ziming's inner complaint about her fashion taste not being as good as Bailing Ling's. "Do hurry up and open the door for her," Lin Gaoxiao urged. Reluctantly, Lin Ziming walked to his luxury car and opened the door. Jiao Yunan smiled at him and got in. "I hope this little brat will behave better." Lin Gaoxiao's face turned serious. He will like her. Lin's mother was confident in Jiao Yunan's charm. Jinhai Mall. There were many luxury stores here, a place where wealthy people and internet celebrities liked to shop, and also the place where Lin Ziming confessed to Bailing Ling that day. Jiao Yunan chose a luxuriously decorated store. As they entered, a beautiful saleswoman bowed to them. "Welcome, beautiful. What kind of clothes are you looking for?" The saleswoman asked with a professional smile. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes, Jiao Yunan turned to Lin Ziming and asked, "Ziming, what clothes do you think will look good on me?" Jiao Yunan pursed her sexy red lips, her attractive eyes showing a hint of charm. Lin Ziming was stunned. "What's going on? Do you really need to break character like this? Aren't you the queen of them all? Domineering and aloof? Why are you asking me this kind of question now? Why are you asking me? I may be a licking dog, but my character ain't licking for you. If you want to seduce someone, seduce the male lead to let him spare you. No matter what you wear, my goddess will always look better. You don't have to try so hard." Lin Ziming turned his face away, looking disdainful. But Lin Ziming's inner thoughts were different. "Be more confident. Although your fashion sense is lacking, with your looks and figure, any outfit would look good on you. Of course, you could wear tight-fitting clothes, super short shorts, showing off your outstanding figure, tempting long legs. Of course, you could wear black stockings and walk outside, and all the men would stare at your legs." Hearing his thoughts, Jiao Yunan didn't get angry but smiled instead. "You little man, your words don't match your heart." Why is she smiling? Does she have that kind of interest? Lin Ziming was puzzled. The saleswoman gave Lin Ziming a strange look. She had seen many beautiful internet celebrities and rich ladies, but Jiao Yunan was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, especially with her queen-like aura, not something ordinary people possessed. Just how amazing was his goddess? The saleswoman couldn't help but be curious. Jiao Yunan turned to look at the clothes, while the saleswoman immediately began to introduce them to her. "Miss, with your figure, anything will look good on you. Miss, you are so elegant. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the clothes and praised how good Jiao Yunan looked. Unlike before, the saleswoman was genuinely complimenting Jiao Yunan this time. They all look nice. Just buy them all. Jiao Yunan said casually. What a big spender. The saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly. Great. I'll help you pack them up. The saleswoman was excited. Jiao Yunan also provided her home address for the delivery, and the saleswoman immediately jotted it down. Didn't Lin Ziming praise how Bailing Ling wore different clothes every day? Great. I'll buy so many clothes. Wear a different outfit every day to show you, and see if you still dare to secretly praise her over me. Jiao Yunan took out a credit card, ready to pay the saleswoman. I'll do it. As a man accompanying a woman shopping, letting the woman pay would be humiliating to me as Lin's son. Lin Ziming said arrogantly. I have money. How can I let the beauty pay? Jiao Yunan smiled at him. The saleswoman took Lin Ziming's credit card. Seeing several saleswomen putting down their work to help with the packaging, Jiao Yunan suddenly had an idea and stopped them. Wait, I want to try on a few pieces. Pack the rest for me. Oh. The saleswoman immediately stopped her work. Jiao Yunan picked a white tight top, super short shorts, and also grabbed a pair of stockings. As she walked into the dressing room, she gave Lin Ziming a teasing smile. Is she intentionally showing me what she's wearing? Lin Ziming was puzzled. Soon, Jiao Yunan came out in the new clothes. The tight top highlighted her impressive career line, her perfect proportion of long legs wrapped in black stockings. She's so charming, surpassing those big stars. Even the leading actress Bailing Ling pales in comparison. Those alluring long legs. I really want to touch them. Jiao Yunan's smile brightened even more. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else. Still want to shop. Lin Ziming was surprised to see the dozen or so pieces of clothing. After that, Jiao Yunan seemed to unleash her shopping desire. Not only buying clothes, but also bags and jewelry. She walked around in high heels, showing no signs of fatigue. When others wear red, it seems tacky, but when you put it on, it's classy and cold, exuding a queenly aura. You definitely should buy red. Humph, it's really pitiful that you're wearing these earrings. If it were by Luo Ling, it would be different. If you dress up more, Bai Luo Ling will feel inferior in your presence. Lin Ziming maintained his licking dog persona, disparaging his own fiancée while praising Bai Luo Ling, but deep inside, he kept admiring Jiao Yunan's goodness. Jiao Yunan became happier as they continued shopping. Lin Ziming thought she had a special interest since she seemed happier the more he put her down and praised other women in front of her. After a while, Jiao Yunan finally finished shopping. Lin Ziming looked stunningly at Jiao Yunan, who had completely transformed. You were beautiful before, but now you're even more beautiful. You're a witch. You've made it impossible for me to take my eyes off you. Lin Ziming wanted to praise her so badly, but he had to maintain his licking dog persona towards Bai Luo Ling. Not only Lin Ziming was captivated by her beauty, even passers-by were drawn to her. That woman has great charm. Such a beautiful woman. Is she a celebrity? I don't think so. Otherwise, why wouldn't I know her? If she debuts, I'll definitely become her #1 fan. Her legs are so beautiful, especially when she's wearing black stockings. You go ahead, I need to use the restroom first, Lin Ziming said with a somewhat awkward expression. I can't bear to watch any longer. I need to wash my face to clear my head. Jiao Yunan held back a smile. Oh? Outside, Jiao Yunan was like a beautiful scenery, causing passers-by to stop and stare. Miss, are you waiting for a ride? I can give you a lift. Suddenly, a 5 million worth Rolls-Royce stopped, and the window slowly rolled down, revealing a man wearing a gold necklace. The man didn't hide his desire as he looked at Jiao Yunan's stunning beauty and sexy figure. Jiao Yunan frowned in disgust. No, I have my fiancé coming to pick me up, she said coldly. Fiancé. The man was taken aback but then smiled even more joyfully. The grass is always greener on the other side. The joy of snatching something from others. Don't mind your fiancé. His car is no match for my 5 million worth luxury car. Get in. I'll make sure you feel comfortable. The man smirked and patted the passenger seat. Seeing her man being looked down upon, Jiao Yunan became even more displeased. How dare you speak ill of him? Do you even know who my fiancé is? Jiao Yunan squinted. Do I need to know about such a small fry? Do you know who I am? I am young Master Chen Dafu of the Chen family, worth hundreds of millions. Chen Dafu boasted, revealing he was from the Chen family, even below the top 10 families in Shanghai compared to Jiao Yunan's fiancé Lin Ziming, belonging to one of the top 5 families. With your net worth, you still want to hit on my fiancé. Lin Ziming suddenly appeared, claiming his supremacy, intimately embracing Jiao Yunan's slender waist, and her enticing fragrance filled his nostrils. So fragrant, so warm. His hand involuntarily tightened, unable to take his eyes off her. Despise my net worth, see how outstanding yours is. Chen Dafu felt jealous, seeing Lin Ziming embrace the beauty. What a witch, almost made me forget the main point. When Lin woke up from his reverie, he affected an air of elegance. I am the renowned Lin Ziming from the Lin family, find my net worth impressive. The Lin family, a top 5 family, so, I'm actually the insignificant one. Chen Dafu was shocked and immediately apologized, feeling his wealth was a joke in front of Lin Ziming. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't know she was your woman, that's why I dared to speak to you like this. I'll punish myself. Chen Dafu quickly slapped his own face a few times. I beg Lin young master's forgiveness. Please don't put me in the same category as a low life like me, he said. Get lost. Never appear in front of me again. Lin Ziming grimaced. Yes, I'll leave. Chen Dafu stepped on the gas, quickly driving away. Jiao Yunan looked at Lin Ziming's possessive demeanor and flashed a charming smile. So beautiful. Lin Ziming gazed at her sexy and alluring red lips, longing to ravish them. Ahem, host. Forget your persona. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Why are you smiling at me? Even though I'm very handsome, you shouldn't seduce me like this. My heart belongs to Bai Luo Ling. Lin Ziming exaggerated his acting skills. Do you think I like you and that's why I appeared to drive him away? No. It's because I didn't want others to know that I can't even protect my own fiancé. Just afraid of being ridiculed. And do you think you have charm? Only blind men would flirt with you. Lin Ziming became more offensive. What a dog of a man. Even though your words are untrue, I will make you understand my charm. Jiao Yunan squinted, her heart burning with revenge. After getting into the luxury car, as Lin Ziming fastened his seatbelt, ready to drive, he suddenly felt a smooth and tender weight on his legs. Lin Ziming looked down and widened his eyes. It was the black stockings-clad long legs of Jiao Yunan he had been admiring for so long. Soft, smooth, and perfectly proportioned long legs. These long legs were barefoot, and as Lin Ziming continued looking downwards, I never thought a woman's feet could look so beautiful. Her dainty feet arched like a cat, wiggling her flesh toes, captivating Lin Ziming. He so wanted to grab her beautiful feet and make her stop moving. I've been walking too long. My legs are so sore. Could you massage them for me? Jiao Yunan flashed a seductive and inviting smile, and she deliberately caressed her own beautiful legs. With this tempting hint, Lin Ziming couldn't help but swallow hard. A man's dream of stunning legs is right in front of him, and it's a beauty offering. Lin Ziming was in a tough mental struggle. You're tired. I can immediately take you home and have your household help massage them as long as you want. Lin Ziming resisted his desires, grimly declining. I really want to massage her, suddenly becoming envious of the maid who gets to massage her. It's not too late to know now. Jiao Yunan flashed a mischievous smile. Move away. Lin Ziming pretended to be angry and reached out his hand. But as soon as his hand touched her smooth and tender leg, the wonderful sensation made him freeze instantly. Jiao Yunan, unprepared, also froze for a moment. It was her first time being touched on the leg by a man. Lin Ziming looked at the tempting legs, then at Jiao Yunan's slightly blushing face. He awkwardly cleared his throat and withdrew his hand. You move away on your own. Don't make me act, or you'll regret it. Lin Ziming continued to play tough. Still pretending, Jiao Yunan furrowed her eyebrows and came up with an idea. If you don't help me with a massage, when I go back, I'll tell Uncle and Annie that you bullied me. Who's bullying who? You're the one bullying me, Lin Ziming replied. I am the noble Lin Xiao, and you want me to help you with a massage. What if I'm noble? Serving such a beautiful fiancée, others would be so envious. Lin Ziming remembered the moment he touched her leg just now. The feeling was really good. The dream legs that men yearned for were on his lap, and a beautiful woman actively asked him to touch them. How fortunate. Do you think your parents will believe you over me? Jiao Yunan smiled smugly. Lin Ziming gritted his teeth and reluctantly gave in. Fine, I'll give you a massage this time. The onlooker system. Lin Ziming's hand returned to the leg, his face showing humiliation, but his heart was full of praise. How does she usually exercise to have such a perfect leg? No trace of excess fat. So smooth, so tender. I never imagined someone would force my hand to touch this. Jiao Yunan felt a little embarrassed by the praise. Lin Ziming continued to massage down her thigh, holding her beautiful foot, pressing on the sole. Ah, sensitive. Jiao Yunan let out a cry. Lin Ziming deliberately attacked her foot. Jiao Yunan coquettishly moaned a few times. Such a nice sound. Okay. Your skills are terrible. I don't need you to massage anymore. Jiao Yunan quickly retracted her beautiful leg. Her eyes were a bit hazy at this moment, her smooth face slightly red. Lin Ziming looked at her mischievously. Shy witch. You think you can seduce me too? I didn't expect this side of you. Humph. Trying to bully me. Let's see who bullies whom. Recalling the original plot where she was a fearsome queen in the business world, Lin Ziming was surprised that she could also be shy like a little woman. Why are you laughing? Hurry up and drive. Jiao Yunan disguised her shyness and yelled at him deliberately. Okay, I'll drive now. Lin Ziming didn't argue with her and obediently complied. The next day, Lin Ziming woke up to some good news. Today you have no tasks, the system said plainly. Great, I can finally rest properly. Lin Ziming stood up excitedly. After grooming, Lin Ziming went out without having breakfast. Driving a cool luxury car and enjoying the envy of passers-by, Lin Ziming was in a very good mood. He first went to a high-end restaurant and ordered an expensive breakfast. Then he went to the Jinhai Mall for a shopping spree, buying leather shoes, watches, ties, and other luxury items. He shopped without looking at the prices. Not only did the salespeople in the store look at him differently, even the other customers shopping showed envy in their eyes. Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Today, many beautiful women struck up conversations with Lin Ziming. Having both looks and wealth is in demand. Lin Ziming sighed. After lunch, Lin Ziming drove his luxury car to the next destination. Outside a high-end massage parlor, there were two rows of beautiful hostesses dressed in cool attire. Sir, welcome. As Lin Ziming approached, they all bowed respectfully. Truly a high-class establishment, employing staff with high aesthetics. Sir, is it your first time here? One of the beautiful hostesses intimately looped her arm through his. Her delicate and sexy figure pressed against his arm, a captivating fragrance wafting over. Lin Ziming was taken aback. Yes. The hostess discreetly assessed Lin Ziming's attire, determining his level of affluence. They worked here not just for the high salary, but to hook a rich husband. Young, handsome, and wealthy was the ideal target. Feeling like she hit the jackpot, the hostess sweetly introduced massage packages to Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming directly chose the best and most expensive one. The hostess led Lin Ziming to a luxurious massage room and handed him a business card with a charming smile. If you have any questions, feel free to call me anytime. I'll definitely make time for you. Then, she sashayed away in high heels. Another person trying to chat with me. Lin Ziming chuckled. Soon, a beautiful masseuse with the number 40 badge on her chest walked in. Thank you for letting me serve you. 40 smiled, thinking it was her most charming smile. Like the hostess, besides the high pay, getting a rich husband was also part of the job. In her eyes, Lin Ziming was a high-quality, rich husband candidate. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, please let me know. 40 spoke in a soft and gentle tone. Okay. Lin Ziming responded casually as he started to take off his shirt. Perfect. Suddenly he heard a compliment. Looking up, Lin Ziming saw 40's eyes blazing with admiration, almost drooling. "Sir, how did you achieve such a great physique?" 40 stammered in awe. "I didn't exercise." Lin Ziming laughed. This perfect 8-pack ABS was a rant reward given by the system, appearing instantly. Every year, customers who bought high-tier membership cards wished for this physique. Even their trainers couldn't achieve such a good shape. 40 liked to read magazines of male models with carefully trained bodies, but compared to Lin Ziming's perfect physique, they were subpar. To avoid being rude in front of him, 40 wanted to scream. Suppressing the urge to touch, 40 swallowed hard and refrained. The beautiful woman at table 40 noticed and quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. I will massage properly. Please don't make me leave." "Oh." Lin Ziming closed his eyes again. This time, her small hands didn't shake, but it still affected her performance. It wasn't very comfortable. The massage was not up to par. Lin Ziming didn't need to open his eyes to know that the beautiful woman at table 40 was distracted by his perfect physique. This was the trouble of having a good body. My fault. Lin Ziming felt smug in his heart. Suddenly, the cell phone placed beside him rang. He reached over and saw it was a call from Jiao Yunan. This witch again. Why is she calling me? Can't she let me have a break and rest? Reluctantly, Lin Ziming answered the phone. What's up? Why so impatient? Jiao Yunan on the other end instantly became unhappy. Fine. I thought you were so tired yesterday. Was planning to let you rest well today. Since you treat me this way, I must make you accompany me for shopping. Accompany me to buy jewelry, Jiao Yunan ordered confidently. Here we go again. Although the beauty is pleasing to the eyes, accompanying a woman for shopping is tiring, especially when Lin Ziming had to maintain the act of being White Luoling's loyal follower and perform well. He was more tired than ordinary people. No time, I'm discussing business outside. Lin Ziming lied with a straight face. Hearing this, the beauty at table 40 gave a look of approval. She wanted this guy, who outshone international models with his physique, to stay a bit longer. Is it? What business are you discussing that Lin Chao Yu needs to personally attend? Jiao Yunan raised an eyebrow. Lin Ziming was a playboy at heart, good at eating, drinking, and enjoying life. Even at the company, he rarely dealt with work, leaving it to his elite subordinates. Why do you ask so much? If there's nothing, please don't disturb me, Lin Ziming retorted. Jiao Yunan knew Lin Ziming was lying through his teeth, but even if she exposed him, he wouldn't accompany her for shopping. Being a precious daughter of the Jiao family, wealthy and beautiful, countless men were interested in her. However, only Lin Ziming would make her fret and push him to go shopping with her. If you're busy today, let's forget it. But you must. Jiao Yunan gave up. The beauty at table 40, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, accidentally pinched a sensitive spot of Lin Ziming when she lost concentration. Ah, Lin Ziming yelled. Sorry, I pressed the wrong spot. The beauty at table 40 immediately apologized. Her sweet voice clearly reached Jiao Yunan's ears. She clenched her fists, her expression changing drastically. Lin Ziming, so the busy you mentioned was actually for a massage. What's wrong with getting a massage? Can't I go for one? Lin Ziming laid it out. If you want a massage, you could have come to me. Why did you go to another woman? Is she prettier than me? Jiao Yunan's jealousy was evident. She wants to massage me. Lin Ziming suddenly daydreamed. White Z's delicate hands, the unique fragrance of a woman, plus he could just look up and see her towering. Lin Ziming suddenly felt parched. Truly a witch, trying to seduce me again. Are you really getting a massage? Why did she say she pressed the wrong spot? Where did she press you? Jiao Yunan's thoughts went astray. I'm your fiancé. Even if she pressed the wrong spot, I should be the one doing it. How can I let another woman touch you? Jiao Yunan grew more agitated. When women get jealous, they are no less than men. Lin Ziming wanted to give her the chance to help him with the massage right away. Cough. Host, please maintain your image well and don't forget who you're fawning over. Suddenly, the system butted in. What are you thinking? You know very well that I only have White Luoling in my heart. I would never betray her with another woman. Lin Ziming suddenly got angry. You! Jiao Yunan wanted to say more, but Lin Ziming promptly hung up. Even though Jiao Yunan knew Lin Ziming was upholding an image, deliberately lying, showing unwavering love for the main female-led White Luoling, she couldn't shake off the jealousy. I've only been away for a short while, and a fox spirit is already trying to seduce you. Jiao Yunan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With my body and looks, I won't lose to them. Jiao Yunan boasted of her outstanding assets. So he has someone he likes. The eavesdropped beauty at table 40's eyes flickered. Even though I don't know how beautiful you are, I won't give up. I'm sorry, sir, that was my mistake just now. Please don't switch to another masseuse. The beauty at table 40 solemnly bowed. It's fine, you can continue the massage diligently later. Lin Ziming gestured with his hand. Okay, I will serve you with all my heart and effort. The beauty at table 40 smiled somewhat alluring. Her words were a bit strange, as if from a concubine serving the emperor in ancient times. Once again, Lin Ziming closed his eyes, thinking he could finally relax and enjoy. Open up, police inspection. Suddenly, the door was violently knocked on. Lin Ziming opened his eyes abruptly and sat up. Why so unlucky? Encountering a police search. Lin Ziming was speechless. It seemed impossible to have a peaceful day today. Why are the police here? This is a high-end club. I've been working here for so long, and we've never had a police inspection, the beauty at table 40 said weakly. Why did he encounter such a thing on his first visit here? She looked at Lin Ziming with some sympathy. I know I'm very unlucky. Lin Ziming shrugged helplessly. Do we need to open the door? The beauty at table 40 was caught off guard by the situation for the first time and felt flustered. Why wouldn't we open the door? Do we look like criminals? Lin Ziming rolled his eyes. Oh. The beauty at table 40 walked over to open the door. As she opened it, Lin Ziming saw an unexpected person. She had delicate features, glossy black hair, and a noble air about her. She was Yang Yudong, one of the main female leads of the male protagonist. It's her. Why is she here early? Who's speaking? The police officer, Yang Yudong, walked in and was stunned by Lin Ziming's perfect 8-pack abs. Nice bod. Yang Yudong almost praised him out loud. To be a police officer, physical prowess was a necessity. During her training at the police academy, she had seen many fit men, but she had never seen a body as good as Lin Ziming's. How did he know about my identity? Under questioning from police officer Yang Yudong, who concealed her status as the daughter of a wealthy family, she found herself unable to speak. Captain, are you okay? The police officer behind her looked at Captain Yang Yudong strangely. Nothing. Yang Yudong regained her composure, trying hard to calm herself down. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Were you cleaning up something? Yang Yudong looked sternly at Lin Ziming. Voluntarily admit. Maybe you can still get a lighter sentence. Yang Yudong squinted. Do we deserve a lighter sentence? We didn't do anything wrong at all. Lin Ziming said angrily. Why is this stupid woman targeting me? If she wants to target someone, it shouldn't be now. At least it should have been when you were infatuated with Yesu Yuan, fully convinced of his evidence to frame me. Being infatuated with Yesu Yuan himself, I was wronged. Am I such a stupid woman? Yang Yudong tried to defend herself again, but that still couldn't speak. Captain, why do you look so angry? Do they know each other? The police officers behind them were puzzled. Didn't do anything? Why are you shirtless? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziming was at a loss for words. For massage, of course taking off your clothes helps. Has she already met the male lead? So she's targeting me like this? Not yet, the system honestly informed him. Wanting to invite me to the police station for tea. Now. It's another day. Is there a need to be so impatient? It was after the male lead Yesu Yuan intentionally staged a heroic scene in front of her, gaining her goodwill, and then I went to find a hoodlum to fight him because he was getting close to the goddess by Luling. The police miss saw it by chance and arrested me. At that time, the male lead's amazing skills won even more favor from the police miss, and he became even more disgusted with me. The rich second-generation system, The plot is wrong again. Can I really go home? Lin Ziming felt helpless. It's okay as long as it doesn't affect the main storyline, the system said slowly. She hasn't met the male lead now. So why is she targeting me like this? Is there another reason? Lin Ziming touched his perfect body. Just now you were staring at my 8-pack abs like a nymph, seeing but not touching, feeling regretful. That's why you got angry. Should I act kindly and let her touch it? Lin Ziming thought mischievously. Make him put on clothes and take him to the police station immediately. Yang Yudong angrily pointed at him. She secretly glanced at Lin Ziming's impressive physique, almost revealing a fawning expression again. Damn it. How could this person have such a good body? It's really unfair. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and make him get dressed. Yang Yudong ordered in frustration. The ordinary police officers behind hesitated. Although they knew Yang Yudong was well liked by those above, Lin Ziming was the head of one of the 5 major families, with power and influence, and, without committing a crime, inviting him to the police station for a chat for no reason would cause a lot of trouble. Captain, he should be innocent. Captain, it's normal to strip for a massage. Captain, we haven't personally seen him engaged in any improper behavior with that beautiful woman. Even if we arrest him, he'll be released quickly. The police officers urged one after another. Did you hear that? I'm innocent. Lin Ziming looked at her defiantly. Yang Yudong glared at Lin Ziming, then turned to the beautiful woman in number 40. I was just massaging the gentleman honestly. There was absolutely nothing inappropriate. The woman in number 40 quickly explained. You should behave properly in the future. Don't let me find evidence of your crimes. Yang Yudong looked at her seriously. Impressive. Truly deserving to be one of the male lead's harem. She's already defending him before he even appears. The male lead's aura is strong. Congratulations on gaining another beauty, who's different from Bai Luling. He's really lucky. Lin Ziming suddenly understood why the system said it didn't matter. He was the antagonist, not getting along with the female leads. Who would defend that scheming man called Yesu Yuan? Yang Yutong's gaze at Lin Ziming turned even more hostile. Truly worthy of being a captain, daring to look at him with such a gaze. The police officers were surprised and admiring. Return to base. Yang Yutong waved her hand and walked away, with the police officers obediently following behind. Once they left, the woman in number 40 eagerly looked at Lin Ziming's 8-pack abs, saying in a fawning manner, Sir, can I continue to massage you? I can pay you if needed. Lin Ziming, well, let's make it cheap for you. Lin Ziming enjoyed a comfortable full-body massage, while the woman in number 40 satisfied her curiosity. This was definitely the happiest day she'd had working at number 40. On the other side, Yang Yudong cursed Lin Ziming in her mind while walking. Robbery. Suddenly, an old lady in front fell to the ground and shouted. Yang Yutong squinted at the young man who was running frantically and took the lead in chasing after him. Just as she was about to catch up with the young man, someone rushed out ahead, performed a shoulder throw on the young man, and forcefully subdued him. Thank you for your chivalrous act, sir. Yang Yudong didn't hide her admiration in her eyes. Judging from his appearance, he should be wealthy. Yang Yuling, as the third-rank daughter of the 5 major families, had seen many rich second-generation individuals, but few had such good skills and righteousness as him. It's nothing, just a small gesture. Yesu Yuan showed his most charming and gentle smile. Looking at his handsome face, Yang Yutong couldn't help but feel even more favorably towards him. Yesu Yuan didn't coincidentally meet her. He had investigated Yang Yutong's identity as the daughter of a wealthy family, ranked 3rd among the 5 major families, and with such beauty, she was not at all inferior to the stunning beauty by Lu Ling he had already set his sights on. How could Yesu Yuan possibly abandon this beauty? He always believed that the more, the merrier, and he would definitely not abandon any of the world's beauties. Some might be one-night stands, while others could be long-term. Yang Yutong was a top-quality beauty, with power and influence. He would surely reserve a place for her in the long run. Alright, it makes me want to take everything away from you even more, to see how much you'll suffer at that time. Yang Yudong, who felt a liking for the handsome stranger in front of her, shyly asked, "Mister, what is your name?" "Catching your interest, aren't I?" Yesu Yuan smirked and introduced himself. "I'm Yesu Yuan, police miss. What's your name?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yudong was instantly stunned. Yesu Yuan, wasn't he the scheming man that Lin Ziming mentioned at the massage parlor earlier? Yang Yudong recalled Lin Ziming's thoughts at that time, knowing she was from one of the 5 major families, purposely getting close to her, and she had a favorable impression of his righteous act. Later, she would be used by him to harm Lin Ziming. Looking at Yesu Yuan with a clueless expression, Yang Yudong couldn't help but narrow her eyes. "Your acting skills are quite good. I almost got deceived." Yang Yudong would never thank Lin Ziming. If she hadn't heard his thoughts, she might have really wanted to get to know Yesu Yuan, invite him for a meal, and develop a relationship. "Police miss, why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling unwell?" Yesu Yuan, not waiting for Yang Yudong to reveal her name, looked at her with concern. "Or, should I take you to the hospital? I have a car." Yesu Yuan gestured towards the luxury car worth millions parked on the opposite street. There were several beautiful women posing next to the luxury car, interested not only in the car but more so in the owner. Unfortunately, the purpose of the luxury car today was not for them, but perhaps Yesu Yuan would indulge in a one-night stand with the beautiful women another time. Although these women were not as qualified as Yang Yudong, they were somewhat fresh. Yesu Yuan didn't like having the same thing every day. He found it easy to get bored. "Rich people," the policewoman behind him blurted out. The policewoman turned to look at Yesu Yuan's expensive attire. Good-looking, wealthy, kind-hearted, obviously someone who has worked out based on his physique. "I wish I could get to know him, but he seems interested in the captain." The policewoman envied and looked at Yang Yudong admiringly, while the male police officer next to her looked at Yesu Yuan with hostility. "So, what if he has a car? Do I not have one either?" The male police officer ignored the differences in the values of their cars. Seeing other women idolizing him and receiving hostile looks from the same gender, Yesu Yuan's vanity was satisfied. "I still don't know your name." Yesu Yuan asked again the answer he already knew. "My captain's name is Yang Yudong," the policewoman eagerly answered, wanting to assert her presence in front of the handsome man. Seeing Yesu Yuan intentionally showing off his wealth, Yang Yudong disliked him even more. "A luxury car of millions, we have more than a dozen cars worth billions at home. What is there for him to be proud of?" Yesu Yuan noticed that unlike other women, Yang Yudong not only did not appreciate him more, but her expression became even more unpleasant. "Are you feeling very unwell? Let me help you sit in my car." Yesu Yuan reached out, wanting an intimate contact with the beauty. Yang Yudong decisively knocked away his hand, knowing his ulterior motives, and said impatiently, "I'm fine, I'm good. If it's nothing, then please don't disturb me from continuing my work." Yang Yudong felt that if she stayed with him another minute, she would want to handcuff and arrest this scheming man. "She wants to leave. Didn't she just show interest in me earlier? Why did she ask for my name if not?" Yesu Yuan was puzzled and shocked as he watched Yang Yudong's graceful figure walking away. Hastily, he spoke, "Officer Yang, you've worked hard. Thank you for the protection you police provide so that us ordinary people can have a peaceful life. When do you finish work? Let me treat you to dinner as a token of appreciation." Yesu Yuan extended an invitation. "No need," Yang Yudong said without turning back. The policewoman anxiously looked at her stern-faced captain, then at the handsome rich man, and ultimately left with the captain. "Captain, wait for me." The policewoman hurriedly caught up. "I envy the captain's excellence, attracting a handsome and rich guy's interest. I wish to be pursued by such a high-quality man too." "Captain, well done." The male police officer, gazing at his goddess, became even more infatuated. The rejected Yesu Yuan stood there with a black face. "Damn woman, I dressed up nicely, came to meet you, showed concern, and you still dare to reject me. You don't appreciate my affection. I'm going to." Suddenly, Yuan noticed the adoring police officers behind Yang Yudong, and he realized why his handsome man strategy failed. It wasn't his charm that was the problem, but Yang Yutong's face. So, you pretended to look down on me, fearing that later generations would think you are materialistic. Yesu Yuan smirked. Yang Yutong was very beautiful, different from the rich girl by Luoling. Yet when she wore the police uniform, she had a unique charm. Alright, since you are so beautiful, I won't exile you for now. The next time, I will choose a place where no one knows you and have another chance encounter with you. I hope you will know how to serve me by then. But if you are willing but don't know how, I can teach you hands-on. I hope you can handle it. Colorful images appeared in Yesu Yuan's mind. Walking away, Yang Yudong suddenly felt a chill. She remembered Yesu Yuan's hypocritical face. It seems today is not a good day to go out. The next day, the Bai group held a shareholder meeting. People entered the meeting room one by one, and Bai Luoling casually found a seat. Soon, most of the people arrived. Mr. Bai led a new shareholder into the room. Bai Luoling looked up and her eyes widened suddenly. How could he be here? Hello, I'm Yesu Yuan. I look forward to working with you in the future. Yesu Yuan greeted Bai Luoling with a smile. After a while, the meeting ended, and people greeted the new young shareholder one after another. Bai Luoling gave Yesu Yuan a cold glance, turned around, and tried to leave. Miss Bai, it's been a long time. Yesu Yuan walked over, smiling at this beautiful woman. Humph. Bai Luoling turned her face away, not wanting to engage with him. Seeing Bai Luoling's cold face despite his efforts to be friendly, Yesu Yuan instantly became displeased. I dressed casually. You mistook me for an ordinary person, but you were still enchanted by my charm. Sure, here is the English translation. Indeed, my precious daughter is so beautiful. Which man wouldn't be captivated upon seeing her? Even Lin Tianming, the head of the 5 great families, was mesmerized by her charms. Bai Luoling knew that her father wanted her to get along with Yesu Yuan, and she immediately became displeased. With so many people in the company, why should I have to explain things to him? She exclaimed. Anyway, I won't do it. Find someone else. Father, Bai Luoling said arrogantly as she walked away in high heels. Mr. Yi, my daughter doesn't know any better. Please don't mind her. Bai's father apologized to Yesu Yuan with a smile. It's nothing. Yesu Yuan forced a tolerant smile on his face, but deep inside, a fiery rage burned. Bai Luoling, do you think you can trample over me just because you're beautiful? Even if I have to use despicable means, I will definitely win you over. Then, you will pay the price for your arrogance and rudeness, begging for my love in the cold palace. At noon, Yesu Yuan smilingly invited Bai Luoling to have a meal together. Of course, Bai Luoling gave him a cold shoulder, while Yesu Yuan smiled outwardly, but secretly seethed inside. Yesu Yuan, young and handsome, and a newly appointed shareholder, naturally attracted the female employees of the company. Despite not being as pretty as Bai Luoling, these women had their charms, and under normal circumstances, Yesu Yuan would have entertained them for the thrill of it. However, just being humiliated by Bai Luoling, Yesu Yuan wasn't in the mood and declined their advances, choosing to dine alone at an upscale restaurant outside. Meanwhile, Lin Ziming received today's mission from the system. According to the original plot, in Chapter 10, Lin Xiao would confess to Bai Luoling, the male lead would save the heroine, and win Bai Luoling's heart. Knowing that they were getting close, Lin Ziming harbored a strong hatred towards the male lead and planned to teach him a lesson. Sending his men to track the male lead's whereabouts, they found out he was having dinner with the goddess Bai Luoling. Determined to make the male lead embarrassed in front of the goddess, Lin Ziming took his bodyguards and headed over. However, things didn't go as planned. Yesu Yuan's martial arts skills were superior, and the bodyguards were no match for him. In the end, Lin Ziming was the one beaten up. Witnessing the scene, the policewoman Yang Yudong not only arrested Lin Ziming, but also became more fond of Yesu Yuan for his impressive skills. The goddess Bai Luoling, whom Lin Ziming was trying to woo, also fell more deeply in love with Yesu Yuan, the skilled fighter. The time is almost up. I should prepare myself. Lin Ximing glanced at his phone and began adding extra padding to his body, as he was the one who would be taking the beating later. Being beaten up was inevitable, but he at least wanted to minimize the damage. Unaware that the harem member, Bai Luoling, wasn't following the script and had rejected the male lead's invitation, if Lin Ximing knew, should he say to Bai Luoling, "Why did you change your mind? Weren't you supposed to be madly in love with the male lead?" Or should he say to Yesu Yuan, "Aren't you the amazing male lead? The epitome of charm. Flash a smile and the ladies will fall for you. Why can't you even handle something as simple as having dinner?" This restaurant had a beautiful setting, with renowned chefs and high prices, attracting many wealthy customers. Yesu Yuan elegantly cut into a piece of steak and enjoyed it, then sipped on his wine. With his handsome appearance, expensive Rolex watch, and tall figure, he quickly caught the attention of a lovely lady who nervously asked him for his WeChat. Glancing at her, Yesu Yuan noticed her skin wasn't fair enough. In the end, he concluded she was just a disposable item. Alright, Yesu Yuan took out his phone and added her WeChat. Bai Luoling, did you see that? I'm so popular that if you continue to treat me this way, the love I give you will dwindle. Yesu Yuan, self-absorbed, felt sorry for Bai Luoling's missed opportunity to have the world's most precious treasure. Just as he was lamenting for Bai Luoling, he looked up and saw her in person. Bai Luoling, with exquisite makeup, porcelain skin, graceful neck, and dressed in a white dress exuding a fairy-like aura, captivated not only Yesu Yuan, but also the other patrons in the restaurant, earning envious glances from women. Women love beauty, but they love it even more when it's about them. Truly, my woman is so irresistible, easily arousing jealousy. Confident in her appearance, Bai Luoling was used to being the center of attention, but sensed an unusual gaze directed at her. Turning around, she locked eyes with the irritating face of Yesu Yuan. Bai Luoling couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Why of all places, in so many restaurants, did she have to run into him here? On the contrary, Yesu Yuan smirked arrogantly, misunderstanding her intentions. He didn't think it was a coincidence. "So, you're playing hard to get, pretending not to care about me, acting aloof to catch my attention. The easier something is to obtain, the less it's valued. I must say, your aloofness is only making me more intrigued." Seeing Yesu Yuan's smug smile, Bai Luoling's mood soured further. Watching Bai Luoling's look of disgust, Yesu Yuan silently commended her acting skills. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence." Yesu Yuan smiled, pulling out a chair. "Please, have a seat. I'll treat you to a meal." "No need. I'm not hungry," Bai Luoling said coldly. "Just sit down. No need to stand on ceremony. It's just a meal. Money is not an issue for me. I'd gladly spend more for you." Yesu Yuan continued to smile. Looking at Yesu Yuan's audacity, Bai Luoling couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wondered where she had given him the impression that she couldn't stand him. "I'm not being polite. I genuinely don't want to dine with you," Bai Luoling said without a trace of courtesy. A nearby male guest couldn't help laughing. "He really can't see how much she dislikes him, can he? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean pretty girls will dine with you," remarked another male customer. "Fine, this is your choice." Yesu Yuan slammed the table in anger. "No matter how much you show off later, I will not forget how you humiliated me today." Yesu Yuan made another note. Bai Luoling turned to leave, but suddenly saw Lin Ximing approaching aggressively with bodyguards. "Yesu Yuan, how dare you have a meal with my woman?" Lin Ximing came over with his bodyguards, angrily pointing at Yesu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yesu Yuan looked at the empty chair beside him and felt speechless. Is he doing this on purpose? I was just rejected by Bai Luoling for a meal, and now he's saying this to me, with people to cause trouble. Yesu Yuan clenched his fists, looked up at Lin Ximing full of killing intent. Lin Ximing was momentarily intimidated by his fierce gaze. He truly lives up to being the male lead, so dignified and imposing with such strong killing intent. Great, that's the look. Your character remains intact. Lin Ximing silently praised Yesu Yuan in his heart. Bai Luoling, who overheard their thoughts, looked strangely at Lin Ximing. Could he have some peculiar hobbies? Lin Ziming turned to expectantly look at the leading lady Bai Luoling. As the female lead, you cannot be outdone by the male lead. Quickly scold me now. Defend your beloved male lead. Who the hell loves the male lead? Bai Luoling gritted her teeth, wanting to retort, but unable to speak those words. Are you blind? I'm standing here, not sitting with him for a meal, Bai Luoling explained in anger. Lin Ziming looked at the empty chair next to Yesu Yuan. According to the original plot, they should have been sitting together there, getting close. Humph, stop defending him. Do you think I don't know you agreed to have a meal with him? You've just arrived and not yet sat down. Lin Ziming looked like he wasn't stupid enough to be deceived. Truly one of the male lead's most beloved women, seeing me with bodyguards, afraid the male lead would get hurt, hastening to distance herself from him. Too bad. I'm not that stupid to be deceived by you. Well done, keep up the act of deeply loving him. Don't break character anymore. Bai Luoling was too angry to speak, and the gossiping crowd, who knew the truth, didn't bother to explain, because it was a matter between outsiders, and they felt there would be a good show to watch next. Why would they resolve the misunderstanding? Yesu Yuan, seeing the mocking gazes of the crowd, felt even more embarrassed. He's definitely doing this on purpose. If I don't beat him half to death today, I will write my name Yesu Yuan backward. I've never seen someone so eager for trouble. I didn't come to provoke you, yet you're actively provoking me. Yesu Yuan stood up and walked towards Lin Ziming with a domineering aura. Seeing his tightly clenched fists, Lin Ziming couldn't help but fear the pain of the impending beating. Provoking me? So, what? Can't I, Lin family's young master, handle it? Lin Ziming pretended to be fearless, continuing to provoke him. Beat him hard until he doesn't even recognize himself. Yes, young master. The burly bodyguards behind him readied themselves, walking aggressively forward. One bodyguard moved to strike, but Yesu Yuan easily dodged and kicked him in the stomach. The 1.85 meters tall bodyguard was instantly sent flying 3 meters away, clutching his stomach in pain and unable to get up. Another bodyguard went to punch, but before he could connect, Yesu Yuan counterattacked, knocking out 2 of his teeth with a single punch. The skill displayed left the other bodyguards stunned. As elite members of the top 5 families in the underworld, they were not accustomed to being weak and ineffective. Why are you all just standing there? Attack together. Yes, young master. The bodyguards surrounded Yesu Yuan, each with a serious expression. Even surrounded by a dozen people, Yesu Yuan remained composed, even showing a contemptuous smile. Lin Ziming knew that Yesu Yuan was highly skilled in martial arts, with the reputation of being a war god overseas not just for show. He was only using 20% of his strength at the moment. Soon, each bodyguard was lying on the ground as Yesu Yuan stepped on them, menacingly walking towards Lin Ziming. Enough, leave him alone. Bai Luoling suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziming was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? I told the bodyguards to attack the male lead earlier, and you didn't plead for him. Now, as he's about to hit me, you're speaking up for me. Are you insane? Main lady, do you have eyesight issues? Do you mistake me for the male lead? Bai Luoling gave Lin Ziming a disdainful look. In truth, she didn't know why she had spoken up. She actually despised Lin Ziming for pretending to be a bootlicker. Yesu Yuan, looking puzzled, watched his woman worrying about other men. Is this a strategy? Pretending to care about other men to lead them on. After all, things belonging to others are always the most attractive. Humph, let him go, and I'll spare him. Lin Ziming arrogantly said. Today, his task was to get beaten up. Even if he begged for mercy, Yesu Yuan would still want to hit him. Rather than be humiliated by being beaten up, he'd rather maintain his pride. You truly are skilled at seeking death. This provocation further enraged Yesu Yuan. Yesu Yuan, think carefully. He's from the Lin family, one of the top 5 families. Bai Luoling was anxious. Yesu Yuan didn't pay attention to her words. He wanted her to see what happens when flies dare to interfere with his woman. So, you're afraid of my family's power harming the male lead. That's why you pretend to stand on my side. I almost misunderstood you caring for me again. Well done, truly the male lead's sweetheart. Once again, Lin Ziming misunderstood. Bai Luoling, this fool. He'd better be beaten to death by the male lead. Bai Luoling's expression changed, looking fiercely at Lin Ziming. This menacing gaze was no show of concern for him. I was right. Your expression instantly gave you away. Lin Ziming turned to Yesu Yuan, striking a pose, arrogantly saying, "Come on, see if you can touch my chest." He was deliberately provoking Yesu Yuan to hit him there, as the face wasn't protected and getting hit there would scar him. However, Lin Ziming quite liked this handsome face. Humph, what a clown. Yesu Yuan coldly chuckled and swiftly punched Lin Ziming in the chest. Have you forgotten the rewards you received for criticizing the ancient martial arts body protection and skills? The system answered Lin Ziming's confusion. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that this reward not only improved my physique, but also had this kind of effect. Lin Ziming exclaimed in surprise. No, I came here to get beaten up, but now I feel nothing. This plot can't continue. Lin Ziming's smile disappeared. You're so big and strong. Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. Don't act like it's just an itch. Lin Ziming shouted at Yesu Yuan. Seeking death, I will grant your wish. Yesu Yuan increased his strength by another 2/3, and this time he aimed for Lin Ziming's face. After all, he looked like he deserved a beating. But Lin Ziming still didn't feel any pain. You weakling! Lin Ziming saw the useless male lead and angrily raised his hand to punch him. That darn male lead. He's so weak that I had to punch him. In the original plot, Lin Ziming couldn't move a muscle of Yesu Yuan, only being on the receiving end of blows. Yesu Yuan was astonished by Lin Ziming's strong body, which made him lose focus and let him be hit. However, the martial arts body protection and skills were not an offensive reward, so Lin Ziming didn't cause much harm to the talented Yesu Yuan, but rather insulted him greatly. Yesu Yuan became furious and increased his strength to hit Lin Ziming's face again, but Lin Ziming was still unharmed. At this rate, it will never end. Maybe I should pretend to be injured. Lin Ziming thought to himself. Male lead, you should thank me for giving you face. Lin Ziming glanced disdainfully at Yesu Yuan. If Yesu Yuan could hear his thoughts, he would probably grit his teeth and say, I will thank you by punching you to death. Bai Luoling couldn't help but smile as she watched Lin Ziming's thoughts. Lin Ziming closed his eyes, preparing to take another hit and pretend to be hurt. But instead of getting beaten, he heard gunshots. Bang! Lin Ziming's first thought was that the police officer Yang Yudong had finally arrived. Good timing. So I don't have to add more drama, Lin Ziming said with a smile as he opened his eyes, only to find a bullet hole near the foot of the male lead. Yesu Yuan. Oh my, your shooting accuracy is really bad. You should have aimed near my foot. Lin Ziming jokingly remarked. If your shooting is that bad, don't show it off. What if you accidentally hurt your loved one? Then blame me. Lin Ziming teased. Who's the loved one of this scheming man? I should aim for him. Yang Yudong rolled her eyes in exasperation. Don't move. Yang Yudong raised her gun. Okay, I won't move. Lin Ziming raised his hands nonchalantly. I meant, he shouldn't move. Yang Yudong aimed the gun at Yesu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziming was taken aback. I didn't mishear. You are supposed to be in love with the righteous male lead, and now you want to arrest him. Lin Ziming was shocked, and so was Yesu Yuan. He had helped her catch someone before. Shouldn't she have a good impression of him? But now, her gaze? Lin Ziming. Are you okay? Yang Yudong turned the gun towards Yesu Yuan, casually asking. My woman is actually concerned about that good-for-nothing kid. Officer Yang, you shouldn't ask him if he's okay. You should ask me. The victim, Lin Ziming retorted. You saw those people lying on the ground behind you. He had people come to attack me. I was only acting in self-defense. Yesu Yuan angrily shouted. I didn't see that. I only saw you unilaterally attacking him. Yang Yudong replied nonchalantly. According to the original plot, Yang Yudong appeared earlier, but because she heard Lin Ziming's inner thoughts and realized this was not the real world, and also encountered the cunning man Yesu Yuan, who she was destined to fall for. She was in a dilemma, delaying the time for her visit to the Western restaurant today. When she arrived here, she saw the two of them arguing, and without hesitation, focused on Yesu Yuan. "Tell me, did he bring people to attack me?" Yesu Yuan turned to the onlookers and shouted, "Miss Policewoman, he was indeed acting in self-defense. If he didn't have good skills, with that many people attacking him, he would be the one lying on the ground now." Since Yesu Yuan had given them such a great show, it was only natural for the audience to give something back. Upon hearing this, Yang Yudong looked behind Yesu Yuan at the dozen or so bodyguards lying on the ground and then looked at Lin Ziming, who was unharmed. She couldn't believe he could endure all that. Reluctantly, Yang Yudong holstered her gun and waved her hand. "Take Lin Ziming back in custody." "Yes, Captain," the male police officer behind her responded. "Come on, hurry up and take me away." Lin Ziming smiled, extending his hands. "I've never seen someone smile while being handcuffed," the male police officer commented. Seeing Lin Ziming being arrested, Yesu Yuan was in a great mood. He turned to Yang Yudong, "Officer Yang." Yang Yudong turned away, ignoring him. The captain was so cold, a handsome guy like him greeting her, and she just snubbed him. "Mr. Yi, I truly apologize for what just happened." The female police officer approached him with a smile. "This is my business card. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to call me." Yesu Yuan glanced at the card, then at the plain face and unimpressive figure of the female officer. She wasn't his type. "You don't have to trouble yourself, officer. I can take care of myself." Yesu Yuan coldly rejected her. The female officer awkwardly took back her business card. Yang Yudong left with her team, and Bai Luoling left with a parting shot. "I told you not to hang around me. Now he thinks we're close. If you're in trouble, I feel embarrassed too." Bai Luoling not only showed no concern, but gave a cold look. She grabbed her purse, swayed her graceful figure, and left in a high and mighty manner. Both beautiful women ignored him, leaving Yesu Yuan feeling frustrated. Coincidentally, a bystander saw Yesu Yuan's dark expression and sarcastically remarked, "So, what if you can fight? You can't even keep a woman. The popular ones are the ones who get arrested." Another man laughed. "How dare you laugh at me?" Yesu Yuan strode over angrily. "I wasn't laughing at you. It's a misunderstanding." The man quickly apologized, frightened. But Yesu Yuan wouldn't let go of such a good outlet for venting his frustration. He punched the man, knocking out the teeth. "Ouch!" The man sat on the ground, apologizing profusely. "I'm sorry. I apologize to you." At that time, the man didn't believe it, but now he does. "I don't need you to take action. I prefer to handle things myself." Yesu Yuan was full of anger inside, because he recalled himself, the illustrious war god, failing to knock down the pampered Lin Ziming with a single punch. It was already a great humiliation, and now he was being mocked by such a small character. Yesu Yuan raised his hand, ready to strike again, while the man closed his eyes in resignation. Bang! It was the sound of a familiar gunshot. "Yesu Yuan, don't move." Suddenly, Yang Yudong turned around, holding a gun with an air of authority. Yang Yudong pointed the gun at him, instructing Yesu Yuan to handcuff himself. Yesu Yuan looked darkly at his woman treating him like this, then turned to the man. The man shook his head in terror, as if to say, "I didn't call the police. It's not my concern." Lin Ziming, sitting in the police car, was shocked to see Yesu Yuan in the back of a police car. The policewoman urgently questioned the reason, and after learning the cause, Lin Ziming fell into silence. "Are you kidding me? I just went away for a bit, and you deviate from the plot." Lin Ziming shrugged off refusal. In the original plot, after Yesu Yuan knocked down Lin Ziming, he continued to have a loving meal with Bai Luoling in the restaurant. After the meal, he escorted Bai Luoling back, then went to the police station to give a statement and flirt with Yang Yudong. That day, his relationship with the two beautiful women quickly heated up. "Fine. I'll follow my plot and ignore your next course of action," Lin Ziming snapped. As soon as Lin Ziming was taken to the police station, the bodyguard immediately called his parents. In the Lin family mansion, This is outrageous. How can he disregard such a good fiancée and get himself in trouble for another woman? Lin's father was furious. Yunlin, I know my son has wronged you. Lin's mother spoke to Jiao Yunan, the future daughter-in-law visiting them. Lin's parents decided to teach Lin Ziming a lesson by not bailing him out, letting him stay in jail for a few days to learn a lesson. Aunt, uncle, please don't be too angry. Jiao Yunan pretended to be magnanimous. Ziming was just momentarily led astray by other women. He will come to appreciate my value one day. I want to bail him out, Jiao Yunan said slowly. Although she appeared tolerant, a raging fire was already burning inside her. I have never seen someone like you before, getting into a fight with other men for me. After I bail you out, we'll have a chat. Lin's mother, feeling pity for Jiao Yunan, said, Yunlin, you have suffered. I assure you that no matter what Ziming does, the position of Lin's family daughter-in-law will be yours always. Thank you, Aunt, Jiao Yunan replied softly. Jiao Yunan successfully won the approval of her future in-laws. On the other side, in the police station, when the police chief heard that Lin Chao from the Lin family had arrived, he immediately arranged a single room for him. Although Yesu Yuan was a shareholder in the Bai group and had connections, even the chairman of Bai had to give some face to Lin Chao from the Lin family. So what weight did Yesu Yuan, a small shareholder, hold? The chief placed Yesu Yuan with other prisoners. The place was small, crowded, and they were unattractive, with a body odor. Yesu Yuan was irritated and wanted to switch to a clean and comfortable single room. But the people in the police station disregarded him. If my influence wasn't still abroad, how could they treat me like this? Yesu Yuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the single room opposite him. At this moment, Lin Ziming sat with his legs crossed, leisurely enjoying some snacks. Lin Ziming sipped his tea and turned to look at the visibly angry Yesu Yuan. You don't need to be so jealous of my current situation. In the original plot, I would have been detained for a few days. As for you, you deviated from the plot completely. You shouldn't even be there. I don't know what will happen to you next. However, you are the male lead. You have plenty of women to cherish you. They should come to bail you out. Lin Ziming used the word should because he wasn't entirely sure. After all, the women's performance was lacking. Didn't Bail Wolling and the others love the male lead very much? They were mesmerized by a smile and would do anything for him. Ah, the hearts of women are like the depths of the ocean. I really don't understand what goes on in their minds. Not following the script as expected always brings me a surprise. Lin Ziming looked at Yesu Yuan. A hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes. Considering the male lead's previous grandeur, constantly defying and captivating beauties, Yesu Yuan caught that fleeting sympathetic look. Do I, the mighty war god, need your sympathy, you spoiled playboy? This is a great shame. I must take everything you have. Your goddess Bail Wolling, your sister, your beautiful fiancée, your Lin family's assets, all will be mine. Then, I'll see if you dare look at me with sympathetic eyes. Humph, I might be the one giving you that sympathetic look by then. Yesu Yuan made a mental note to himself. Who is the person across the way? Lin Chao, the young master of the Lin family. Have you heard of him? So, it's him. Looks like he'll be out today. The prisoners in the cell looked enviously at Lin Ziming. What did he do to get in here? He found a group of bodyguards to attack me, Yesu Yuan said arrogantly, crossing his arms. He found people to attack him, and a group of bodyguards at that. Seeing that Yesu Yuan had no injuries, those prisoners became interested and asked about the process. Yesu Yuan haughtily recounted his heroic experience. Soon, the prisoners looked at Yesu Yuan with different eyes. You actually defeated over a dozen bodyguards by yourself and came out unscathed. Big brother, you're really amazing. Master of martial arts, can you teach me a few moves? Big brother, didn't you say you fought with Lin Chao? Why does his face still look so handsome? A prisoner asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Yesu Yuan paused, then calmly lied. He has internal injuries. They're not visible on the outside. Oh, I see. The prisoner suddenly understood. Big brother, you dared to fight with Lin Chao. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Lin family? A prisoner reminded him. Humph, what is the Lin family? Yesu Yuan sneered, hands behind his back, looking like a transcendent figure. The person who used to help him with the back rub was always a fragrant and beautiful woman, not a large and rugged man like this. But, as he looked at the comfortable and clean single room across from him belonging to Lin Ziming, Yesu Yuan begrudgingly accepted the treatment from the prisoners. Boss, comfortable. The prisoner giving him a back rub asked with a forced smile. Be gentle, Yesu Yuan replied impatiently. Indeed, it was more comfortable to be served by a woman. These prisoners were adept at beating people up, but having them serve others was torture for both parties. Yesu Yuan endured the discomfort and smirked at Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming noticed and muttered to himself, is it really comfortable being served by these big bosses? Thinking about receiving this kind of treatment himself, Lin Ziming suddenly felt uneasy. This fortune is for you, he thought, without the envy he had expected. This angered Yesu Yuan, who kicked one of the prisoners who was helping him with a foot rub. Get out, all of you, you stink, Yesu Yuan shouted angrily. Not comfortable, indeed, Lin Ziming responded with a smile. Shortly after, Yesu Yuan called one of his subordinates on the phone. He couldn't stand being around these sweaty guys any longer. The subordinate not only rushed over immediately, but also informed Yesu Yuan that Lin's parents did not want to bail him out, so he's all alone now. Yesu Yuan heard this news and smirked. After hanging up the phone, he deliberately said to Lin Ziming, I will be bailed out soon to enjoy life outside, while you have to stay in this dump for several more days. How about I show some kindness? Give you a chance? If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will not only forgive your past insults, but also arrange for you to be bailed out. Yesu Yuan looked down arrogantly at him. Lin Ziming looked at him as if he were a fool. Forgiveness was impossible with the main character's vengeful nature. Retaliation was a matter of time. Dream on if you want me to kneel to you. It's more likely for you to kneel to me, Lin Ziming retorted angrily. Although in the original plot, this antagonist would eventually kneel before the main character, it wasn't going to happen now. Looking at the triumphant expression of the main character, Lin Ziming regretted not hitting Yesu Yuan more in the past, even though it wouldn't have caused much harm to the main character with formidable martial arts skills. A few minutes later, another call came from his subordinate. Boss, I saw Bai Luoling heading towards the police station. Do you know what she's up to? You fool. She's coming to the police station to bail me out, Yesu Yuan blurted out. I see. Boss, you're really charming. Lin Ziming chased that woman for so long, but she's already under your control, the sycophantic subordinate quickly added. Of course, where can that dandy compare to me? Yesu Yuan laughed arrogantly. All right, you don't need to come over. I'll have Bai Luoling bail me out, Yesu Yuan exclaimed happily. Yes, boss, the subordinate responded respectfully. He then turned around halfway and drove back. After hanging up the phone, Yesu Yuan complained to the prisoners. I had initially asked my subordinate to bail me out, but my woman also wants to come and bail me out. You know, women are troublesome. If you steal their thunder, they will cry. Big brother, you're right. Women are indeed a pain. One prisoner quickly agreed. Boss, how beautiful is your woman? Describe her to us, another lecherous prisoner grinned. You guys heard about Miss Bai from the Bai family? Yesu Yuan glanced over at Lin Ziming and deliberately spoke loudly. Lin Ziming's woman, Yesu Yuan added. So, it's Miss Bai. She's such a beauty. Boss, you're amazing. You've managed to get the Bai family's daughter to bail you out. An admiring prisoner raised his thumb. Who knows? When Lin finds out, he must be so heartbroken. Another prisoner sympathetically looked towards Lin Ziming. They spoke so loudly that Lin Ziming could hear every word clearly. Though he wasn't sure what Bai Luoling was thinking, her body was clearly devoted to the main character. Well done. The female lead continues to fawn over the male lead, and I promise not to feel jealous inside. Bai Luoling, who was coming over, sneezed silently. Who's talking about me? Meanwhile, at the police station, Captain Yang Yudong suddenly said to the officer Zhang in front of the computer. Zhang, I want to bail out Lin Ziming. Upon hearing this, Zhang's hands stopped typing on the keyboard, and he incredulously looked up. Captain, what did you just say? Say it again. I want to bail out Lin Ziming. Yang Yutong repeated impatiently. Am I hearing correctly? You want to bail him out. Zhang stood up excitedly. His reaction immediately attracted the attention of others. Lin Ziming, the one that the captain encountered when he led the team to the massage parlor. Back then, the captain wanted to bring him back to the police station. Although it wasn't successful at that time, now he has been brought to the police station for causing trouble with his bodyguard. Another male police officer slowly remarked. Captain, didn't you dislike him? The male police officer asked weakly. I don't dislike him, Yang Yudong lied. She did find Lin Ziming annoying the way he underestimated her at the massage parlor, thinking he had a great physique. Yang Yutong could never admit that Lin Ziming had an incredibly attractive physique. Although Lin Ziming was annoying, he was less annoying than Yesu Yuan, and they were archenemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, Lin Ziming knew what the future held, and with Yang Yudong bailing him out, he would remember this favor. The police officers misunderstood Yang Yutong's true thoughts. So the captain doesn't dislike him. She actually likes him. A male police officer who had a long-standing crush on the captain felt a pang of heartache. No wonder the captain was so eager to bring him back from the massage parlor. It turns out she is close to him. Another male police officer chimed in. Lin is handsome, rich, and has a great body. No wonder the captain likes him. One female police officer suddenly realized. Beauty. What can I do for you? Officer Zhang, who had just gone through a breakup with Yang Yudong, had started a new relationship. Officer, I want to bail out Lin Ziming, Bai Luoling said slowly. With that said, Officer Zhang's smile disappeared. Here was that familiar name again, and it was connected to a beauty on the level of their captain. The treatment handsome and wealthy men receive is indeed different from us ordinary folks. Officer Zhang felt sour. Seeing Officer Zhang's expression, Bai Luoling knew he had misunderstood, but couldn't be bothered to explain. The reason Bai Luoling came to bail out Lin Ziming was because she also felt that the narcissistic Yesu Yuan deserved a beating. After all, Lin Ziming had gotten into trouble for her, and he had helped the Bai family a lot in the past. Bai Luoling had come to bail him out as a way of repaying him. Beauty. What's your name? Officer Zhang curiously asked. Bai Luoling. Officer Zhang looked at her and said, You're the reason behind Lin Ziming getting into a fight. He did it on his own accord, Bai Luoling hurriedly explained. Officer Zhang stole a glance at Bai Luoling's exquisite face and inwardly marveled. This level of beauty, indeed worth the handsome and wealthy men fighting over. And the clear winner of this battle was obviously Lin Ziming. Darn Lin Ziming. Already having such a beautiful woman, why did he have to entice the heart of our captain? Bai Luoling looked at Officer Zhang and saw his expression turning more and more sour. Miss Bai, Lin Ziming has already been bailed out, so he'll be out soon, Officer Zhang said, a hint of jealousy evident on his face. Who bailed him out? Bai Luoling heard that people from the Lin family didn't want to deal with him. Officer Yang Yudong. Her. Bai Luoling recalled that beautiful female officer and couldn't help but wonder. Why would she bail him out? How would I know? Officer Zhang said unkindly. Bai Luoling furrowed her brow and said, Since someone has already bailed him out, then it's none of my business. Bai Luoling picked up her bag, intending to leave. As she turned around, she saw Jiao Yunan with a hidden dagger smile, exuding a powerful queenly aura. Miss Bai, why do you want to bail out my fiancé? Isn't that something I, as his fiancé, should do? Another beauty had arrived, and she was Lin Ziming's woman. The young rascal had such good fortune, it made me wish I could swap places with him. Officer Zhang's jealousy was about to explode. Miss Jiao, then why are you here to bail out Lin Ziming when you know he got into a fight for me? Bai Luoling coldly retorted. I am his fiancé, of course. I should come to bail him out. Jiao Yunan asserted confidently. But what about you? Don't you dislike Ziming? Jiao Yunan narrowed her eyes. Bai Luoling clearly wanted to turn around and leave as soon as she saw Lin Ziming, but he was still jealous and physically assaulted the man next to her. Under normal circumstances, Bai Luoling would simply find it embarrassing, but she wouldn't get mad at Lin Ziming and would rather laugh at him. Why would she come to bail him out voluntarily? Not only Jiao Yunan, but also Bai Luoling herself was perplexed. Seeing this high and mighty Miss Jiao seemingly loving the man who is already engaged to her multiple times, she should have just cancelled the engagement and laughed it off. Why would she come to bail him out? Can you hear his thoughts too? Both women spoke simultaneously, without prior agreement. As soon as these words were spoken, both women were shocked. Shocked that they weren't the only ones who could hear Lin Ziming's thoughts. Shocked that such a sentence could be uttered aloud. When did you hear them? Jiao Yunan narrowed her eyes. Just a few days ago, Bai Luoling said calmly. Jiao Yunan smiled faintly. Hearing it is good. So, you won't be overly smug. Miss Bai. You. Bai Luoling wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. Indeed, the Bai family was the fifth among the 5 great families, while the Jiao family was ranked second. The power gap between them was significant. Despite her disdain for Lin Ziming's sycophantic behavior, seeing Miss Zhao's fiancé being so fond of herself made Bai Luoling naturally feel that her feminine charm was superior to Miss Zhao's. Now that she knew Lin Ziming's fawning behavior was insincere, she naturally felt a bit disheartened. Bai Luoling stared daggers at Jiao Yunan and left the police station. Seeing Bai Luoling leave, Jiao Yunan gave a faint smile. Even if you can hear my fiancé's thoughts. So, what? I am his rightful fiancé. I'll have to impress him with my skills before worrying about that. Officer, I want to bail out Lin Ziming. Jiao Yunan approached. He has already been bailed out, Officer Zhang said helplessly again. Jiao Yunan looked at Bai Luoling, not far away, and Officer Zhang added, Officer Yang Yudong bailed him out. Why would a female police officer want to bail him out? Jiao Yunan had never heard of Lin Ziming having female police friends. It's okay. I can bail him out with her, Jiao Yunan said, undeterred by the inconvenience. With a heart full of jealousy, Officer Zhang handed her the form to fill out. Meanwhile, Officer Yang Yudong showed up with a key. Beautiful officer, I'm feeling lonely here. Can you come over and chat with me? Officer, you are so stunning. It's a waste to be a police officer. You should be a star. I promise to be your loyal fan. With such a beautiful officer, who needs to be a star to be a fan of her? I've already become her fan now. I purposely got myself arrested just for her. In a prison devoid of women, and with Officer Yang Yudong possessing a goddess-level beauty, the male inmates naturally became excited. Hey, Officer Yang, Yesu Yuan, sitting on a chair, greeted her familiarly. Officer Yang Yudong didn't give him a pleasant look. Yesu Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, thinking that Officer Yang Yudong deliberately ignored him because there were criminals present. Officer Yang Yudong turned to look at Lin Ziming in the single cell, who was leisurely sipping tea and didn't seem to be in jail at all. As she spoke, she took out her keys to open the door. Lin Ziming, I'm bailing you out. You can go back now. This statement shocked everyone. You're bailing me out. Lin Ziming could barely believe his ears. Other prisoners were excited. What kind of ability does this kid have to get Officer Yang to bail him out? Oh my. I wish I could have that kind of treatment too. Master Lin, being in jail and still enjoying such privileges. Impressive. The prisoner's eyes on Lin Ziming held envy and admiration. I'm going to jail for a few days. Please don't disrupt my storyline. Someone is getting bail, and it's a beautiful female police officer. What a stroke of luck. Lin Ziming's arrogant behavior has caused envy and jealousy among the inmates. If Officer Yang had said this to me, I would have happily come out skipping. Only Lin has the courage to say such things. Lin, you just lived in a single room. I wasn't envious of you then, but now I really am. Yesu Yuan looked at Lin Ziming with murderous eyes. Yang Yudong never expected her good deed to be rejected, and she suddenly felt angry. Fine. As you wish. Yang Yudong locked the prison door again and left. Officer Yang, why are you so angry? Officer Zhang approached. It's none of your business. Yang Yudong responded coldly. It's Lin who's upset. He wouldn't let Officer Yang bail him out. An inmate explained kindly. How dare you treat our captain like that? Officer Zhang looked more and more annoyed with Lin Ziming. Humph, she's the one who brought me in here. Lin Ziming turned his head away. Bastard. Officer Zhang clenched his fists, then helplessly loosened them. An envied bastard? Somebody bailed you out. You can leave now. Officer Zhang reluctantly took out the keys and opened the door. Who's causing trouble again? Lin Ziming blurted out. Why? Don't want your fiancé to bail you out. Who else do you want to bail you out? Queen Jiao Yunan walked out confidently. Another beauty, and a different type of beauty compared to Officer Yang. Today, I must be really lucky. Why are so many eye-catching beauties coming here? Such a beauty is actually Lin's fiancée. What a shame. The inmates looked at Lin Ziming with even more admiration. She's gorgeous. I want this woman for myself. Yesu Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Chase one away, another one arrives. Am I missing something? I just want to stay here for a few days. Can't you fulfill this small request? Lin Ziming walked out helplessly. Hearing this, Jiao Yunan couldn't help but smirk. I bailed you out. So, you have to accompany me for a meal as thanks. Jiao Yunan warmly embraced his arm. By the way, tell me, when did you meet a beautiful female police officer? Jiao Yunan grinned. There was a hint of jealousy in the air. Such a beauty getting jealous, it excited the inmates. I wish I had this fiancé. Wow, Lin's fiancé is so beautiful. Yet he actually likes Miss Bai from the Bai family. Big bro, when is your Miss Bai coming? Wasn't she already on her way here? A curious inmate asked Yesu Yuan. Yeah, Lin's goddess Bai Luoling. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Another inmate deliberately said loudly, clearly trying to provoke Lin Ziming. Maybe she's touching up her makeup. Women always want to look their best in front of their men. Yesu Yuan said loudly on purpose. His expression clearly showed that he was implying, look, you have Yang Yudong and Jiao Yunan bailing you out, but your goddess is coming to bail me out. Miss Bai, she's already come. Officer Zhang explained. She's here. Where is she now? Hurry, bring her to see me. Yesu Yuan looked at Officer Zhang excitedly. He really wanted to show off how beautiful his woman was in front of them, how much she loved him. She came and left. Officer Zhang said indifferently. Why did she? Yesu Yuan was about to ask for the reason when Officer Zhang added, because Officer Yang bailed out Lin Ziming first, so she left. This statement once again shocked everyone. She thought I was embarrassing for fighting and causing a scene, especially against the male lead she adores. She could have laughed at me from afar, but instead she wanted to bail me out too. Oh my god, 3 beautiful women coming to bail me out. I suddenly feel like the male lead, the real male lead. Even though I don't know why you're woman, in following the script, I just want to say, I sympathize with you. The sympathy in Lin Ziming's eyes was clear to Yesu Yuan. If it weren't for the iron cage in front of him, Yesu Yuan would have loved to punch Lin Ziming hard. Grabbing his collar, he would shout, What are you? I'm the prestigious war god, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Do you really think I need sympathy from someone like you? A mere extra. Lin Ziming saw the killing intent in the male lead's eyes and felt that the best thing he had done was to successfully provoke the male lead's hatred as the antagonist. I wonder how many times he's wanted to kill me, the antagonist in his heart. Where do you want to eat? Lin Ziming couldn't be bothered with Yesu Yuan anymore and turned to his beautiful fiancée. Anywhere you want, I'll follow you. Jiao Yunan coquettishly hooked her arm around his. As they left, Jiao Yunan cast a deliberate glance at Yesu Yuan in the cell. PFT, he's the male lead, the man of those heroines. He's not as good looking as my fiancé. He looks like a stray dog. I really don't understand why those women love him. Jiao Yunan smiled and affectionately embraced Lin Ziming as they walked out. It looks like they're going to have quite a passionate night. I wish I could be Lin Ziming. The life of a handsome and wealthy man is different from us small fries. This inmate deliberately shifted his gaze towards Yesu Yuan. This implied that Yesu Yuan was also considered a small fry. At that moment, the inmates' admiration in their eyes towards Yesu Yuan was no longer as strong as before, and they began to keep their distance from him. Yesu Yuan also sensed that the atmosphere had changed. "What kind of look is that? Weren't you just happily calling me big bro earlier?" Yesu Yuan vented his anger on them. "That was before we thought you could steal Lin's goddess, Miss Spy. Well, even if only one woman bails you out, unlike Lin who had 3 women bail him out, we're still willing to call you big bro." An older inmate spoke up. "The problem is you're so useless, you don't even have one woman." The older inmate continued. The male lead character, Yesu Yuan's face was bruised. When Yesu Yuan called his subordinate to bail him out again, the subordinate who had already left was annoyed to have to go back. If he hadn't heard the boss's tone being extremely bad, he would have wanted to ask Miss by Luoling instead. But because Yesu Yuan had beaten someone in prison and the crime was serious, the police officer Yang refused to let Yesu Yuan be bailed out. Originally, the plot was supposed to have the antagonist Lin Ziming stay in jail for a few days, while the male lead Yesu Yuan continued his loving relationships with other female leads. Now, their roles seemed to have switched, making another trip. Unable to bring the boss back, and seeing him with a bruised face, the subordinate suddenly felt that the boss didn't seem as imposing as before. On the other side, a high-end Western restaurant near the sea. A handsome couple, like a beautiful scene, attracting the attention of others in the restaurant. They look so compatible. If she wasn't sitting across from a man, I would definitely ask for her WeChat. A young male guest was mesmerized by the delicate face of Jiao Yunan. The young female guest had the same thoughts, wanting to strike up a conversation with the tall and handsome Lin Ziming. "So, let me ask you now, what is your relationship with Officer Yang Yudong?" Jiao Yunan asked with a smile. "What kind of relationship could there be? She is the one who arrested me," Lin Ziming replied nonchalantly. "One of the male lead's harem members. Someone who helped the male lead frame me. I don't know if she took the wrong medicine. She actually came to bail out this antagonist. Is it to attract the male lead's attention?" Lin Ziming knew that in the plot, the wealthy and beautiful female leads had plenty of scenes being jealous over the male lead, intentionally making him feel the threat of rivals. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the talent of genius piano playing through your comments. System, you finally don't just brush me off with a few $1,000s, Lin Ziming sighed. Jiao Yunan couldn't hear his conversation with the system. So, this was her existence. Jiao Yunan suddenly realized, suspecting that the exceptional behavior of the police officer Yang Yudong might also be liked by Luoling, able to hear Lin Ziming's thoughts. No matter how many women can hear his thoughts, at least this little man belonged to me. A glint appeared in Jiao Yunan's eyes as she propped her chin and looked at him with a charming smile. Seeing his fiancée not getting angry with him for fighting over other women, but rather smiling, did she take the wrong medicine too? That's not a nice thing to say. Jiao Yunan frowned. What's wrong now? Is it only now that you're throwing a tantrum? That's even worse. Jiao Yunan was about to make trouble. Suddenly, Lin Ziming felt something crawling on his leg. A bug. This restaurant was too unhygienic, and things were expensive. Lin Ziming angrily looked down. It wasn't a small and annoying bug, but a tempting and smooth foot. The plump and dainty toes were slowly climbing up the leg. Goodness, she's playing this kind of game. Is she crazy? Lin Ziming raised his head, glaring at her. Jiao Yunan, even though I am very handsome, do you need to be so eager? You actually made a move on me. So, what if I make a move on you? Jiao Yunan, being caught in the act, didn't immediately retract her foot, but sped up instead. It almost climbed to an intimate area, making Lin Ziming scared, and he removed her tempting foot. The enticing foot fell. Lin Ziming sighed in relief, mixed with some regret, imagining that he didn't dodge her foot, and the place that foot would end up next brought a blush to Lin Ziming's face. He shook his head, trying to shake off the tempting allure. Even though it feels good, my character is not to flirt with you, but with by Luoling. So let's stop here. Stop touching me. Dream on. Jiao Yunan's expression changed, her foot heading directly to the target. This sudden movement scared Lin Ziming, causing him to react immediately. Lin Ziming once again successfully touched the tempting foot. The last time he touched it was in the car, not knowing if he would have another chance in the future. But unexpectedly, the opportunity came so soon. Jiao Yunan didn't know whether it was intentional, but she wore the black stockings that Lin Ziming liked today. So smooth. Jiao Yunan, stop playing around. We came here to eat. Lin Ziming pretended to be angry, but his actions gave him away as he deliberately touched the foot a few more times. Hello. What would you like to order? The waiter suddenly appeared. Jiao Yunan quickly retracted her foot, leaving Lin Ziming's hand empty. Why are you so slow? Lin Ziming gave the waiter a hostile look. Seeing Lin Ziming's mouth and eyes not matching, Jiao Yunan couldn't help but cover her smile. With the interruption of the waiter, Jiao Yunan didn't continue her mischief. They quietly ate their steak and drank red wine. Suddenly, beautiful piano music started playing. It was a male guest performing for his female companion. Not a professional, he hit a few wrong notes, but his expression showed his dedication to the performance. After the piece, the female companion applauded enthusiastically. Light applause from other guests in the restaurant followed, applauding his courage. Want to hear me play? Jiao Yunan smiled slightly. It's up to you. Lin Ziming pretended to be indifferent. Of course, I want to hear it. Beautiful people playing. It's pleasant and eye-catching. Lin Ziming knew that Jiao Yunan was being provocative with her statement. Jiao Yunan smiled, got up, and walked towards the piano. The piano was very exquisite, crafted by a famous Italian master. Jiao Yunan casually pressed a few keys to test the feel. The beauty sat down, her agile fingers dancing on the keys. The melodious and beautiful sound of the piano started, coupled with Jiao Yunan's stunning face. It was a magnificent scene. After the piece, there was vigorous applause in the restaurant. You played so well. Beauty, you are amazing. Beauty, are you a pianist? The male guests in the restaurant were particularly excited. Thank you for the compliments. Jiao Yunan politely bowed and returned to her seat. Beautiful, with great demeanor, dressed in luxury, and playing the piano skillfully. At this moment, Lin Ziming's face looked a little sour. What's wrong? Feeling jealous. Jiao Yunan smiled. Jealous? Lin Ziming denied. I'm not jealous because of you. Why would I be jealous of you? You play the piano so well. That's why you feel so proud. Lin Ziming continued to deny his true feelings. Of course, Jiao Yunan knew he didn't mean that, so she wasn't too upset, just smiled. But this statement clearly angered other men. Their beautiful and talented fiancée, with a good temperament and great piano skills, how could they not want to have her? But those who already have her don't know how to cherish. Sir, the young lady plays so well. Sir, were you really paying attention to her performance just now? If you say she's not that good, how good are you? Yeah, why don't you play a piece too? Jiao Yunan glanced at the agitated male guests, then turned to Lin Ziming with a helpless smile. That look was clearly saying, you brought this trouble upon yourself by saying that about me. Fine, I'll play. Let me show you what a real master is. Lin Ziming stood up with confidence. Jiao Yunan was surprised. She had never known Lin Ziming had piano skills because she had never heard about it before. Taking a seat, Lin Ziming looked at the expensive piano before him, feeling somewhat excited. He couldn't believe his mocking of the genius piano skills he obtained as a system reward would come in handy so quickly. His fingers danced, and the beautiful sound of the piano filled the room. Incredible and pleasing to the ears. Everyone's eyes and ears were focused on Lin Ziming. In that moment, he seemed like a god of the piano. When the piece ended, Lin Ziming stood up and courteously bowed to the audience. People finally reacted and started applauding generously. The applause was even louder than when Jiao Yunan performed. Wow, you played so beautifully. Handsome, you're so handsome. You could totally hold a concert. I have never heard such amazing piano playing. Initially, the male guests thought Lin Ziming didn't deserve such a great fiancé, but this performance instantly changed their minds. Such a talented person. No wonder the goddess likes him. Sitting back down, Jiao Yunan sincerely praised, that was the best piece I've ever heard. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Ziming smiled. What do you think? Have you already fallen for me? Sigh. I didn't want others to know how excellent I am, but you forced me. Yes, you're excellent. I've already fallen for you. Jiao Yunan naturally wouldn't say these words to his face. You're so talented. Can you teach me to play the piano in the future? Jiao Yunan reached out and held his hand, looking at him enticingly. You always give me such wonderful surprises. I really don't want to let you go more and more. Being too charming can also be a burden. I can't teach you. I'm very busy. Lin Ziming withdrew his hand. Busy? What are you busy with? Giving your time to other women. Jiao Yunan smirked. Lin Ziming wanted to say yes, but seeing the enchanting smile on Jiao Yunan's face, he didn't have the courage to say it. Why should I tell you what I'm busy with? That's okay. Even if you're busy with other women, I'll capture your heart back. Jiao Yunan's competitiveness was sparked, thinking about Bai Luo Ling and Yang Yudong. The next day, Lin Ziming slept soundly on a comfortable and large bed. Suddenly, he felt someone gazing at him fiercely. He slowly opened his eyes to see Jiao Yunan's beautiful face. She greeted him with a smile. Good morning. How did you get here? Lin Ziming sat up in surprise. Didn't you promise to teach me to play the piano yesterday? Jiao Yunan twisted the facts without changing her expression. Nonsense. I never agreed to something like that. Lin Ziming immediately denied. I say you did. Jiao Yunan was truly a witch, dominating the conversation. Anyway, I won't teach you. Don't disturb my sleep. Just go back. Lin Ziming lay back down, turned over, and ignored her. Sleep. Is this the busy state you mentioned yesterday? Jiao Yunan raised her eyebrows. Well, so, what if it is? I'm so sleepy. Don't disturb me, or I won't be polite. Lin Ziming yawned. He had been playing games until 3 a.m. last night. Seeing a stunning beauty actively seeking him out and being ignored was infuriating for Jiao Yunan. You'll see who will be impolite now, Jiao Yunan said, coming into the bed and embracing him. The warm touch, especially in certain areas, made Lin Ziming hot-blooded, causing him to open his eyes wide in shock and pull away from the blanket. Beneath the covers, Jiao Yunan's smiling face appeared. Getting up to teach me how to play the piano? Absolutely not. Lin Ziming blushed. Quick, leave my bed. Lin Ziming struggled. This bed will eventually be ours. Jiao Yunan held him even tighter. HMPH, you're saying this too soon. Lin Ziming dismissed her comments. What did you say? Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Jiao Yunan flipped over and pushed him down. Sophisticated and with a queen's aura, plus an alluring figure, Jiao Yunan was incredibly enticing. Looking at Jiao Yunan from bottom to top, especially at her prominent features, the impact on Lin Ziming became even stronger. In addition to Jiao Yunan's current posture, the effect was even more intense. Under such pressure, Lin Ziming felt abnormal. Jiao Yunan blushed. You. The usually bold Jiao Yunan was rare to blush. What about me? Lin Ziming's eyes changed, full of desire as he looked at her. Shy witch is quite cute. Since she's so enthusiastic, maybe I shouldn't disappoint her. Despite Jiao Yunan usually being bold, she had never done such things with other opposite sexes. Originally, she just wanted him to teach her to play the piano well, never expecting something like this would happen. Completely unprepared for this situation, she was really about to reach that point. I won't teach you then. Jiao Yunan retreated, trying to get up and leave. But now I want to teach you. Lin Ziming turned over and pressed her down. After some time, Lin Ziming, who had no scenes to film, began to enjoy the lifestyle of a high-class handsome man, feeling very happy. On the other hand, the male lead Yesu Yuan had a completely different experience. Being in the police station, especially under the care of Yang Yudong, he was far from comfortable. One day, Yesu Yuan finally finished serving his sentence. Boss. His subordinate immediately came to greet him. Humph. Yesu Yuan's face was grim. He had been in jail for several days, and Bai Luoling hadn't come to see him. Although the beautiful police officer Yang Yudong came to visit him, it was still better than not having her come at all. What did I do to offend her? How could she treat me like this? Yesu Yuan gritted his teeth. Even the inmates in the cell looked at him with sympathy as he enjoyed Yang Yutong's special treatment. How is that smelly kid from the Lin family doing recently? Yesu Yuan asked impatiently about the person who had been released earlier than him. His subordinate explained in detail how Lin Ziming was living a luxurious life. The more Yesu Yuan heard, the darker his expression became. It's absurd. How can someone like him live so well? It's really unreasonable. Yesu Yuan slammed the armrest in anger. Since returning to the Dragon Country's magic city, Yesu Yuan had found that nothing was going smoothly for him. In the past, he had a lot of prestige abroad. Men admired him, women adored him, and no matter what difficulties he faced, he could turn the situation around and only become stronger. Now, he felt like he was cursed and always unlucky. Even that playboy was living better than him. The subordinate, who was driving in front, couldn't help but glance at the once mighty boss through the rearview mirror after hearing the words unreasonable. The people who defeated Yesu Yuan abroad often said this phrase. Is Lan Yui not available yet? Yesu Yuan asked sternly. Lan Yui still has tasks to complete. Sir, the subordinate replied respectfully. Seeing the awe in his subordinate's eyes, a hint of jealousy flashed in Yesu Yuan's eyes. The Dragon King's palace had a powerful team of assassins, and there was no task they couldn't accomplish, led by Leilan. With her strong martial arts skills, if Leilan were to fight with Yesu Yuan, it was uncertain who would win. As the Dragon King, Yesu Yuan had to give Leilan some face. If it weren't for Leilan being a beautiful woman, Yesu Yuan would have considered her a formidable rival and sought to eliminate her as soon as possible. However, despite his charm, he was unable to win over Leilan. Tell her to finish the tasks quickly and come back to help me, Yesu Yuan said impatiently. Yes, sir. As Yesu Yuan pictured the cold and exquisitely beautiful face of Leilan in his mind, he narrowed his eyes. I don't believe I won't be able to have you by my side eventually. This was the main reason Yesu Yuan wanted her to come back. On that day, Lin Ziming learned that Yesu Yuan had been released. Sigh, why did he get out so soon? I hope he doesn't seek revenge on me so quickly. Lin Ziming sighed helplessly. Lin Ziming drove his luxury car, not knowing where to go today. Suddenly, he saw a street lined with many food stalls, offering delicious and cheap food that was a popular spot for nearby college students. It's been so long since I've had these things. Lin Ziming smiled. After parking his luxury car in a nearby spot, he headed toward the food street. No one could resist barbecue. Lin Ziming's first choice was barbecue. Although there were many pretty and innocent female college students there, one girl's beauty outshone them all. She was on par with Bai Luoling in terms of beauty, but had a cute style and was one of the male lead's harem, the genius hacker Jiao Yuan. With her beauty and exceptional hacking skills, Jiao Yuan was indispensable on the path of the empire building of the male lead Yesu Yuan. This city is so big, yet we can encounter a hacker sweetheart like this. Lin Ziming covered his forehead. Who recognizes me? Eating barbecue with great enjoyment, Jiao Yuan suddenly looked up. Lin Ziming was handsome, well-dressed, and stood out among the college students. Who is he to recognize me? Hacker sweetheart was Jiao Yuan's pseudonym in her line of work. She put down the barbecue and squinted her eyes, observing Lin Ziming carefully, trying to figure out who he was. Host, there's no role for you here. So, you should leave quickly. The system suddenly chimed in. What will happen later? Lin Ziming asked in confusion. This is chapter 50. The hero rescues the beauty. With that reminder from the system, Lin Ziming finally recalled what had happened in that chapter. The male lead Yesu Yuan, tired of mature women in society, wanted a change of taste and set his sights on innocent female college students. Knowing that the female students liked this food street, Yesu Yuan dressed up to pursue them. With his luxurious car, brand-name watches, handsome appearance, and charming demeanor, he indeed captivated many pretty female students and collected their WeChat contacts. However, Jiao Yuan's high level of attractiveness made him forget about those girls instantly. He paid people to harass Jiao Yuan intentionally and appeared heroically to rescue her. instantly winning the heart of the hacker's sweetheart. Yesu Yuan didn't go to jail before, but now that he did and was released today, will he have the mood to pursue girls so soon? Lin Ziming wondered. Do you forget what the male lead's character is like? The system reminded him. Lin Ziming looked at the pretty women and immediately remembered how thirsty the male lead was. Got it. Lin Ziming nodded. I'll leave this place now. Hacker beauty, you better perform well later. Fall in love with the male lead crazily. Work hard to help him build the empire. Lin Ziming got up and walked to the cashier, preparing to pay and leave. The hacker Jiao Yunan was shocked to find that she could hear the thoughts of that person. The male lead falls in love with him. Squinting her eyes, the hacker secretly took out her phone and took a picture of Lin Ziming. She was determined to investigate him thoroughly. You can't leave. The male lead is about to appear. The system kindly reminded her. He's coming already. Lin Ziming was surprised. I've never seen him appear so quickly. Yesu Yuan's eyes were burning with intensity, and Jiao Yunan could tell at a glance that Lin Ziming was the person he wanted to avoid. I hope the male lead can behave well this time and not offend his harem again. Thinking of Officer Yang Yutong's malice towards Yesu Yuan, Lin Ziming sighed and shook his head involuntarily. In his harem, I am one of his women, Lin Ziming thought. Jiao Yunan couldn't believe she had fallen in love with such a scumbag. The more she looked at Yesu Yuan, the more displeased she became. If the male lead wasn't saving face, he would definitely strike up a conversation with her. But he is not stupid. He knows to spend money to have someone harass Jiao Yunan, playing the hero to rescue the beauty. Thinking about it, it seems like the male lead always likes to capture women's hearts this way, creating opportunities when there are none. Lin Ziming thought about his own villainous demise. While the male lead enjoyed the company of various stunning women, he couldn't help but envy him. Following the original plot, the male lead didn't immediately approach Jiao Yunan. Instead, he turned and left, finding 3 middle-aged men in thug attire smoking nearby. Yesu Yuan spoke to them, and they quickly agreed to the deal at hand. After paying a deposit, the rest of the task would be completed later. Soon, the 3 thugs arrived at the barbecue stall. They sat familiarly at the table where Jiao Yunan was seated. The short thug smirked and said to Jiao Yunan, Beauty, you are so cute. Beauty, you look like my little sister. I wish I could be your brother. The tall thug leered at Jiao Yunan's fair face. Come on, sister, call me brother, the red-haired thug bluntly stated. I don't want to be her brother. I want to be her boyfriend, the red-haired thug said brazenly. As long as you become my woman, I guarantee you will live in luxury. The red-haired thug smirked. Jiao Yunan remained cold-faced throughout, saying, Get lost. Why so fierce? Is this not cute? The tall thug reached out to touch her face. Stop. Yesu Yuan intervened in time. Didn't you hear her ask you to leave? Yesu Yuan exuded dominance. He was genuinely angry because he only asked the thugs to speak, and they dared to lay hands on his woman. Yesu Yuan was 100% sure that Jiao Yunan belonged to him, even though she hadn't said a word to him. I will teach them a lesson later and show them how to behave. Maybe I will have to pay a bit of medical expenses by then. Yesu Yuan squinted dangerously. Under normal circumstances, the 3 thugs in the underworld would see that he was not to be messed with, but now they had taken the money and couldn't leave. Punk. What do you think you are? Don't meddle in others' affairs. The short thug brandished a knife. Yeah, do you know that the guy who meddled last time is still in the hospital? The red-haired thug also showed his knife. Is that so? I prefer to meddle. Let's see who will have trouble later. Yesu Yuan grinned evilly. Wow, he's so handsome. So brave. Handsome guy. They have knives. You better run away. The female college students all worried for Yesu Yuan. Thank you for your concern. These small rolls can't hurt me. Yesu Yuan grinned slyly. The college girls were even more infatuated with him. Don't let anything happen to him. I pray that God will protect this righteous and handsome man. Lin Ziming. As the audience followed the original plot, witnessing the women swoon over him, Lin Ziming felt a bit conflicted. This is called the protagonist's halo. Understand? The system explained. You, as the antagonist, can only envy. Yes. Yes, he is the male lead. He's the most handsome, Lin Ziming replied perfunctorily. Finally, the male lead's handsome appearance is starting to show. Recalling all that had happened before, Lin Ziming felt a bit sympathetic towards the male lead. Handsome? How can he be considered handsome? He even tried to harm me, to capture my heart. But Jiao Yunan, who knew the truth, was not affected by the protagonist's halo. She found Yesu Yuan's handsome and confident demeanor quite insufferable. I will call the police. A female college student took out her phone to call, but was frightened by a glare from the red-haired thug and quickly put her phone away. Alright, if you want to meddle, we'll grant your wish. Each thug took out their weapons and surrounded Yesu Yuan. Initially, Yesu Yuan had told them to go ahead and fight. The thugs were eager to really fight since Yesu Yuan was well-dressed and handsome, and they were just small-time crooks who harbored jealousy. Seeing the jealousy in their eyes, Yesu Yuan wasn't angry but rather pleased. Men should be jealous of me. The serious thugs were overpowered by the male lead in less than 5 minutes and begged for mercy as they lay on the ground. Don't hit us anymore. We surrender. Who are you, that we can't even handle you with our knives? Someone you shouldn't provoke. Yesu Yuan smirked. Impressive, he's such a good fighter. He showed no fear the whole time. So cool. I wish he could save me too. Me too. The pretty college girls gazed at him with more admiration. Hearing their words, Yesu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Great. The plot has developed without much change so far. Let's continue following the original story. Lin Ziming watched the show earnestly. Beauty. Are you okay? Yesu Yuan approached Jiao Yunan, giving her a sly smile. Next, Jiao Yunan shyly expresses her gratitude and asks for his name. I'm fine? Of course, Jiao Yunan replied coldly. Yesu Yuan was taken aback by this response, thinking it was not right, and felt a sense of déjà vu. Could it be happening again? Lin Ziming was speechless. Beauty. What is your name? Yesu Yuan continued with a smile. Why should I tell you my name? Are we close? Jiao Yunan remained cold. That's right. Why aren't you following the original plot? Lin Ziming sighed and covered his forehead in exasperation. Only fools would like him. Jiao Yunan gave Lin Ziming a glare. Was she just glaring at me? That's not right. She should still not know me at this point. Right. It must be a mistake. She clearly saved her, yet she treats him like this. If it were me, the first thing I'd do is ask for his WeChat. What did he do to offend her? The female students were filled with doubts. Yesu Yuan also wondered about this question. Even without your help, I could handle them. Jiao Yunan's eyes were indifferent. He didn't start off normally just now. It's all because of his self-esteem issue. If they keep pestering like this, wouldn't the money he spent hiring people to act go to waste? Yesu Yuan cast a glance at the gang member resting on the ground. The gang members immediately understood. Remember to add money. All right. They exchanged glances. You brat. How dare you hit us? We'll remember you. And you, girl, we kindly wanted to be friends with you, but you rejected us. The gang members ran away while taunting. You dare. Yesu Yuan glared. The gang members pretended to be scared, shut their mouths, and hurriedly walked away. Don't be afraid, miss. I will protect you. Yesu Yuan turned to look at Jiao Yunan with concern. Where do you live? I'll escort you back. Yesu Yuan continued to play the role of a gentle person. When the time comes, under the guise of protection, I will ask for your contact information, even if you are too proud to give it to me. I already know where you live. If you are harassed by those gang members again, I will make sure they continue bothering you. I don't believe you won't be scared and come to me for help, throwing yourself into my arms. In the end, you'll be afraid to sleep alone, hoping I will stay to protect you. The following scenes involving Yesu Yuan are better left undescribed. No need, officer. I will be fine with the police's protection. Jiao Yunan coldly responded. Hit someone and still act so arrogant. A familiar voice sounded. Yesu Yuan stiffly turned back to see a beautiful policewoman. Although she was beautiful, she was also Yang Yudong. Yesu Yuan had enjoyed a few days in jail thanks to her care. Strange. Why is she here? She doesn't have any scenes here, right? Lin Ziming felt puzzled. Of course. She doesn't have any scenes here. I called her here. After hearing Lin Ziming's thoughts, Jiao Yunan immediately called the police. Coincidentally, she managed to summon Yesu Yuan's acquaintance to the scene. Officer, we were just talking nonsense. We didn't really intend to seek vengeance. Officer, this was our first time doing this. Please spare us. We have learned our lesson. Please spare us. The red-haired gang members looked pitifully at young Yudong. Seeing their bruised faces and recognizing Yesu Yuan there, she understood that he was involved, and the reason for his involvement was most likely the very attractive woman. You deserve the lesson, not only harassing others, but also negotiating with us after that. Young Yudong glared at the gang members. Take them back in handcuffs? Yes. The police officers behind her took out handcuffs. With the prospect of heading to the police station looming, the gang members looked to Yesu Yuan for help. Yesu Yuan gave them a cold stare, clearly indicating for them to remain silent. Remember to add money. All right. They once again exchanged glances. Officer, you arrived just in time. This handsome guy helped this beautiful lady. You should give him a Good Citizen Award. Yes, he should get a Good Citizen Award. With the words act of bravery added. Officer, you don't know. They actually brought out knives against him earlier. Luckily, he was skillful and the handsome guy wasn't harmed. The college girls spoke up for Yesu Yuan. No need to trouble the officer. It's just a small matter. Yesu Yuan scratched his head modestly and smiled. He would be receiving a Good Citizen Award. His prison meal would be on the house. Young Yudong rolled her eyes discreetly. Young Yudong despised this man who she would eventually fall in love with. Every move of his was carefully observed by her. It was no surprise that Yang Yutong noticed the eye contact between Yesu Yuan and the gang members. Indeed, you're problematic. How else could you be a hero, saving a damsel in distress as soon as you came out, especially such a beautiful woman? Unfortunately, Yang Yudong had no solid evidence against Yesu Yuan. Officer Yang Yudong may not have it, but the genius hacker Jiao Yunan does. She called the police not just to deal with the two gang members, but also to have Yesu Yuan sent to the police station. Suddenly, Officer Yang Yudong's phone vibrated. She checked it and found records of money transferred via WeChat from Yesu Yuan. Yang Yudong looked around, but didn't see anyone playing with phones. Unexpectedly, I have these set for time sending. Even Yesu Yuan himself didn't know that it was Jiao Yunan's handiwork. So, you paid them to harass this lady, just to play the hero and win her favor. Yang Yudong displayed the evidence from her phone. Who hacked our phones? Yesu Yuan was shocked. Immediately, he acted innocent. I didn't do that. Someone must be framing me. I've helped many people, so I've made a lot of enemies. It must be them trying to ruin my reputation. Yesu Yuan argued confidently. Good-looking guy, I believe you. I believe you too. You're definitely being framed. You're so outstanding. There must be someone jealous of you. The women were enthralled by the male lead's charisma. HMPH. Forget about reputation. Weren't you in jail because you assaulted someone for which you were just released today? Yang Yudong laughed unimpressed. Her words left the women seeking an explanation from him. He provoked me with disrespectful words. That's why I hit him. Yesu Yuan quickly clarified. So that's how it was. I believe you didn't act without reason. He must have done something to deserve it. I believe you're a good person. Good-looking guy. I won't misunderstand you. Thank you for understanding. Yesu Yuan looked grateful at them. Indeed, my charm is infinite. All women adore me. He felt elated. What's so great about this man that you all believe him so much? Yang Yudong was speechless. She felt that their reactions were likely how she would feel in the future. No, even if you were the last man on earth, I wouldn't fall for this kind of scheming man. If you now agree to reveal who instructed you, your criminal acts might be mitigated. Yang Yudong turned to the gang members with a menacing look. Don't speak. Yesu Yuan shot a threatening glance at them. Remember to add money. All right. Once again, they exchanged glances. You met today and you can already communicate through eye contact. Lin Ziming, watching the scene play out, was speechless. This familiar voice. Oops, I forgot about this. Yesu Yuan suddenly remembered. I forgot to bring my phone today. Yesu Yuan lied in a panic. Frisk him. Yang Yutong waved her hand. Watching the male police officer smile as he approached him, Yesu Yuan nervously said, "You don't have the right to do that. He's afraid of being frisked. Feeling guilty like a thief, right?" Yang Yutong smirked. "Sir, please raise your hands," the male police officer said sternly. "Why do you have the right to search me?" Yesu Yuan asserted arrogantly. "Are you going to refuse?" Yang Yudong raised her handgun. Although she disliked Yesu Yuan, Yang Yudong had to admit that he was quite skilled. Seeing the captain drawing his gun, the police officers behind them followed suit. Even if Yesu Yuan was skilled in martial arts, he couldn't escape from so many bullets, especially since his actions were quite incriminating. Why is he so afraid of being searched? Could he really have someone doing this? A beautiful college student looked at him differently. Damn, who is setting me up? Yesu Yuan felt angry and confused. The male officer, seeing that he stopped resisting, proceeded to search him. How can there be a phone? Whose phone is this? Someone must have slipped it in deliberately. Yesu Yuan pretended to be shocked. The male officer grabbed Yesu Yuan's finger and used his fingerprint to unlock the phone. Yesu Yuan looked up and saw the gaze of the male officer. Fool. Too stupid. Even the college student changed her attitude. He is really too stupid. Hacker Jiao Yunan thought. He should have admitted it from the beginning and gone with the police obediently, instead of being embarrassed like this. How could someone with such a low IQ be liked by me? Jiao Yunan shivered. Hey, system, I heard that the intelligence of the villain is decreasing, but I didn't hear that the intelligence of the main character is decreasing. What about the protagonist's halo? Lin Ziming felt embarrassed for the main character. The system pretended not to respond. Why did he turn from being heroic to being a lustful and stupid person in this plot? Yesu Yuan really wanted to say that he was just panicking in the moment. Lin Ziming refused to accept it. He kept denying it just now. I thought he was really innocent. Turns out he's an idiot, making up lies that are easily exposed. Too much. Thinking of pretending to be a hero to win over the girl. Disgusting. That's not how you woo a girl. The women looked at him with disdain. No, I just like her too much. That's why I did that, Yesu Yuan nervously explained. Unless he displayed an extremely powerful protagonist's halo, people wouldn't accept such behavior in the name of love. Really disgusting. How can you still have the face to say that? Perverted. The women's disdainful gaze towards him intensified. Officer, he paid us to harass that beauty. The henchman immediately turned against him, hoping for leniency. So can you reduce my charges? Yang Yudong gave him a look as if to say, what do you think? Okay, I know I'm saying this too late. Please come with us. The male officer in charge of searching Yesu Yuan wanted to take him into custody. I'll go. Yang Yudong took over, happily escorting the person she despised to jail. Yesu Yuan looked at Yang Yudong's slightly smiling mouth. You won't have a special liking for someone if you always treat me so harshly. So, you're this kind of person. You should have said it earlier. I thought I had offended you somewhere. Seeing Yesu Yuan's smug smile, Yang Yudong's anger flared up. What are you smiling about? There's nothing to be happy about being in jail. Yang Yudong glared at him fiercely. I'm not smiling. Fine, I get it. Yesu Yuan thought Yang Yudong was still pretending. She really is the kind of person I've set my eyes on. Indeed special. Yesu Yuan felt even more delighted. When the time comes, Yang Yudong will remove her stern mask, lean on him, and have a shy look on her face. It felt like conquering her. He must be thinking of something colorful. Lin Ziming was speechless. Truly a male protagonist, he can still be so happy. Even hacker Jiao Yunan admired him in a way. Alright, I'll play with you slowly. Let's see if you can still smile then. Genius hacker Jiao Yunan had him noted. After being sent to the police station, his men quickly received a message to bail him out. Just released today, and he's already back in. Are you still the imposing leader we used to follow? His men raged in their minds while driving. He knew Yesu Yuan had his pride. If he dared to say this in front of him, he would surely be in trouble. Although his men didn't say it, their eyes betrayed their thoughts. You should know what to say and what not to say, Yesu Yuan warned him. He was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and if his subordinates found out how badly he was doing here, would he have any face left? Boss, I haven't seen you today, his men quickly stated. Yesu Yuan crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Even if I don't say it, those subordinates have a mind to investigate what happened here. They will find out eventually. His men looked down on Yesu Yuan in their hearts, with images of squad leader Leilan Yu, the assassin team leader, on his mind. If only Lady Lan Yu were our Dragon King. Leilan Yu's reputation in the Dragon Palace had always threatened Yesu Yuan, and with Yesu Yuan's narrow mind, if he didn't have ulterior motives toward her, Leilan Yu would probably not be around. The next day, Yesu Yuan found the legendary hacker Peach Heart. In the Dragon Country, she dared to claim second place, as no one dared to claim first. Nobody knew her identity, and Yesu Yuan had to inquire from various sources to find her contact information. If possible, Yesu Yuan didn't want to hire her just for a brief job, but rather wanted to bring this talented individual under his command permanently. Of course, if he knew that the legendary genius hacker was the beauty he had seen last night, she would definitely have an additional layer of identity. Yesu Yuan's woman, Jiao Yunan, couldn't help but smirk when she saw that this despicable man had come to her. Good, come in. Hacker Peach Heart, I want you to investigate who is harming me. Yesu Yuan wanted to find out who provided information to police officer Yang Yudong the night before. You know my fee is exorbitant, right? Price is not a problem. Fine. Jiao Yunan didn't bother being polite with him and offered him a special treatment, triple the fee. That enemy has suffered a loss in his presence, and was also snatched away by Yesu Yuan. However, the woman later returned to him because Yesu Yuan no longer found her interesting. If that enemy knew what Yesu Yuan was thinking, he would definitely grit his teeth in gratitude. While Yesu Yuan was angry, he was also somewhat happy. Oh, it's because I'm too outstanding, which made him jealous. Yesu Yuan thought self-indulgently. If Jiao Yunan knew about his thoughts, she would definitely feel like she had undervalued herself. After making a profit in Yesu Yuan's favor, Jiao Yunan certainly wouldn't treat herself unfairly. That day, she went shopping at the mall. This area was prime real estate, with high land rents, and many luxury stores. It was a place where wealthy people liked to shop, and many internet celebrities came to take photos. Beauty, you are so cute. What's your internet celebrity name? A chubby guy suddenly approached. Yeah, if you put on cute anime clothing, you would definitely look like an anime character, a friend joked. I'm not an internet celebrity, Jiao Yunan helplessly explained. You are not an internet celebrity. That's really a pity, the chubby guy exclaimed excitedly. You are so cute. Not debuting is really a loss for us otaku, the friend concurred. I really don't want to debut. I'm busy, that's it, Jiao Yunan said helplessly, pursing her lips. Indeed, being too cute was my fault. As she walked, Jiao Yunan heard another approach like this. She turned back impatiently. You guys can't let me be at peace. The conversation was abruptly halted by Jiao Yunan, because she misunderstood. The young man approaching to chat was not her. That woman was very beautiful, with deep eyes exuding a cold aura, and a perfect pair of tempting silk stockings that were eye-catching. Such a beautiful, elegant woman. As a woman, Jiao Yunan couldn't help but admire her. She lowered her head to look at her own protrusions, then looked at the other woman's ample assets. Humph, I'm not inferior either. Beauty, can I have your WeChat? The young man asked shyly. Sorry, I'm waiting for my boyfriend, Jiao Yunan said coldly. Oh, I see. The young man instantly looked disappointed. Ziming, you're back. Jiao Yunan's expression changed, and she quickly walked over. The encounter with the alluring woman's sexy figure made the young man envious of Lin Ziming and carefully scrutinized him. A young, handsome man. Sigh, no wonder I lost. The young man left in disappointment. Jiao Yunan, ranked second among the top 5 families, was Lin Ziming's fiancée. Aside from investigating the scumbag Yesu Yuan, Jiao Yunan also investigated the suspicious Lin Ziming. Why would such a beautiful woman like Lin Ziming, who was a playboy and also licked the boots of White's family, the youngest daughter of the last in the top 5 families, by Luoling? Jiao Yunan pursed her lips, completely puzzled. Don't hold me, it's too hot, Lin Ziming said displeased. Are you really that hot? Or are you disturbed by me? Jiao Yunan smirked. I really don't understand. Jiao Yunan almost wanted to tease Lin Ziming for not knowing his place. It doesn't matter. This is a luxury not accessible to others. Smells good. She changed perfume. I'll tell you, if you're not afraid of me telling my parents, I wouldn't bother taking you shopping. Lin Ziming pretended to be unwilling, not speaking from the heart. Wasn't he the famous man who doted on by Luoling? Why was he different from the rumors? Jiao Yunan stroked her chin. Also, you're quite strange too. Jiao Yunan looked at Jiao Yunan, her fiancé, who was smiling instead of being angry. Her fiancé was so doting on other women. According to logic, even if Jiao Yunan did not break the engagement, she shouldn't be clinging to him for a date. Weird. Could it be that she, like me, can hear Lin Ziming's inner thoughts? Knows he's being insincere on the surface, but actually praises you in his heart. Interesting. Jiao Yunan found Lin Ziming even more interesting. Jiao Yunan stared straight at Lin Ziming, who quickly noticed her. Why is she here? What a coincidence? Let's go. Let's go there to go shopping. Lin Ziming took the initiative to pull Jiao Yunan in the opposite direction. Jiao Yunan certainly noticed who Lin Ziming cared about. He was her man. Jiao Yunan saw Jiao Yunan's hostility. Don't worry, I don't like him. Jiao Yunan showed an indifferent appearance. When you meet any other women, you must tell me, Jiao Yunan said jealously, pinching Lin Ziming's cheek. Wronged. She's not my woman. She's Yesu Yuan's woman. Oh, so that's your status. I sympathize with you for 3 minutes. Jiao Yunan let go of her animosity towards Jiao Yunan. But things took a curious turn. Lin Ziming intentionally went shopping in the opposite direction. And as he walked, he unexpectedly met Jiao Yunan again. Do we really have such fate? If there's fate, it should be with the male lead. This time, Lin Ziming didn't want to avoid her, planning to ignore her and continue forward. Lin Ziming thought that the hacker Jiao Yunan still didn't know who he was. Similarly, Jiao Yunan had no intention of greeting him. But fate seemed to have other plans for them. Be careful. Lin Ziming inadvertently saw a huge star model, above about to fall, immediately let go of Jiao Yunan's hand, and rushed over. Before Jiao Yunan could react, Lin Ziming had tackled her. They were just a meter away from being smashed. Are you okay? Lin Ziming's face was filled with worrying. You actually saved me. Jiao Yunan widened her eyes. Looking at the shattered star model on the ground, Jiao Yunan couldn't help but ask, why did you save me? Don't you know how dangerous it was just now? I saw you were in danger. Didn't think much about it, Lin Ziming said awkwardly. At that moment, Lin Ziming's image changed in Jiao Yunan's eyes. Thank you for saving me. Jiao Yunan threw herself into his arms. Cough. Jiao Yunan let out an unnatural cough. Are you okay? Jiao Yunan's face showed some anger. Ignoring the danger to save someone was one thing. But now embracing another woman, didn't he consider her his fiancée? I'm fine. Lin Ziming let go of Jiao Yunan, then laughed to embrace Jiao Yunan. Are you worried about me? Of course, I'm worried about you. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Got it. Lin Ziming also hadn't expected his own actions. Alright, let's go back. Okay. She is even cuter than a celebrity, always having others ask for her. We chat first. She has never taken the initiative like this before, so she never thought she would be rejected. Lin Ziming didn't save her because she was pretty, unlike the male lead Yesu Yuan. What an interesting man. Jiao Yunan smirked. Jiao Yunan's rival is born. 2 days later, it was Lin Ziming's turn to make an appearance. Many luxury cars were parked outside the newly opened bar, with young men and women lining up to enter one after another. The performance is about to begin. Lin Ziming sighed helplessly at the door, completely unaware that someone familiar had noticed him. What a coincidence. It seems we are fated to meet. Passing by, Jiao Yunan heard that familiar voice in her head. She turned her head and saw the handsome Lin Ziming. As soon as Jiao Yunan saw him, her mood improved, wanting to go up and greet him. After all, he had risked his life to save her last time, and she had not thanked him yet. Another embarrassing moment for me, another time to be beaten. This sentence made Jiao Yunan stop in her tracks. Embarrassed. Beaten. Who is trying to harm him? Jiao Yunan's smile disappeared instantly, her whole demeanor turning dark. Unaware, Lin Ziming continued to complain helplessly. I never would have thought that our esteemed male lead would steal my wallet at the bar because I was entangled with his woman. By Luoling, wanting to embarrass me. And since no one knew I was the powerful and influential young Master Lin, not only did he beat me up, he also threw me into washing dishes. Although the next day, the Lin family found me and avenged me at the bar, the fact that I was caught washing dishes still leaked out, becoming a joke in high society. Ding! Congratulations! The host has gained 1,000 cups of non-drunkenness, the system announced. If it weren't for the small reward, I wouldn't be happy, just because you give me good skill rewards. Lin Ziming's mood was low. Sigh. Tonight will be the first time I wash dishes after coming to this world. Lin Ziming looked down at his fair and smooth hands. It turned out to be Yesu Yuan who wanted to harm him, wanting him to have bad luck. Jiao Yunan, who had quietly followed, clenched her fists, watching him with anger. Seeing him being embraced tightly by the sexy beauties, Jiao Yunan lowered her head and looked at her own outstanding qualities. I really like being treated like that. You can come find me. I promise I'll do better than them. Jiao Yunan hadn't realized she had fallen in love with Lin Ziming already. If Lin Ziming knew how she felt, he would surely be holding his head in anguish again. How did you also break down? Hey handsome, you can really hold your liquor. Wow, great drinking capacity. I've been working here for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone finish a whole bottle without changing their expression. Hey handsome, you're so amazing. I really like a man with a good drinking capacity. The bar girls praised relentlessly. They were sincere, and that's why Lin Ziming was distressed. Looking at the empty bottle, Lin Ziming was speechless. 1,000 cups and not drunk. The effect is really good. Normally, I would be tipsy after 3 drinks, but now I've finished a whole bottle without any signs of intoxication. I mocked the plot, and you didn't reward me with any money. And now you're giving me a reward that hinders my task. System. Are you messing with me? The system pretended not to respond. Bring more drinks, Lin Ziming said boldly. Okay. Handsome, let me recommend the special royal wine. The bar girl clinging to his left side lit up. Give me 5 bottles, Lin Ziming said boldly. 5 bottles. The bar girl got excited and couldn't help but remind him. The special royal wine is 600,000 per bottle. 5 bottles are. Money is not a problem. I have plenty of money, Lin Ziming said domineeringly. Hey handsome, you are so rich. Do you need a girlfriend? The bar girl's eyes were full of seduction. Hey handsome, are you free tonight? Hey handsome, here's my number. You can call me anytime. I'm available 24 hours a day. The bar girls now not only saw Lin Ziming as a target for money, but also as a potential partner. Good-looking, young, and wealthy. If they didn't go after him, then who else would they go after? Come after me. At another table, Yesu Yuan clenched his glass tightly, glaring at Lin Ziming with malice. Tonight was supposed to be Yesu Yuan's time to enjoy. He was embracing a sexy bar girl while drinking the wine handed to him by beautiful women. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Ziming appeared, he snatched those bar girls away, leaving Yesu Yuan to pour his own drinks. That man seems pretty wealthy. Let's go over there instead. The women who had been heading towards Yesu Yuan also turned their gaze towards Lin Ziming. The man is quite popular. He's being pursued by so many pretty girls. The red-haired man at the next table envied. But I'm not bad either. I have you. Not like other people. Drinking alone, the red-haired man looked down at his girlfriend in his arms. Although not pointing directly at Yesu Yuan, he was full of pent-up anger now. Have a drink with me, and this watch worth 500,000 is yours. Yesu Yuan took off his watch, tempting the girlfriend of the red-haired man. Humph! Who do you think you are? Dare to steal my woman? The red-haired man angrily stared at Yesu Yuan, who suddenly appeared. Do you think you can deceive my woman with a fake item? Dream on, the red-haired man scoffed. Handsome guy, I really just want to drink with you. Will you give me the watch? The girlfriend looked at the valuable watch, her eyes lighting up. She loved designer goods. If the watch was fake, she would spot it at a glance. What nonsense are you talking about? If you want the watch, can I buy it for you? I can buy 10 watches for you. The red-haired man scolded his girlfriend, looking down. I can buy them, but those are all cheap goods. The girlfriend looked disdainfully at the red-haired man. The red-haired man had bought designer bags for her before, but only after she had pestered him for a long time. But Yesu Yuan was different. He was generous in his gestures, handsome. Compared to the red-haired man, he was more appealing. You despicable person, want to leave with him. Disdained by his own woman, the red-haired man felt humiliated. He raised his palm, wanting to slap Yesu Yuan. It's you who doesn't have the ability. How can you vent your anger on a woman? Yesu Yuan grabbed the man's hand. In this world, it's the law of the jungle. Women naturally like to depend on the strong. Yesu Yuan looked down at the red-haired man arrogantly. Oh, so frightening. Handsome guy, you must protect me. The woman pretended to be afraid and threw herself into Yesu Yuan's arms. Get lost. Yesu Yuan pushed her away as if a victor, and left with the beautiful woman in his arms. Ha, getting your woman stolen. Such a waste. Ah, can't blame the woman for choosing him. If it were me, I would also choose that man. The nearby guests ridiculed. The red-haired man felt ashamed and wanted to step forward to beat Yesu Yuan. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the man casually answered it. A mechanical voice came from the other end of the phone. Want revenge? Keep an eye on him. Tonight he will make a move. You. The red-haired man wanted to ask who it was, but the other party hung up. The red-haired man scanned the surroundings, but didn't spot any suspicious figures. Meanwhile, the mischievous Zhang Nuan acted casually, drinking her wine. Well, hitting you is just doing you a favor. I'll keep an eye on you and catch you in the act. The red-haired man absent-mindedly touched the spot where Yesu Yuan had grabbed him earlier, but deep down, he felt he couldn't defeat him. The red-haired man sat back down, drinking alone while glaring fiercely at Yesu Yuan. Yesu Yuan was oblivious to being targeted. He thought the red-haired man was just envious of him, like the previous insignificant people. Yesu Yuan was no longer drinking alone. A beautiful woman was feeding him alcohol. He lowered his head and looked at the woman's charming face, her sexy figure. Yesu Yuan silently rated her. Can have fun for a while. Just as Yesu Yuan was feeling pleased, he heard people admiring Lin Ziming's voice again. Another beautiful woman is approaching him. It seems like all the beautiful women in the room are going to his side. Alas, who let him order tens of thousands of dollars worth of alcohol and drink so well? Of course, women like him. I envy him so much. What is his background? He drinks so well. As a man, I have to admire him. Looking at the 8 empty bottles on the table, Lin Ziming was about to go to the restroom. I don't want to hear others praise you anymore. Yesu Yuan decided to teach Lin Ziming a lesson. He also stood up to go to the restroom. Inside the restroom, although you have such a beautiful fiancée, you still come here to pick up girls. Yesu Yuan took the initiative to talk to him. This line is incorrect. Lin Ziming frowned. The reason why Yesu Yuan found Lin Ziming unpleasant changed. Not because sucking up Lin Ziming had been pestering his woman by luoling, but because Yesu Yuan envied Lin Ziming being pursued by many women. What's it to you? Lin Ziming had to change his original line. Since you don't know how to cherish your fiancée, then I'll accept her. Yesu Yuan smirked. Yesu Yuan had long saved a place for Jiao Yunan in his harem. If Jiao Yunan knew what he was thinking, she would definitely grind her teeth and say, "Thank you so much for valuing me so much." Who do you think you are? She doesn't look at you. Lin Ziming looked disdainful. Is that so? When she rests in my arms. Don't cry. Yesu Yuan smiled confidently. As he was leaving, Yesu Yuan deliberately bumped into him and quietly stole something. As soon as Lin Ziming left the restroom, he felt his pocket. Very well. The wallet and phone are missing. Ah, this is the first time I've seen someone get their stuff stolen and be so happy about it. Jiao Yunan looked helplessly at the man she needed to protect. Although the process is a bit different, so long as the result is the same, it must be disappointing for you. The outcome has changed. Jiao Yunan smirked. Back at his seat, Lin Ziming continued to order expensive alcohol. He had already spent millions, and his ability to drink had even reached the ears of the boss. Soon, the wine-selling woman who tried to seduce Lin Ziming suddenly stopped. Master, why are you here? The wine-selling woman immediately calmed down. I heard you can hold your liquor well. The boss looked at the several empty bottles on the table, and then at Lin Ziming's normal face. Quite all right, Lin Ziming said nonchalantly. Sir, may I ask for your name? Boss Chen carefully observed Lin Ziming and felt he must be a young master from a powerful family, someone worth befriending. Lin Ziming, I truly appreciate those who can hold their liquor. I will offer you a 30% discount on tonight's drinks. Boss Chen showed goodwill. Indeed, he has some connections. Even the boss personally came out to meet him. The wine-selling woman looked at Lin Ziming joyfully. Am I someone who lacks money? You don't need to offer me a discount. I will pay full price. Lin Ziming responded domineeringly. Tonight, you don't have to attend to other guests. Just focus on serving him well. Chen Haitian sternly instructed the bartender girls. Yes, boss. The bartender girls were more than happy to do so, especially if they could accompany him back to the hotel. Thanks to Boss Chen's appreciation, those women became even more enthusiastic. If they don't get drunk soon, they'll devour me. Lin Ziming lamented his popularity. Lin Ziming looked down at the empty bottles, sighed helplessly. I can only use the last resort. Why are there two of you? Lin Ziming suddenly held the face of the bartender girl on the left. He squinted his eyes, appearing intoxicated and unable to see the person clearly. So, you're already drunk. The bartender girl curved her mouth, embraced him proactively, and seductively said, Let me take you home properly tonight. Going home was impossible. A return to the hotel would suffice. I noticed him first. He was the one who ordered me to serve drinks. If anyone is to accompany him back, it should be me. The bartender girls began to fight over this piece of the pie. Stop it. I don't want any of you. I'll go back on my own. Lin Ziming shouted. Check, please. Lin Ziming drunkenly fumbled in his pocket. Upon hearing the need to pay, the bartender girl immediately took out the payment code with a smile. Weird. Where's my phone? Lin Ziming pretended to be shocked. The bartender girl's smile disappeared upon hearing this. Weird. My wallet is missing too. Lin Ziming pretended to panic. Did I lose it somewhere? Or was it stolen? Lin Ziming muttered to himself. At this moment, the bartender girls looked at him with malice in their eyes. Sorry. My phone and wallet are missing. I'll come back tomorrow and settle the bill together. Lin Ziming apologized with a smile. Do you think we'll believe such nonsense? The bartender girl's attitude changed from warm to cold. So, you're not just a pushover but a scammer. Wasting our time. Damn, he conned us out of so much. Me too. Lin Ziming did not accept this. It was you who came to me. Oh my god. He drank millions worth of alcohol. Will the boss blame us? It's none of our business. He pretended to be wealthy and scammed us into a free meal. Go get the boss? Yes. A young bartender girl walked away. Why call the boss? I didn't intentionally dine and dash. My phone and wallet are missing. Lin Ziming hurriedly explained. Maybe we should search nearby and see where you might have dropped them. Lin Ziming continued to persuade them. If you have something to say, tell it to the boss yourself. One by one, the bartender girls stood up and moved aside, awaiting the boss's decision. Lin Ziming, who was previously imposing, now felt ashamed. Now that he's dining and dashing, he's so audacious. Doesn't he realize where he is? Looks like we might find his body in the sea tomorrow. Even though he looks good, He did something disgraceful. HMPH. So, what if he can hold his liquor? Not having money is the most embarrassing thing. The guest expressed disdain toward Lin Ziming. Yesu Yuan, the woman with the red-haired man, felt quite pleased. You may feel smug now, but you've embarrassed yourself. Soon, Boss Chen appeared with his fierce security guards. Don't you have money to pay? It's just temporary. I'll come back and pay tomorrow. Boss Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously, making it clear that running a tab was unacceptable. Or, I'll pay double tomorrow. Lin Ziming tried to appease the boss, teach him a lesson, and then make him wash dishes in the kitchen to settle the bill. Boss Chen coldly commanded before walking away. I can't believe even I, Chen Haitian, made a mistake. I'm getting old. Truly old. Wash dishes. I've never washed dishes in my life. Lin Ziming was shocked. Keep dreaming, you poor boy. The bartender girl glared at Lin Ziming menacingly. After all, Lin Ziming had made them falsely happy. The fierce security guards approached Lin Ziming, cracking their knuckles. Don't come near me. Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Lin family, one of the big 5 families. Just because you're from the Lin family doesn't make you anything special. One bartender girl sneered. Sisters, let's be more vigilant in the future. Let's not be fooled by scammers like him again. One slightly older bartender girl proclaimed loudly. Our emotions are precious. Not everyone can afford them. Seeing he was about to be beaten, Lin Ziming instinctively closed his eyes. Wait, I know where his phone and wallet are. Suddenly, the red-haired man stood up. Who are you? Do you know him? Security turned to the red-haired man. This character didn't exist in the original plot, so he's up to no good. Of course, he has no role here. I brought him in to stir up trouble. Jiao Yunan, who had been hiding in the shadows, was pleased with herself. I don't know you. Get lost. Lin Ziming refused the help. Your phone and wallet were stolen by him. The red-haired man pointed directly at Yesu Yuan. I saw it with my own eyes, the red-haired man added. Yesu Yuan was taken aback, feeling the murderous intent in the red-haired man's eyes. Nonsense. You're just trying to smear me because I took a woman from you. Seeing the deathly gaze from the red-haired man, the man couldn't help but shiver. No, it was when you intentionally bumped into him in the bathroom that you stole from him, the red-haired man angrily retorted. Seeing his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Excuse me, let us search him. The security guard walked over, looking at Yesu Yuan expressionlessly. Who do you think you are to search me? Yesu Yuan spoke arrogantly. He felt suffocated when he allowed the police to search him. Now, he absolutely wouldn't allow a small fry like this. If they found something on him today, my name Yesu Yuan will be tarnished. Doesn't want to be searched. Is he feeling guilty? No. I think it's about saving face. He isn't someone who would submit easily. I think that red-haired man is taking revenge on that handsome guy. I don't think so. That guy who can handle his liquor doesn't seem like a scammer. Maybe his phone and wallet were really taken by this handsome guy. Some doubted Yesu Yuan, while others supported him not being searched. There's a sense of déjà vu. Yesu Yuan had an uneasy feeling. A security guard falls down, and another security guard rushes forward. Another security guard falls down. 2 of them attack together, then 3 of them together. In less than half an hour, most of the security guards have fallen down. The remaining security guards watch him with fear, not daring to approach. Impressive. He's really good at fighting. So cool. He's so good, so manly. The women start to scream for him. Yesu Yuan feels the long-lost feeling of being the center of attention. How about it? Still want to search me? Yesu Yuan steps on a security guard, looking proudly at the remaining ones. Hurry and call the boss out. One security guard orders another. Oh, good. This is how it's done. Nobody can search you, and then I still can't pay. Get beaten up. Forced to wash dishes. It doesn't matter how it happens, but the result must be the same. Lin Ziming clenches his fists tightly. With me here, the result will definitely be different. Jiao Yunan looks deeply at Lin Ziming. She came here today specifically to contradict him. Handsome guy, you're really amazing. Can I add you on WeChat? Suddenly a beautiful woman with starry eyes walks up to him. Yesu Yuan looks up and down at the beauty. 80 points. Not bad. Sure. Yesu Yuan smiles and takes out his phone. Xu Yuan, you're not allowed to add her on WeChat. His ex-girlfriend with red hair walks out, hands on hips, looking like a mistress. Just because you drank with me, you think you can talk to me like that? Yesu Yuan looks contemptuously at the woman. In terms of looks, this woman is better, but Yesu Yuan doesn't like women who want to monopolize him. Possessiveness is a power only he can have, and as his woman, she should strive to help him win over the women he fancies. Get out of here, Yesu Yuan says coldly. You. His ex-girlfriend points at him, stomping her foot. What a jerk. His ex-girlfriend turns and leaves. With no bothersome self-righteous women around, Yesu Yuan successfully adds the beauty on WeChat. How long did you practice to fight so well? The beauty looks like a fangirl. Not long, just half a year. Yesu Yuan lies without changing his expression. Only that short. The beauty admires him even more. Looking at his strong body, she shyly asks, "Handsome guy, can I touch your body?" Yesu Yuan raises an eyebrow at her boldness. So assertive. I like it. I never refuse a request from a beautiful woman like you. Yesu Yuan stands there defenselessly. The beauty touches his firm chest and goes down further. Very forward. Yesu Yuan enjoys it. Touching is fine, but don't arouse too much. If the setting were in a hotel room, it wouldn't matter how much you aroused. Yesu Yuan closes his eyes, smirking. I found it. Suddenly, the beauty shows a surprised look as she takes out her phone. He really has another phone. Yesu Yuan opens his eyes abruptly, trying to stop her, but it's too late. Yesu Yuan grabs the beauty's hand and takes back his phone. Well done, beauty. The red-haired man who instructed her walks out, amused. The red-haired man is, of course, not that smart. It was Jiao Yunan who texted him what to do. Of course, still anonymous. After completing her task, the beauty immediately disappears. Don't tell me you have another phone. The red-haired man laughs triumphantly. It's a familiar feeling again. Yesu Yuan doesn't want to argue anymore. So, what if I stole it? He offended me. Yesu Yuan boldly admits. He really stole it, and I even. People look at Yesu Yuan differently now. Shut up. Yesu Yuan doesn't want to hear those words again. I always believe in retribution. He crossed me, so he should pay the price. Yesu Yuan looks at Lin Ziming with hatred. Truly worthy of being the male lead, able to justify stealing in such a straightforward manner. You actually dare steal from me. I won't let you off. Lin Ziming still wants to show some reaction. Humph. How do you not let me off? Hit me. Yesu Yuan gives a disdainful smile. Hit you. Suddenly, the bar's owner comes out with security guards. No one here can beat you. I don't care what grievances you have, but you shouldn't cause trouble in my bar. Mr. Chen says sternly. It won't happen again next time. I apologize. Yesu Yuan hypocritically apologizes. Yesu Yuan knows he shouldn't lose his temper, or his image will be even worse. To make amends to you, I'll pay double for everything he spends tonight. Yesu Yuan shows off his financial power, making people believe that he really despised Lin Ziming, not just because of money. How much did he spend just now? Double should be over tens of millions. With such generosity, the boss has made a fortune this time. People love the strong and the wealthy. HMPH. I don't need you to pay for me. I can pay for myself. Lin Ziming scoffs. Lin, only pay for myself. Nobody can pay for me. Lin Ziming acts arrogantly as if he is the only one who can spend money. Anyway, the plot is already chaotic and beyond saving. Lin Ziming is too lazy to salvage it. 2 million is enough, Lin Ziming says boldly. His expression doesn't seem like he's lying. Of course it is. Mr. Chen smiles. He's making even more money. He's even wealthier. People are shocked. 2 million. Spent on drinking. Being wealthy means being carefree. Sorry, handsome guy. I misunderstood you just now. The female bartender hastily apologizes. Me too. You can let me make it up to you however you want. Another female bartender stands up assertively, hinting at something. Seeing people's attitudes change again, Yesu Yuan is dissatisfied. Tonight, the one with absolute power must be me. I said I'll pay. So I'll pay. Yesu Yuan retorts. It's just 2 million. I can afford it too? Yesu Yuan counters. It's the first time at the bar seeing people vying to pay. Alright, stop arguing. Mr. Chen raises his hand to stop them. Let's settle this through a drinking contest. Whoever loses tonight will pay 2 million. Good, let's do it. Yesu Yuan agrees without hesitation. Who do you think will win? The tabletop was filled with various high-proof alcoholic beverages. Begin, Boss Chen commanded. Both sides started drinking. The speed, the intensity. Onlookers were shocked. Are they still human? Monsters. Do they treat alcohol as water? A male guest couldn't help but admire them. Lin Ziming, you must win. Jiao Yunan nervously squeezed for him. I don't remember the male lead being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lin Ziming looked at Yesu Yuan, who showed no signs of weakness, feeling puzzled. Oh, I remember now. Yesu Yuan has a special hangover remedy that once made an antagonist embarrassed by vomiting. Humph, even if you cheat, what does it matter? The one who vomits tonight will definitely be you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ranting and receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. The system's voice rang out. Just 100,000, but tonight we are gambling 20 million. System, can't you be more generous with the money? The system pretended not to be there. As time passed, more and more empty glasses appeared on the table. Yesu Yuan started to struggle. Is he still a person? He had already drunk so much before, and now he was holding on for so long with me. Yesu Yuan made a mistake. Today, he finally realized what it truly means to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yesu Yuan, with the determination not to lose, ended up making himself vomit. So disgusting. So stinky. Come, quickly clean up. If you can't drink that much, don't force yourself. Forcing yourself will only make you more embarrassed. A man covering his nose with disgust. Thank you for the reminder. Yesu Yuan glared at the man, but Yesu Yuan's deadly stare, due to his drunkenness, had diminished in power. What are you looking at? You can't win, yet you glare at people. Have the courage to win against him. The man retorted. Yesu Yuan wanted to retort, but he couldn't help but vomit again. Indeed, I shouldn't have pushed myself so hard just to save face. Yesu Yuan regretted greatly. This was different from when he was overseas. He could persevere, unleash his potential, and even the mightiest enemies would eventually be defeated, and he would always be the one receiving applause from people. Unfortunately, he was now facing Lin Ziming, the host, and destined to lose. Lin, you are truly incredible. I admire you so much. Wow, you are so amazing. Handsome guy. Humph. So, what if you can fight? You can't drink. Jiao Yunan watched Lin Ziming with a smile in her eyes. By the time the cleaning lady finished clearing the table, Yesu Yuan had already rested. I'll lose face. You actually stopped me. Now I'm in such a pathetic state. Are you happy? Seeing the unremarkable Yesu Yuan, Lin Ziming glared at him disdainfully. What are you up to? You've already won. Yet you still glare at me. The one who ended up in a sorry state is you. The girl is also yours. What else are you dissatisfied with? Lin Ziming, you're going too far. Yesu Yuan was angry and bewildered. When the waitress brought the payment code, Yesu Yuan found that he couldn't unlock his phone. No battery? Yesu Yuan puzzledly tried to unlock his phone. When a power bank was brought over, the phone still couldn't be turned on. I can't believe the person who ends up unable to pay in the end is you. Do you really have to steal the limelight like this? Male lead? Lin Ziming was speechless. The mastermind behind the scenes was certainly the genius hacker Jiao Yunan. Let's see how this ends. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned eerie. He doesn't have money to pay, so he deliberately damaged the phone. It seems like he's the real freeloader. Wow, he doesn't have money to pay, but still wants to say he's going to pay the bill for someone else. What's going on in his head? I think this is a unique way of dodging payment, intentionally stealing his stuff, pretending to be caught, provoking him, thinking he's won. not only avoiding paying but also saving face. Ah, so clever, such a skillful method. Awesome, truly a broke and face-saving big liar. I'm not a liar. I really have money. Someone must have hacked into my phone. That's why my phone won't turn on. Yesu Yuan hurriedly explained. Who is trying to harm me? Quickly restore my phone, or I'll spare your life. You won't find me. Only fools would voluntarily come out and admit it. That look again, that familiar feeling. Yesu Yuan felt something was amiss, afraid that Yang Yudong, the police officer, would show up again, and he would end up in a police car once more. No way. Even if I have to knock all of them down today, I won't go to the police station again. Alright, I'll pay double the price later to compensate the boss. 2 million will become 4 million, and I still won't save face. Yesu Yuan was definitely at a loss. It hurt. It seems that from now on, I'll have to come here more often to erase the stigma of being a liar and a freeloader. Yesu Yuan made a silent decision. Liar. Big liar. The voices of disdain and mockery were incessant. Yesu Yuan wanted to shut them up with his fists. Don't talk about him like that. He's not a liar. Suddenly, the redhead man's ex-girlfriend ran out and stood in front of him. Have you seen this watch? It's a $50,000 brand. He just asked me to have a drink with him, and he gave me this watch. How could such a generous person be a liar? The ex-girlfriend tried to convince them. He really isn't intentionally not paying. He's being set up by someone. Or, I'll stay behind as a hostage, and he can go back and get the money. I never expected you to like me so much. Yesu Yuan affectionately kissed her forehead. Although you're not pretty enough to enter my harem, I can spend more time playing with you. Yesu Yuan offered a reward. Fine, you can stay as a hostage, and he can go get the money, the boss Chen said with a stern face. But, if you don't return in 3 hours, should be in danger. Boss Chen smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back. Yesu Yuan looked deeply at the ex-girlfriend. You look all sweaty. Have a drink of water before you leave. The waitress quickly brought a glass of water. The ex-girlfriend fed the water to him herself. Yesu Yuan looked triumphant at the others. How about that, jealous? I still have a woman who loves me so much, and I managed to win her over in one night. Truly, being so charming is a trouble. Even though no one knew what Yesu Yuan was thinking, that expression indeed was a bit smug. Truly worthy of the male lead, emitting such a protagonist aura. What's going on? What happened to my power? Yesu Yuan looked in shock at his hands. Humph, this medicine is truly worth its price. It's already taking effect so quickly. Boss Chen Haitian revealed a sly smile. It's you plotting against me, Yesu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Get lost. His former girlfriend, who had just pretended to sacrifice for him, now turned hostile, kicking Yesu Yuan harshly. You seduced me, then immediately dumped me. Only a fool would come back to love you, he retorted. Boss Chen, thank you for giving me this chance for revenge. His ex-girlfriend walked over to Boss Chen. It was that glass of water. Yesu Yuan stared blankly at the empty cup. You despicable coward. You actually resorted to using seduction on me. Yesu Yuan glared at him menacingly. Not long ago, the red-haired man also used seduction tactics on someone. In less than 2 hours, Yesu Yuan fell prey to the same scheme. Because you hit my security guard and dined and dashed. From the moment Boss Chen saw the security guard lying on the ground in pain, he remembered Yesu Yuan. If you want to seek revenge on me, a real man should fight with fists rather than resorting to despicable means like drugging. Yesu Yuan protested vehemently. HMPH, you have no right to say that. Have you forgotten that you just stole something from Mr. Lin earlier? Boss Chen sneered at him. Alright, bystanders, please step aside. Boss Chen clapped his hands, so as not to harm the innocents later on. People immediately moved away. Beat me hard. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want. Boss Chen glowered at Yesu Yuan. Yes, boss. I've been wanting to beat him up. You brat. Do you think this place is a playground, daring to hit our people? Tonight, you'll pay the price. Please stop. The male protagonist, who was getting beaten up like a punching bag, surprisingly begged for mercy. Seeing the male protagonist being pummeled, Lin Ziming was speechless. System, can we change the male protagonist in this world? The system responded silently. Hit him harder, don't show any mercy. Such big fraudsters should be taught a lesson. Poor guy, his face is all swollen from the beating. Ha ha ha, look at how miserable he is. I wonder if he'll dare to go out in the future. Mocking comments flooded the internet. After being beaten, the male protagonist was thrown into washing dishes. This was the first time the male protagonist had to wash dishes. As before, when he was not yet powerful, women would willingly help him with the dishes. Now he had become a legendary warrior, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and had stooped to washing dishes. Tears welled up in Yesu Yuan's eyes. So pathetic, but it's so satisfying. Although I'm a bit upset that you disrupted my plot. If you want to steal my spotlight, go ahead. I don't mind. Lin Ziming was in high spirits. System, Yesu Yuan, battered and in pain, cursed inwardly while washing dishes. Among those he cursed the most was Lin Ziming. At that moment, Lin Ziming was comfortably lying on his bed playing on his phone. Some time passed. With his deep internal energy, once the effects of the medicine wore off, Yesu Yuan's body regained its strength. Despite his injuries, he could still take down 2 or 3 security guards and escape. When Yesu Yuan emerged, he looked back at the hotel entrance. I will definitely come back for revenge. Yesu Yuan vowed to remember him. When Yesu Yuan went to the hospital to treat his injuries, the police came knocking. It's you again. Policewoman Yang Yudong looked at the bruised Yesu Yuan in shock. Yutong, you've come just in time. I want to report that Boss Chen Haitian sent someone to beat me up. Yesu Yuan complained indignantly. So someone did hit you? Yang Yudong stroked her chin, quite enjoying seeing him in this state. I received a tip-off that you were dining and dashing at Boss Chen Haitian's bar. Now, please come with me to the police station. Yang Yudong said coldly. Here we go again. Yesu Yuan was internally crumbling. At the police station, hastily rushing over, Boss Chen Haitian gave Yesu Yuan a fierce glare. You brat. How dare you call the cops? When Boss Chen Haitian found Yesu Yuan missing, he immediately sent someone to look for him. Unexpectedly, he encountered policewoman Yang Yudong. I did not call the police. Yesu Yuan immediately denied. The mastermind behind the scenes was actually Zhang Nuanuan. She knew that Yesu Yuan had deep internal energy and that the effects of Boss Chen Haitian's drug would wear off quickly. At that point, Yesu Yuan would still be the legendary warrior he was. Zhang Nuanuan couldn't bear to see that, so she hacked into the surveillance cameras near the bar and captured footage of Yesu Yuan escaping. Zhang Nuanuan promptly made an anonymous call to report him. When Yesu Yuan accused Boss Chen of inciting others to assault him, Boss Chen claimed self-defense and even brought witnesses from the bar. Hadn't Yesu Yuan knocked down many security guards before the drugging incident? Additionally, Boss Chen had connections in the legitimate world, so he was acquitted. Ironically, Yesu Yuan was locked up for dining and dashing and assaulting others. The inmates in the prison were all familiar faces, because they hadn't been in there for long. Yesu Yuan joined them every couple of days. Why are you back again? Do you think the prison food tastes good and just can't bear to leave? A prisoner taunted him. Ha ha ha, I thought I had it bad, but turns out you're even worse. You brat, weren't you boasting about your fighting skills? Why so many bruises on your face? With you around, I find prison less boring. The prisoner showed no mercy, mockingly teasing Yesu Yuan. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you all. Yesu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, emitting a strong murderous aura. Humph, go ahead and kill us if you can. The prisoners were not afraid, but rather became more smug. Have you forgotten the last time you beat us, resulting in your inability to be bailed out? A prisoner threatened with a smirk. I remember all of you. Yesu Yuan looked at them seriously. After you all are released, I will find people to deal with you. His subordinates once again arranged for Yesu Yuan's release. Upon learning that one of the reasons Yesu Yuan was incarcerated was for dining and dashing, his subordinates were speechless. Even though they had paid Boss Chen Haitian a hefty sum of 2 million, he still wore a displeased look. It was the first time they had seen their boss fail to assert his dominance. She is not only formidable, but also very easy on the eyes. You're here again. The police all recognize this henchman. Do you want to consider changing bosses? It feels like he's causing trouble every now and then, and sooner or later it will involve you, the police said in a hushed voice. The henchman Zhang Xiaobai helplessly smiled. Thanks for the reminder. I will consider it. The Dragon King's palace is not something you can easily quit, especially since the henchman Zhang Xiaobai knows many embarrassing things about the boss. Because of the boss's ruthless behavior, the henchmen are worried about their own necks. After Yesu Yuan came out, although the henchmen didn't say anything, their eyes had already given them away. Do you think I'm embarrassing? How could that be, boss? The henchman Zhang Xiaobai smirked. Suddenly, police officer Yang Yudong appeared. Truly beautiful. If the boss intentionally got himself into this mess just to catch a glimpse of her, I don't think he's embarrassing. While Yesu Yuan was overseas, he was falsely caught when messing around with girls. When the young lady from a wealthy family found out, she hurried to see him. Of course, this young lady couldn't enter the harem in the end, her novelty lasting only 3 months. In Yesu Yuan's life principles, if I set my sights on a woman, even by any means, I will win them over. If you hadn't been set up, I would have thought you were intentionally attracting police officer Yang Yudong. Although I don't know Zhang Xiaobai's specific thoughts, his eyes lit up the moment he saw police officer Yang Yudong. Yesu Yuan knew what he had to do. One of the reasons why men overseas hate and envy Yesu Yuan is because of women. She's my woman, Yesu Yuan said domineeringly. The henchman looked skeptical, because he had been to the police station several times and never saw police officer Yang Yudong smile at the boss. She's just pretending. You know, a woman's heart is like the deep sea. They clearly like each other, but always have a cold face. Proudly refusing to admit it, Yesu Yuan had an expert look. The henchman still looked skeptical. You don't believe me, do you? Fine. Let me prove it to you right now. Yesu Yuan took a piece of paper, wrote the hotel room number, and added a sentence. If I can't see you tonight at 8 o'clock, then other women will come looking for me. Yesu Yuan confidently handed it to Yang Yudong. Even if Yang Yudong pretends not to like me, she will definitely reveal her true feelings when she sees me in another woman's embrace. Yang Yudong wanted to throw it away, but curiosity drove her to open and read it. I shouldn't have read it. That was Yang Yudong's first thought. The second thought was this man really deserves a beating. Yang Yudong's face changed drastically, and she threw the paper in his face. Do you think you haven't been beaten up enough? If you want it, I don't mind giving you some more. Yang Yudong walked over, cracking her knuckles. The paper slid down his self-satisfied face, slowly falling to the ground. Calm down, Officer Yang. Colleagues quickly restrained her. What did he write that made you so angry? A male police officer curiously picked up the note. The male police officer read the information on the note in shock. Not only Yang Yudong was angry now, but everyone else was furious. What gave you the idea that Officer Yang had any interest in you? I've seen conceited people, but an ego like yours, this is the first time. Do you think Officer Yang would compete with other women for you? Who do you think you are? Officer Yang won't like you. No wonder Officer Yang is so angry. I want to beat him up. I also want to beat him up. And me. A male police officer looked fierce. You guys calm down. The director walked out sternly. Yes, director. They lowered their heads in disappointment. The next time you come here, we will make sure to treat you well, the director said with a smirk. Looks like another person has remembered Yesu Yuan. Even if I die, I won't come here again. Yesu Yuan left in anger. Humph, trying to show off in front of me. This time, he's just embarrassed again. I didn't know that the boss is such a conceited person. Even I can see that Officer Yang really dislikes him. The henchman Zhang Xiaobai sighed helplessly, quietly following behind. After a while, Yesu Yuan still hadn't taken action because he was waiting for the captain of the assassination team, Leilan, to come back. That day, Leilan finally returned. A stunning face, fair and rosy skin, and a perfect figure to the extreme. Such a beautiful person. Who would have thought she was a top assassin? Master Lan, you've worked hard. The henchman Zhang Xiaobai was especially excited, warmly taking Li Lanyu's luggage. Lan, let me take a closer look to see where you're injured. Yesu Yuan pretended to inspect the injuries, trying to flirt. Li Lanyu coldly avoided. I'm fine. You don't need to look. Oh, Yesu Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand. This is the information on Lin Ziming. You will go undercover to his place and follow my instructions. Yesu Yuan took out a file. Hey, Lin Ziming, you won't be able to have it your way anymore, because I'm going to start dealing with you seriously. A hint of evil flashed in Yesu Yuan's eyes. Li Lanyu opened it and saw Lin Ziming's handsome face, thinking he was just an ordinary playboy, very easy to handle. A few days passed. Lin's mansion. There stood 15 beautiful young women who came to apply as maids. The Lin family is the head of the 5 great families, with high salaries and good benefits, so these 15 women had to compete hard to stand here. And today, one person will be chosen among these 15. Among so many beautiful women, as one of the male lead's consorts, Lady Li Lanyu is undoubtedly the most beautiful, without question. The housekeeper noticed her and took out her resume to read. Not only beautiful, but her resume was also the best among them. It's a pity that such a beautiful person came to apply as a maid. It feels like a waste. With her looks, she could easily debut in the entertainment industry. The housekeeper became a bit vigilant. Regardless of age, women always have a sense of wariness towards other women, especially those who are exceptionally good-looking. And the housekeeper's intuition was correct. The captain of the top assassin team from the prestigious Dragon King's palace had condescended to come here. It was certainly not for the meager salary of a maid. That amount would not even cover the crumbs Li Lanyu makes on a single mission. That woman is so beautiful. She's really gorgeous. I hope she gets selected. Young master, he definitely will. The female housekeeper looked at Lin Ziming with concern. But there was no trace of infatuation in Lin Ziming's eyes. Instead, he looked as if he had spotted something interesting. Oh, I almost forgot. My young master has a liking for that girl from the Bai family. Even his fiancee, Jiao Yunan, finds it hard to keep his heart. How could this newly arrived maid possibly captivate the young master's heart? If it were so easy to captivate him, he wouldn't be known as a puppet in the Magic City. The female housekeeper lowered her head to look at Li Lanyu's family situation. Quite pitiful. An orphan. The female housekeeper felt unjustified and resolved not to hold biases against others. Young master, she's the best choice. Choose her, the female housekeeper said respectfully to Lin Ziming. So easy. Li Lanyu smiled faintly, feeling that this was the easiest task she had done since starting her mission. But she was mistaken. This killer beauty entered so easily, feeling a bit irritated, especially since she was sent by the male lead Yesu Yuan to act as an undercover agent, making me even more annoyed. Lin Ziming's thoughts were clearly transmitted to the top assassin Li Lanyu. How did he know my identity? Li Lanyu's demeanor shifted as she discreetly took out a hidden dagger. Since she was exposed, then, oh, not only will she clear obstacles for the male lead, but she also willingly become his woman. The killer aura that Li Lanyu had just exhibited instantly dissipated. What? Would I willingly become the woman of that narcissistic man? The shock to Li Lanyu went beyond this. Li Lanyu has been injured multiple times for the grand plan of the male lead, firmly believing that sacrificing for her beloved man is nothing. Li Lanyu was almost about to retch. Unfortunately, she never knew. She was deceived by the male lead. If she knew that secret, she would definitely leave him. And then, there were no more ends. Li Lanyu listened intently, thinking that Lin Ziming seemed to be deliberately teasing her by not continuing. Li Lanyu narrowed her eyes dangerously, wanting to step forward and hold a knife to his throat, threatening him to continue speaking. But she couldn't do that. Stay calm. Don't startle the snake. Revealing that she could hear his thoughts. Young master, do you agree to choose her? The female housekeeper asked cautiously. Lin Ziming stroked his chin. It's too easy for her to enter, making me look cheap. Right. No, she will bring me bad luck later. Now I have to cause her some trouble. Humph. What trouble can this spoiled brat cause me? Leilan Yu sneered. You show me a bridge pose first, Lin Ziming said casually. Why? Leilan Yu was surprised. The female housekeeper also didn't understand. She had been in charge of hiring maids for so many years, and this was the first time she had heard of such a test. But, as a servant, she naturally wouldn't question the young master. A maid has to work, so of course good waist flexibility is required. Lin Ziming said casually. Oh, I see. The female housekeeper suddenly realized. Leilan Yu tugged at her lips, clearly not accepting this explanation. Fine, I'll do it. Leilan Yu had strong martial arts skills, and she could perform even the most challenging poses, even a simple bridge pose. Oh, how disappointing. I thought you would pose a challenge. Lin Ziming saw the disdain in Leilan Yu's eyes and couldn't help but smile. I know you think it's simple. Before Leilan Yu could grasp what was wrong, others had already praised her. Such a perfect bridge pose. You should envy not the pose, but her figure. Amazing. Her figure was already great just now. Now it's even more obvious. A slim and curvy waist. Those two big things. Truly provocative. What a great figure. Even better than when I was young. The female housekeeper couldn't help but admire. Truly one of the male lead's most beloved women. Leilan Yu stood up quickly, her face slightly flushed. Even though she was being praised, she felt shy. You brat. You dare play this trick on me. Leilan Yu glared at him fiercely. Glare all you want, because as a woman of the male lead, you will eventually hate me. The more you hate me, the better it is for me to complete the mission. Lin Ziming didn't seem to care. You can stop now. Yes, you're qualified, Lin Ziming said, reluctantly accepting. You brat. In the future. Not just because of Yesu Yuan's orders, but I personally also want to make you miserable. Leilan Yu remembered him, and Lin Ziming's provocation was successful. Massage me. Lin Ziming made another request. Leilan Yu showed her displeasure with her eyes. The female housekeeper understood the reason behind this. A maid serves the master, so when the master is tired, the maid should help with a massage, she explained. Come on. Lin Ziming immediately sat down, pointing at his shoulder with a smile on his face. It was Leilan Yu's first time giving a massage. She looked at her hands, usually used for killing, and never expected she would now have to deign to give a massage. Breaking her vow for this spoiled playboy. Don't feel wronged. After all, you will massage for the male lead later. I just took your first time. What first time? Who talks like that? Also, I'm only massaging you now out of necessity. It's absolutely impossible to massage the male lead in the future. Leilan Yu glared at him through gritted teeth. Cough. If you really dislike this kind of work, you don't have to force yourself. The female housekeeper noticed that something was off with Leilan Yu's expression. How can it be forced? Relieving the master's tiredness is the maid's honor. Leilan Yu forced a smile. She couldn't remember where she had heard these lines before. It sounded good, but why did she feel a little nauseous? The young can be taught. The female housekeeper nodded in satisfaction. She couldn't help but feel that for someone as beautiful as Leilan Yu, being a maid was a bit of a waste. But if such a beauty was willing to become a maid in the Lin family, didn't that make the Lin family even more formidable? Even though Leilan Yu was skilled in using knives and guns to kill, using her hands to give massages was a different skill. No wonder the male lead is willing to be massaged by you. Your skills are so good. Leilan Yu made a vicious oath. After the massage, Lin Ziming no longer troubled Leilan Yu. Leilan Yu successfully became one of the maids in the Lin family, but she was different from the other maids. She was an undercover agent. After a few days, Anshan Group held a meeting. This group was founded by Lin Ziming and Jiao Yunan, with Lin Ziming holding 60% of the shares. Although he was the major shareholder, it was usually Jiao Yunan who presided over Anshan Group. Anshan Group initially hired talents from abroad at high salaries, spending 5 years researching and finally developing a highly effective medicine. President Jiao Yunan narrated fervently how to produce and promote this medicine to the employees below, who watched in seriousness and admiration. Our President Jiao is so amazing, beautiful and capable. I really wish to have such a fiancée. It's our honor to work under her." While they were praising President Jiao Yunan in their hearts, Lin Ziming, the major shareholder of Anshan Company, arrived late nonchalantly. Lin Ziming did not apologize, but rather yawned and sat down by himself, ignoring Jiao Yunan's displeased look. "You can play with your phone at work, but how dare you be late?" Jiao Yunan scolded. Despite Lin Ziming rarely showing up at the company, it would have been better if he hadn't. Why did he even come? Even if he came, he just played with his phone. It would have been better if he hadn't come at all. Such a profligate playboy, if it weren't for his good luck. How could he have such a great fiancée as Jiao Yunan? Lin Ziming might not know what the employees were thinking, but the disdainful look in their eyes indicated nothing positive. "Very good. My character settings are well maintained." This was exactly what Lin Ziming desired. Jiao Yunan, understanding the situation, felt both amused and annoyed. "It seems I can't force him to come again next time." Lin Ziming casually flipped through the documents on the table. Jiao Yunan, the female strongman, considers every aspect thoroughly, but unfortunately, these plans are of no use. Why are they of no use? Jiao Yunan was shocked. Lin Ziming, seemingly understanding what she was feeling, answered, "Because the male lead will send someone to steal the formula for the golden wound medicine and release it first. Our company's researchers toiled for 5 years on this achievement, only for it to be stolen away. There's no way. He, as the male lead, always likes to take the lead." Upon learning the reason, Jiao Yunan was furious. Just because he's the male lead, can he see someone else's hard work? As long as Jiao Yunan, am here, he won't succeed. The atmosphere around President Jiao Yunan suddenly changed, making the employees below uneasy. Why is she so agitated? Is she mad at me? Well, as a good person, I'll leave now. Lin Ziming rose to leave. "I won't allow it. Sit down and listen quietly." Jiao Yunan's gaze was menacing. Lin Ziming obediently sat down, not daring to take his phone out to play. "Well done. Lin is asking to be reprimanded." Lin Ziming could sense their heated stares without even looking at them. He forced himself to listen to the entire meeting, making snide remarks about the plot and receiving tens of thousands of dollars as a reward from the system. Jiao Yunan also made progress, finally understanding how the formula for the golden wound medicine was leaked. "Good, I will stop you, the stupid fool, from causing trouble." After the meeting, Jiao Yunan, who usually tempted him into dates, surprisingly did not pester him this time. Seeing his empty arms, Lin Ziming felt a sense of loneliness. Observing his reaction, Jiao Yunan smiled contentedly. "Very good. My beauty scheme has finally had some effect." The reason Jiao Yunan let Lin Ziming return was to have him divulge information to the undercover agent maid. Lin's bedroom. Since the first massage by Leilan, Lin Ziming always requested her massage him. Her nimble fingers pressed at the right points, occasionally brushing against his back, giving him a warm sensation. Beautiful women naturally emanated a fragrance. Lin Ziming had smelled Jiao Yunan's and Bai Luoling's scents before and now enjoyed Leilan Yu's fragrance, although definitely not perfume. "Do you need anything else, master? Can I go clean now?" Leilan Yu massaged him while suppressing her anger. "That feels so good. I almost forgot to attend to business," Lin Ziming joked. Rolling her eyes, Leilan Yu thought to herself, "You playboy, what business would you have to attend to?" Observing him closely these past days, Leilan Yu noted his indulgent lifestyle and felt it was his true nature. "Well, it's time to leak some secrets to this undercover agent." Leilan Yu was speechless. "You consider leaking secrets to me as business? Is this secret fake? Were you deliberately trying to lure me in?" "Sorry. Your plan failed because I can hear your thoughts." Absent-mindedly, Leilan Yu listened as Lin Ziming pretended to casually discuss the miraculous golden wound medicine and how it would make Anshan Group a lot of money. She reported this information to Yesu Yuan, who confirmed its truth through inside sources. "Lan Yue, you must steal the formula for that golden wound medicine," Yesu Yuan said, holding her shoulder firmly. You always accomplish your tasks 100%. Although this isn't a murder mission, I believe you'll succeed. Yesu Yuan looked down, hinting at her perfect figure. Recalling being deceived twice with a beauty scheme at a bar, Yesu Yuan couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't use women as well. Despite knowing Leilan was his woman, Yesu Yuan believed in her pride and knew she wouldn't let Lin Ziming take advantage of her. Yesu Yuan also realized that he was the influential war god that dominated the world, the Dragon King in the Dragon King Hall. Yesu Yuan missed the grandeur he had abroad. Compared to 2 years ago, our profits have decreased by 5% in the past 6 months. Do you have any plans to propose? Mr. Bai held a file and looked seriously at the others. Those people remained silent. None of them had brought in good business. Luo Ling, have you discussed any business with Lin Ziming? A shareholder suddenly inquired. Yes, Anshan Group has a lot of business opportunities. They should be looking for partners. Is there any business that our company can help with? Another shareholder looked expectantly at Bai Luoling. Suddenly, the focus of the entire meeting shifted to Bai Luoling. In the past, Lin Ziming, the fake sycophant, had always brought profitable business opportunities to Bai Luoling. Mr. Bai looked at his proud daughter, expecting that she would bring benefits to the company as usual. No, Bai Luoling disappointed them this time. Really? Hasn't he been coming to see you all the time to hang out? A shareholder persisted in asking. Miss Bai, did you have a falling out with young Master Lin? Bai Luoling lowered her head in silence, unable to explain. Lin Ziming was just a fake sycophant. You overestimated me. Seeing his woman being pressured, Yesu Yuan stood up without hesitation. I have a secret formula that I want to produce. Yesu Yuan suddenly stood up. Yesu Yuan spoke persuasively about the benefits of the golden medicine formula he had saved a mountainous old man with and freely distributed. Perhaps due to his protagonist aura, or perhaps because of Yesu Yuan's confident appearance, the people at the meeting believed him. Mr. Yi, why didn't you bring out this great secret formula sooner? Mr. Yi, our profits in the second half of the year depend on you. Mr. Yi, let me take charge of promoting this secret formula. I will make sure it is well advertised. Leave the herb procurement to me. I have connections in that area. They eagerly joined in. After the meeting, the new shareholder Yesu Yuan received people's favor once again, each shaking his hand and bidding farewell. Mr. Yi, you did not disappoint me. Mr. Bai was also pleased, patting his shoulder. Luoling, accompany him for dinner and talk about this secret formula. Mr. Bai turned to Bai Luoling. I don't want to discuss business during dinner. Bai Luoling said coldly. Then let's not talk about the company. Can we talk privately? You young people should have plenty to talk about. Mr. Bai refused to give up, trying to get closer to Bai Luoling. I don't have much to talk about privately with him. Bai Luoling didn't want to continue and turned to leave. Mr. Bai turned to Yesu Yuan, offering an apologetic smile. As he watched Bai Luoling's graceful figure walk away, a hint of sinister intention flashed in Yesu Yuan's eyes. Bai Luoling, one day you will realize my value. Only I can offer you help. The next day, Lin Ziming came to work at Anshan Group again. They all ignored him playing on his phone, each busy with their own tasks. Jiao Yunan also didn't bother with this lazy person. A few hours later, Lin Ziming left work early, intending to take the secret formula for the golden medicine with him. Mr. Lin, you can't take the secret formula with you. It's safest to keep it in the company. An employee stood in front of the safe, trying to persuade him. The safest place is at the Lin family. In the city of demons, who would dare to steal from the Lin family? Lin Ziming said confidently. It's also safe to keep it at the company. The employee tried to convince him. Mr. Lin, the home is a place to rest. Why would you want to bring work home? Another employee chuckled. I don't want to. But didn't they say in the meeting that this secret formula is very important? So, I have to sacrifice myself and take it back to keep it safe. The employees were speechless. Mr. Lin, this secret formula is really too important. Did Miss Zhao agree for you to take it home? An employee weakly asked. Anything I agree to. When has she ever disagreed? Lin Ziming said casually. The employee rolled their eyes upon hearing that. Of course, there have been disagreements, especially when you say you want to give business to Bai Luoling's company. It's understandable if you favor the Bai family, but Anshan Group is a business you and your fiancé started. Jiao Yunan can tolerate it. Hasn't broken up with you yet. Just reduce the benefits you give to Bai Luoling. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Let me call Miss Jiao. An employee picked up the phone. No need to call. She will agree anyway. Lin Ziming pushed past them, attempting to take the documents forcibly. In the original plot, Lin Ziming successfully took the documents home. When Jiao Yunan found out and wanted it back, he had already taken it home and was too embarrassed to return it, losing face. So, when Lin Ziming assured that he would take responsibility if anything went wrong, after the undercover Leilan stole the secret formula, the Bai Group went public first, making a huge profit. Lin Ziming, the head of the Lin family and a major shareholder of Anshan Group in the City of Demons, who would dare to punish him. After being scolded by his parents, Lin Ziming did not face any other punishment, but Lin Ziming's reputation as useless spread. No, Mr. Lin, you can't take it. This young employee didn't know what had gotten into him. He was so resolute. If the main character's setting is wrong, that's one thing. But even your role as a passerby character seems off. Lin Ziming sighed helplessly. It seems like I'll have to take it more violently. Lin Ziming's eyes narrowed, becoming serious. Suddenly, Jiao Yunan appeared. Miss Jiao. The young employee's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. Miss Jiao, Mr. Lin wants to take the secret formula of the golden medicine with him. The young employee couldn't wait to share. How can he take such an important secret formula home? The young employee thought he would receive approval. Why not? Jiao Yunan said nonchalantly. The company's security. The young employee's smile disappeared. The Lin family is even more tightly guarded than the company. If Ziming can take it home, I'm grateful to him. I don't want to comment on why things suddenly shifted again. Other employees also sensed that something was amiss and wisely left the scene. There were only the two of them left in the room. Jiao Yunan smiled charmingly, her white jade hand hooking around Lin Ziming's neck. Lin Ziming looked at this exquisite face and felt a bit itchy. I really want to touch her face. Can we have a proper conversation? Why are you hugging me? Lin Ziming resisted, turned his face away, and said, It's really hot. Although he said these words, his hand instinctively rested on her slender waist. Jiao Yunan smirked. Didn't I tell you before, if you meet any beautiful women, remember to inform me. How did you know about the new beautiful maid in your house, and you didn't even inform me? Lin Ziming was shocked. This witch won't notice anything. Right. You exposed yourself early on. Jiao Yunan's lips slightly curled up. Hearing his secret thoughts, Jiao Yunan vowed never to tell him. I went to see your aunt for something just now, and incidentally saw it. Jiao Yunan lied with a straight face. In fact, she went to secretly install surveillance. So that's it. Lin Ziming breathed a sigh of relief, showing no suspicion. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that the beautiful maid in your house is your secret lover? Jiao Yunan playfully scratched his chest. This action caused Lin Ziming's heart to be in turmoil. How could she be my lover? Her beauty doesn't even compare to half of yours. Lin Ziming quickly reassured. In fact, each of you has your own unique beauty. I never expected that the president of Anshan Group would be involved with a maid. Jiao Yunan was displeased. I heard that you always ask her for massages. If you're really tired, you can ask me. This kind of manual labor is not something Miss Jiao can handle. Lin Ziming chuckled. To be honest, I'm quite tempted, but I'm afraid that it won't just be a massage. Don't be so polite with me. After all, I will be your wife in the future. Jiao Yunan unceremoniously pushed him to sit on the chair. Although not as good as Leilan, you have done well to reach this level. Lin Ziming closed his eyes honestly, enjoying the service. He could clearly feel two big assets pressed against his back. I wonder whose figure is better, Leilan's or Jiao Yunan's. Lin Ziming mischievously thought. You actually have doubts, instead of affirming that I'm better than her. Annoyed, Jiao Yunan suddenly increased her strength. Are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Ziming stood up in pain. Who told you to provoke me? How did I provoke you? Everywhere. Jiao Yunan naturally would not reveal that she heard his thoughts. Anyway, from now on, only I, your fiancée, can do the massages. Jiao Yunan declared dominantly. The new maid can't, and neither can anyone else. So domineering. I'm truly so charming that the witch is even jealous of such matters. Since you can't watch me 24/7, I might as well secretly go to Leilan you for a massage behind your back. Lin Ziming rejoiced inwardly. Since you want to monopolize this task, then I will let you. Lin Ziming sat back down and pointed to his shoulder. Don't hurt me anymore. If you want me to give you a massage, fine. But you'll have to wait until I'm in the mood. Jiao Yunan turned and left. She seems so eager to massage me. Why did she suddenly change her mind? It's really baffling. Lin Ziming scratched his head, looking at her graceful and aloof figure. Another shareholder of the company approved Lin Ziming to take the secret formula of Jinshuang medicine back, and no one dared to stop him anymore. With a joyful heart, Lin Ziming left with the documents, completely unaware of Jiao Yunan smirking with a hint of malice, arms folded across her chest. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Ziming placed the secret formula behind the safe and immediately had the maid Leilan come and massage him. Here it is again. How long will my undercover mission last? Leilan went to see Lin Ziming reluctantly. Lin Ziming was already lying on the bed, eagerly awaiting her arrival. While enjoying the service from a beautiful lady, Lin Ziming pretended to inadvertently expose the secret formula in the safe. All those employees dared to stop me. They were worried it might go missing at home. Do they even know what position the Lin family holds in the city? A rich second generation at the bar a few days ago dared to look down on me, relying on his numerous bodyguards. He scorned me. Fine. Tonight I will bring all the Lin family's bodyguards to the bar. Let him know that I am not someone to be trifled with. Did you hear, Leilan? The secret formula is in the safe, and I have sent away all the house's bodyguards. Now is the perfect time to strike. When you complete the mission, make sure to rest well. Leilan was slightly stunned. The male lead? Really? If he can't have you, he just keeps giving you tasks to help the Dragon King's temple make money. Even when you have your days off, he always finds excuses to get close to you, which sometimes leads you to actively take on tasks to avoid him. With this great achievement this time, and the male lead busy chasing after other female leads, you should be able to relax on your break. Apart from her master, no one would consider how burdensome her work was and assume she was tireless. Most would think of her as strong and unflappable. She felt a slight touch of emotion in her heart. Lin Ziming was completely unaware that Leilan now regarded him with different eyes. He just thought her massaging techniques had improved. That night, when Lin Ziming took most of the bodyguards to the bar, Leilan sneaked into the place where the safe was located. This was her mission, and since Lin Ziming wanted her to do it, she would not disappoint him. It was easy for Leilan to open the safe and steal the secret formula. That night, she slipped out of the Lin residence and discreetly handed the formula to the male lead. Good job, Lan Yu. You haven't disappointed me. Yesu Yuan extended his hand to pat her head as a reward. Leilan coldly avoided his touch, because this was what Yesu Yuan thought was a reward. Yesu Yuan awkwardly retracted his hand and asked, "Did that playboy bother you in any way?" Yesu Yuan took out the secret formula for the golden wound medicine. This golden wound medicine still needs to be tested. A shareholder held a document, flipping through it while speaking. Why waste time testing it again? I guarantee the quality, Yesu Yuan assured, patting his chest. The amount of this investment is significant. What if something happens? The shareholder was not reassured. What if so much money is invested and it turns out to be a product with subpar quality? So much unnecessary talk. Yesu Yuan glared at the shareholder. The words spoken by Yulong Wang are only to be acknowledged by people like them. How can they voice opposition? Overseas, when Yulong Wang brings out something good, they all hastily praise him, unlike the people here who are so talkative. I have used this golden wound medicine before, and it works very well. The shareholder still hesitated. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Yesu Yuan said firmly. Alright. Since Mr. Yi says so, we trust you. After the meeting dispersed, the people from the Beishi group postponed other work and focused on the golden wound medicine matter. A week later, Lin Ziming returned from the Anshan group and headed straight for the safe box, holding the golden wound medicine. Because the company's employees were not reassured, Lin Ziming was asked to see if the secret formula for the golden wound medicine was still there. Of course it is. Who would dare steal from the Lin family? Lin Ziming affirmed. It's long gone. That's what he thought inside. Without exception, when he opened the safe box, the jewels were all there, but the secret formula for the golden wound medicine was missing. How could this happen? Lin Ziming pretended to be shocked. Then, everyone in the house gathered in the hall. Who stole from the safe box? Come forward now. This young master might go easy on you. Lin Ziming slammed the table in anger, his aura terrifying. The people below were too frightened to even breathe, standing still in fear. But Leilan remained calm, because she knew he was secretly pleased. Assassin, I believe you are not a fool. Stand up obediently. The plot is finally slightly returning to normal. Very good. Maintain this, and don't create chaos again. No one came forward, so Lin Ziming had them taken away for questioning. After Lin's family's scene was over, Lin Ziming prepared to go act in another place. In no time, Lin Ziming arrived at the office door of Jiao Yunan, the president of the Anshan group. He suddenly felt nervous and hesitated to knock on the door. He could already imagine his witch getting angry and scolding him fruitlessly. She might even suggest canceling the marriage. Jiao Yunan's anger should have been something he was used to, but ever since he came to this world, this fiancee's character had changed, not only not giving him the cold shoulder, but always trying to seduce him. Now that she was really angry, Lin Ziming felt nervous. When he was nervous, he couldn't get into character, affecting his acting. Lin Ziming planned to find a secluded place to calm down and prepare for the expression of panic. On the rooftop, 3 employees were drinking coffee and chatting happily. Will Lin Chao come back to the company today to apologize? After all, he caused trouble by losing the secret formula. Thinking of how arrogant he is and now scared, I find it amusing. Sigh. Zhao Zong is so clever. It's a pity to be with him. It's still all thanks to how clever Zhao Zong is, using a trick to give Lin Zong a fake secret formula. And Zhao Zong has the video of the thief stealing things. These 3 employees were Jiao Yunan's trusted aides. No wonder she urged me to go back and see if the secret formula for the golden wound medicine was still there, probably reminding me in case I found it missing. Lin Ziming was both angry and helpless. Lin Ziming didn't go forward to question Jiao Yunan's trusted aides, but went directly to the mastermind. Jiao Yunan, you actually plotted against even me. Lin Ziming angrily pushed open the door. Instead of panicking, Jiao Yunan smiled at him. I didn't plot against you. I only plotted against that thief. Jiao Yunan's eyes flashed with cunning. Jiao Yunan turned on the computer and played a video, showing the maid Leilan secretly opening the safe box to take the secret formula. Seeing this, Lin Ziming rubbed his forehead helplessly. Witch, can't you behave a little? Why do you have to disrupt my plans? Lin Ziming looked at her dissatisfied. No. Jiao Yunan gave him a big smile. Only I can bully you. Others absolutely have no right. Even if you seek to be tortured, it must be approved by me. Jiao Yunan had already decided that this little man belonged to her. When did you realize she was the problem? Lin Ziming curiously asked. That's a secret. I won't tell you. Jiao Yunan showed a sly smile. It doesn't matter when she found out. What's important now is how I help her absolve the blame. If she's not absolved, the plot can't continue. I was so good to that woman, and she dared to do this to me. Lin Ziming pretended to be angry. Yunan, Leilan, the maid in my house. This is my responsibility. Just hand over the evidence to me, and I will deal with her properly. Lin Ziming's expression changed, showing a vengeful appearance. Deal with her. Destroying the evidence would be more appropriate. Right now, Jiao Yunan wouldn't believe a word Lin Ziming said. I have received information that the Baishi group is producing the golden wound medicine, and the secret formula was provided by Yesu Yuan. He must be the mastermind behind this, Jiao Yunan said slowly. So he's up to no good. Competing with me for a woman is bad enough, but he also... Jiao Yunan gave him a look, weakening Lin Ziming's aura. Competing for a woman, with my stunning fiancée present. You're still thinking about that girl from the Bai family? I will handle both of them, Lin Ziming said quietly. You don't need to bother about this matter. Leave it all to me, Jiao Yunan asserted, clasping her hands. After the Baishi group spreads the fake golden wound medicine, I will give this video to the press. Let's see how they deal with it. Lose money and reputation, and those two will naturally face prison time. At this moment, Jiao Yunan was truly formidable. You can't be so ruthless. Lin Ziming felt helpless. Jiao Yunan looked up at him, not agreeing with his words. How is it ruthless? They dare to steal our Anshan group's secret formula. They must anticipate the consequences. No, you absolutely can't do that. Lin Ziming let her off this time. Perhaps she will remember his kindness and betray Yesu Yuan, becoming our undercover agent. Of course, she can only be grateful to Lin Ziming, without any other improper thoughts. Leilan Yu's high attractiveness and devilish figure made President Zhao feel threatened. Young Lan, it's great that you think that way. Yesu Yuan couldn't help but hug her and kiss her cheek. The luckiest thing in my life is to have you as my generous fiancé. Lin Ziming smiled. Even though the plot had collapsed, there was still a chance to salvage some. Lin Ziming left happily with a USB drive, while Jiao Yunan opened a drawer to find another USB drive inside. How could she not have a backup of the evidence? Time passed. Lin Ziming returned home and immediately asked Leilan Yu to come to his bedroom. Another massage. Leilan Yu felt helpless. Others looked at her with worrying. What could the young master want with her? Could it be that he suspects her of stealing something from the safe? That's impossible. Lan Yu isn't like that. The young master probably wants her to give him a massage. Lan Yu, be careful when you do things later. Don't make the young master angry. His mood is very bad today. Bad mood? No, his mood is actually good because I've fulfilled his expectations by stealing the formula. Leilan Yu went to Lin Ziming's bedroom under their worried gazes. But this time, he didn't lie down on the bed as usual, waiting for a massage. Instead, he sat sternly on a chair. Leilan Yu was startled, thinking he wouldn't cause trouble for me now. Indeed, Lin Ziming seriously turned on the computer, showing the video of Leilan Yu stealing. It was a trap after all. Leilan Yu narrowed her eyes and suddenly took out a small knife. Well, you did well, but my fiancée didn't. She installed surveillance without my knowledge and is making me come find you. It turns out this trap wasn't set by him. Leilan Yu was stunned and put the knife away. Leilan Yu remembered the day when Lin Ziming's fiancée suddenly came over, and she had deliberately glanced at her a few more times. Leilan Yu had initially thought it was because of her attractiveness that made the fiancée feel threatened, but she had actually suspected her identity long ago. I believe you didn't do it on purpose. Is Yesu Yuan threatening you? Lin Ziming asked her with concern. Give me a better excuse. Leilan Yu hesitated. Does he still want to keep me around? To continue harming him? Leilan Yu looked at the handsome Lin Ziming strangely. If it weren't for being able to hear your thoughts, I would have thought you fell in love with me and tried every means to keep me here. Even if you knew I would harm you, you would deliberately give me a chance. Since the victim also wants to do that, Leilan Yu decided to do one kind act for once. Leilan Yu pretended to be pitiful, saying she helped Yesu Yuan for her friend's medical expenses. So, you need money. Just tell me. Lin Ziming took out a check, signed it, and left the amount for her to fill in. Leilan Yu looked at him incredulously. Don't look at me like that. Consider this money a loan from me. As long as you don't betray me again, focus on giving me massages sincerely. Whenever you want to repay it is fine. Maybe someday I'm in a good mood and you won't need to repay. Lin Ziming smiled. Another massage. I suspect you care more about my massages than my attractiveness. Leilan Yu was speechless. Lin Ziming didn't tell the others in the Lin family about this incident. After handling Leilan, Lin Ziming had to leave again. At the Bai group, President Bai, young Master Lin said there's something very important to discuss with you, the secretary said timidly. Bai Luoling disliked this minion and had instructed the secretary that if Lin Ziming came looking for her, to say she was not available. After hesitating, the secretary added, he said if you want the company to go bankrupt, you could ignore him. So serious. Bai Luoling was stunned. Fine. I'll meet with you once to see what you have to say. Bai Luoling walked out. Miss Bai, long time no see. You look even more beautiful. Lin Ziming pretended to be infatuated. Sigh, back to being a sycophant. She must be thrilled that I'm fawning over her like this. Lin Ziming didn't want to see her deep down. Get to the point, Bai Luoling said impatiently. Since she found out Lin Ziming was a fake sycophant, her feelings were very complicated. Lin Ziming glanced at the people around them, then mysteriously said, "It's not convenient here. Let's talk outside." Okay. Bai Luoling followed him outside. As soon as they left, people in the company started gossiping. Young Master Lin must be bringing some big business deal to Miss Bai to make her go out with him. President Bai's charm is so great that she can make such a handsome and wealthy man so devoted to her. It wasn't until they had walked far that Yesu Yuan realized that his woman had been taken away by Lin Ziming. Inside a private room at a high-end restaurant outside. Cut to the chase. Bai Luoling sat down, with an impatient expression on her face. Lin Ziming's gaze turned sharp. I kindly came to tell you about this matter, and you treat me like this. Alright, now I'm not happy, and I want you to pay a price. This matter is about whether your company will go bankrupt. Such an important matter is being told to you for free. I feel a bit at a disadvantage. Lin Ziming smiled slyly at her. Although the situation is severe, I'm willing to go on a date with you once as a reward. Bai Luoling said casually, not believing that Lin Ziming had any major information to share. Okay, it's a deal then. Lin Ziming was excited. This was the expectation of the sycophant Lin Ziming all along. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Ziming said nonchalantly, Yesu Yuan sent someone to steal the formula of our Anshan group. Bai Luoling was shocked and asked repeatedly, did he really do such a thing? Yes, Lin Ziming said with a serious expression. Unbelievable. Bai Luoling pounded the table in anger. I had a feeling he wasn't a good person, but I never imagined he would have no limits like this. By the way, that formula was fake, Lin Ziming added. This instantly sent the investment of the Bai group into disarray. Therefore, the company will still be implicated by him, reputation damaged. I can tell you. Naturally, there was no intention to publicize it. Lin Ziming gave a reassuring smile. I really appreciate it. Bai Luoling looked at him gratefully. If Lin Ziming didn't tell her now, when the Jinshuang medicine is launched, their company will not only lose more money, but its reputation will also be damaged. Don't thank me. Did you forget what you just said? Lin Ziming wasn't stupid enough to let her skip over this matter. Damn, can't trick my way out of this. Bai Luoling clenched her fists secretly. Well, I'll go on a date with you once. Lin Ziming did help a lot. So, it's not unreasonable to give him a reward. Besides, he's not interested in her, so there's no need to worry about him getting handsy with her. The main issue has been discussed, and Bai Luoling is not patient enough to have a meal with Lin Ziming. Nothing. I'm going back. Bai Luoling stood up to leave. Are you really leaving so soon? Can't we chat a little more? You haven't even taken a bite of the food on this table. What a shame. Lin Ziming insisted. Good riddance. I don't have to act like a bootlicker in front of you anymore. Lin Ziming only showed reluctance on his face, while inwardly, he was ecstatic. Bai Luoling. Seeing Lin Ziming's pitiful eyes, Bai Luoling gritted her teeth. You act so well? I happen to be hungry too. Let's finish eating before leaving. Bai Luoling returned to her seat. Ah, Miss Bai, you don't have to play like this. Remember your character who wants to turn and leave as soon as she sees me. Lin Ziming could only diligently serve Miss Bai her meal. What frustrated Lin Ziming the most was that he was being attentive, while Miss Bai remained cold. For this, Lin Ziming had often grumbled in his mind, but the system generously rewarded him with $1 billion. My mood is very bad. 1 billion won't make me happy. Lin Ziming said so. And for some reason, Miss Bai felt that today's meal was especially to her taste. The long meal finally ended, and Lin Ziming had to personally escort her downstairs to the company. Once Bao Woling arrived at the company, she went straight to find Yesu Yuan. Yesu Yuan, who was still angry, was surprised to see Bao Woling approaching him on her own. He walked over quickly, wanting to embrace his aggrieved lover tightly. Yes, she was aggrieved. Yesu Yuan thought Bao Woling had been forcibly taken away by Lin Ziming and had come seeking comfort from her man. Seeing Yesu Yuan pounce on her like a wolf, Bao Woling was scared and raised her hand to stop him. What are you trying to do? Bao Woling looked at him warily. Lu Woling, you don't have to hold back. If you want to cry, just cry in my arms. Yesu Yuan opened his arms, revealing his sturdy chest. Bao Woling, what nonsense is he talking about? Does this guy have a problem? Put your hand down. I have something to tell you, Bao Woling said with a serious expression. Once they were seated, Bao Woling recounted what Lin Ziming had told her. But of course, she omitted the part about the date, as there was no need to tell this narcissistic man. He actually gave me a fake formula to deceive me. Yesu Yuan focused on this point. Stealing from others. Yet you have the nerve to be angry. Lu Woling, leave this matter to me. I will make sure to get the real formula back to remedy the situation. Yesu Yuan still refused to back down. Trying to steal things. I underestimated your shamelessness. Bao Woling was taken aback. Before I abhor your behavior, and now you want to steal, it's too late for that, as we are meeting to discuss this issue later. Are you planning to expose it and ruin my reputation? Yesu Yuan was shocked. If you care so much about your reputation, you shouldn't have done this in the first place. Bao Woling stood up, giving him a contemptuous look. An emergency meeting was quickly convened. Lu Woling, what's the urgent matter that made us rush over? One of the shareholders asked. After a glance at Yesu Yuan, Bao Woling slowly began, that Jinchuang medicine. Let me handle this. Yesu Yuan stood up, interrupting her. I'm sorry. Yesu Yuan suddenly bowed. The medicine the old man I saved gave me was really effective, but I never thought he would give me a fake formula. The formula is fake. Yesu Yuan, when we wanted to test the quality, how did you assure us that there were no problems? We invested so much effort and resources into this. How are you going to compensate us for this formula? The shareholders were very angry. Yesu Yuan looked up at them. I said before, all losses resulting from this are my responsibility. At that moment, Yesu Yuan felt extremely handsome. Making mistakes is not a big deal. Everyone makes mistakes in their lives, but being able to make up for them is what really counts. Only I have the financial ability to compensate you. Although Yesu Yuan thought so self-centeredly, he still felt great pain at the thought of parting with this money. With his frequent run-ins with the law, shareholders had already started to look down on him. He believed the issue with the Jinchuang medicine formula would help him regain respect in their eyes. But now, even though the formula was fake, he believed his willingness to take responsibility should earn him their gratitude. Yesu Yuan looked up, filled with hope, at them. Of course, you will bear all the losses. That's right. It's all because of you. Do you think compensating us with money is enough? We invested so much time and effort into the Jinchuang medicine, and these losses cannot be quantified with money. How foolish we were to believe that brat's words. One shareholder regretted, holding his forehead. The reaction was not as he had anticipated. Yesu Yuan was stupefied. Damn, I'm willing to shoulder all the losses. Why are they looking at me with such anger? Please, I'm the one who needs to pay. You haven't suffered any losses. Shouldn't you be grateful to me and think I'm impressive? To be able to share good things with you, and when something goes wrong, I'm here to address the issue. Since Chairman Bai has stood up to defend Yesu Yuan, and they have already spoken, and Yesu Yuan is willing to take responsibility, this matter should come to an end here. He spoke for me, definitely seeing me as his son-in-law. not tolerating outsiders to bully their son-in-law. Alright, father-in-law, I will quickly bring Bai Luo Ling back home. If Chairman Bai knew his thoughts, he would definitely step forward and punch him, making him more clear-headed. The reason why Chairman Bai did that was because he was afraid of provoking him, and he was not willing to take full responsibility. This is also why the shareholders did not propose to kick Yesu Yuan out of the company. But with this mistake by Yesu Yuan, he probably won't have a say in the company in the future. Later, after Anshan Group's Golden Wound medicine went public, the shareholders of the Bai Group finally found out which company he stole the formula from, and they looked down even more on Yesu Yuan. Today is the day Bai Luo Ling is meeting with Lin Ziming. After handling some documents, Bai Luo Ling started to do her makeup and put on more beautiful clothes. When she walked out of the office, the other employees were instantly captivated by her beauty. General Bai, you look so beautiful today. A male colleague was mesmerized and realized his words were a bit off, quickly explaining, I'm not saying you're not usually beautiful, but you look even more beautiful now. General Bai, you're dressing up so beautifully. Are you going out on a date with someone? A female coworker teased. Yes, who are you going to meet? Another female coworker half-jokingly said, could it be Lin Ziming? Being guessed right, a trace of peculiarity flashed in Bai Luo Ling's eyes. I'm not going out to meet anyone. Don't make wild guesses, Bai Luo Ling said calmly. Then she arrogantly walked away in high heels. She must be going to meet a man. I wonder who is so lucky. A female coworker looked at her graceful figure, full of curiosity. She dressed up so beautifully just to go out and meet other men, and that man isn't even me. Yesu Yuan overheard and was suddenly furious. Alright, let's see who dares to boldly try to take my woman. Yesu Yuan quietly followed behind. Soon, Bai Luo Ling arrived at a high-end cafe and sat down. During this time, the stunning she was approached by many men, and every time Yesu Yuan saw a man coming over, he couldn't help but feel nervous. When he saw each of them leave disappointed, Yesu Yuan felt relieved. How dare you small fry try to hit on my woman? She wouldn't be interested in you guys anyway. This way, Yesu Yuan's mood fluctuated. After an hour, Yesu Yuan saw Bai Luo Ling still sitting alone drinking coffee, wondering if he misunderstood. Could she really not have made plans with someone? But why is she so angry? Yesu Yuan was puzzled. At this moment, Bai Luo Ling was very angry, thinking that she, the noble Miss Bai, was stood up by Lin Ziming for an hour. I even deliberately came an hour late. Why is he later than me? If Lin Ziming hadn't texted her, threatening to expose that Yesu Yuan, a shareholder of the Bai Group, sent people to steal the secret formula of Anshan Group, Bai Luo Ling really wanted to leave. Outside the cafe, Yesu Yuan, who didn't know the truth, misunderstood. Okay, since you didn't make an appointment, I'll go see you. Yesu Yuan straightened his clothes, intending to turn his colleague's speculations into reality. Bai Luo Ling is going on a date, and the person she's dating is me, Yesu Yuan. Confidently, Yesu Yuan walked into the restaurant, and suddenly a cool luxury car pulled up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lin Ziming. Yesu Yuan gritted his teeth as he watched the person get out of the luxury car. Lin Ziming looked in a good mood, taking steps into the cafe. He finally arrived. When Bai Luo Ling saw him, she became furious. How dare a guy like you be later than me? Ling, I'm sorry, I didn't purposely come late. Because of traffic on the way, I was delayed. Lin Ziming said with a hurt puppy look. I rushed over here as fast as I could. Lin Ziming showed a look of a hurt puppy in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, the traffic delay is just an excuse. I leisurely finished my snacks and enjoyed a maid's massage before coming. You think I don't know you'll be late, but you didn't expect me to be later than you. Seeing you so angry makes me inexplicably happy. Perhaps I am too exhausted from pretending to be a lapdog in front of you. Upon hearing Lin Ziming's joy deep down, Bai Luo Ling wanted to walk away. But she couldn't leave for two reasons. 1. Lin Ziming might use the secret formula exposure as a threat against her. 2. She spent 2 hours on makeup today. hoping that Lin Ziming would be fascinated by her from his heart, thinking that she's better than Jiao Yunan. Yes, Jiao Yunan's fiancée, the second ranked among the top 5 families in the magic capital and a female tycoon in business. Her family background is not as good as hers, and her abilities are not as good as hers. Bai Luo Ling hoped to outdo her in terms of beauty. This is her competitive spirit as a Bai family's daughter. Where do you want to go? Bai Luo Ling's face turned ugly. She didn't walk away despite this. Lin Ziming was stunned, then smiled. Let's go watch a movie. Watch a movie? Boring. I thought you'd suggest somewhere more fun. Bai Luo Ling continued to look cold. As they walked out of the restaurant, Yesu Yuan felt a green light on his head. Bastard. So, you arranged a date with Lin Ziming. Yesu Yuan wanted to step forward and beat up Lin Ziming. But seeing the sour face on Bai Luo Ling, he felt that she was not there willingly. Does she have something on him? Yesu Yuan recalled that Bai Luo Ling found out the fake formula was stolen from Lin Ziming. With Lin Ziming's personality, he would definitely hold a press conference and expose this when the time comes. Although it is highly likely that Yesu Yuan will not be arrested due to lack of evidence, his reputation will be tarnished. To think that he, the war god, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, sent someone to steal things, damaging his dignity. But there was no action from the Anshan group. They clearly did not intend to investigate this matter. So, you sacrificed yourself for me. Yesu Yuan misunderstood and was touched. Truly the woman I'm interested in, willing to sacrifice yourself whenever I'm in trouble. Alright, since you want to uphold my reputation, I will not betray your efforts. I will protect you well and not let Lin Ziming have any chance with you. Moved, Yesu Yuan was still a bit angry because he always believed that the woman he was interested in should not be involved with other men, otherwise it would be disloyal. He loves women, but he loves himself more. Bai Luo Ling's behavior of sacrificing for him won Yesu Yuan over. He then proceeded to watch the movie again. But despite his friendly gesture just now, Yesu Yuan hiding behind felt that it was done with ulterior motives. HMPH. Do you think my woman doesn't know that you deliberately let her share the popcorn, just so that, when you pretend to grab the popcorn, you can touch her hand? Fortunately, my woman is not stupid and did not fall for it. At this moment, Bai Luo Ling stood up to go to the restroom. Yesu Yuan suddenly became anxious. I have to quickly go teach her how to guard against perverts. In fact, Yesu Yuan was the biggest pervert. His eyes were only on Bai Luo Ling, so when he passed by others carelessly, he accidentally got tripped by a man's foot, and then he lunged toward a woman covered in acne and weighing 250 pounds. The obese woman shouted, "Indecent assault! Who would assault you?" Yesu Yuan quickly stood up from her. Yesu Yuan only played with beauties above the horizontal line. He found this ugly woman not only indecent, but even looking at her made him feel like his eyes were tainted. How dare you argue? Were you not touching me recklessly just now? The chubby woman scolded with hands on hips. Who touched recklessly? I just accidentally brushed your shoulder. Thinking about it, Yesu Yuan wanted to wash his hands. No, I have to quickly wash off that filth. Yesu Yuan felt extremely uncomfortable. You assaulted me and now you want to run. The chubby woman grabbed Yesu Yuan's shoulder. Get lost, ugly creature. Yesu Yuan pushed her away in disgust. Oh my. The chubby woman fell into the arms of a man. You assaulted her and dared to be so aggressive. The man helped the obese woman up. Brat. How dare you be rough with my sister? The muscular man stood up, rubbing his palms together. How could I possibly assault your sister? Didn't you see how ugly she is? Yesu Yuan showed a look of extreme disgust. You dare say that? The muscular man threw a punch. Although Yesu Yuan was a lecherous person, he was not joking about his skills. Yesu Yuan caught the muscular man's hand, who tried to pull back with all his strength, but still could not move. I need to wash my hands. Don't hinder me anymore. Yesu Yuan glared at him darkly. The bystander realized that this person was not easy to deal with, but his sister had been wronged and he could not retreat. Washing hands is a lie. The bystander did not believe. You want to run away? That's the truth. Yesu Yuan. He stopped convincing with words and resorted to persuasion with his hands. Yesu Yuan knocked the muscular man down with a punch. Brother, are you okay? The chubby woman checked on her brother's condition sadly. Humph. After giving him a contemptuous glance, Yesu Yuan arrogantly wanted to leave. Trying to run. It's not that easy. I have already called the authorities. A bystander suddenly blocked his way, shaking his phone triumphantly. Police. The police are coming. Yesu Yuan panicked at the mention of the police. The air of superiority he had just established disappeared immediately. I said I didn't assault her. This is a misunderstanding. Yesu Yuan was about to collapse. I just accidentally tripped and fell into her arms. Yesu Yuan emphasized. You can't deceive me. I saw everything clearly just now. The bystander said confidently. Accidental is a lie. You pretended to fall and intentionally fall on her. Do you think your petty tricks can fool me? I'm not that dumb. The bystander was smug. It felt familiar. Yesu Yuan remembered accusing Lin Ziming of giving popcorn with ulterior motives. You're right. He's a sneaky schemer, assaulting his sister and then hitting him. How audacious. This kid looks good. He actually assaults women, and such women. Brother, aren't you too thirsty? A man looked at the chubby woman's figure. The bystanders were discussing fervently. Meanwhile, Bai Luoling had already left. She had seen Yesu Yuan when she left, but chose to ignore the boring person. Meanwhile, Lin Ziming was engrossed in eating popcorn. When did the male lead's taste change? Doesn't he like slim, smooth-skinned beauties? Looking at the woman's acne-covered face, covered in fat, Lin Ziming was shocked. Now he's into such heavy flavors. Maybe his women always ignore him, and now one of his harems is on a date with me. He's thirsty. Any woman will do for him. Seeing people indignant, Yesu Yuan felt angry and panicked. It was easy to deal with these bystanders, but the police would arrive if he delayed. Thinking about having just been released not long ago, yet having to go back to the station, Yesu Yuan was in agony. If Zhang Xiaobai, the boss, were present, he would probably say, "Boss, please have mercy. Don't let me go back to the station. You're not embarrassed, but I am embarrassed." In agony, Yesu Yuan finally chose to run away. Stop. Someone come. Where are the security guards? With his looks, if he actively approached that chubby woman, he would definitely succeed. Why did he have to assault her? Someone was puzzled. It must be that he felt the process was too slow. Another person answered. I see. So he's in a hurry. Yesu Yuan always misunderstood others due to his self-absorption, and now he was also misunderstood. Although this feeling was very unpleasant, he would remain stubborn in the future, still thinking women liked him due to his self-absorption. Yesu Yuan ran away, and the drama was over. Lin Ziming looked at the empty seat beside him and wondered, why hasn't she come back yet? Lin Ziming got up to find her outside. Of course, he couldn't enter the women's restroom. He was just looking around, but then he heard Bai Luoling scream coming from the restroom, instinctively running in. Luoling, are you okay? Lin Ziming was extremely worried about her. Cockroach. Bai Luoling pointed to the cockroach on the ground in fear. The cockroach twitched its antennae, swiftly running away. Ah! Bai Luoling was too scared and hugged him. The gentle and warm touch, the enticing fragrance. Lin Ziming looked down at Bai Luoling's pretty face. In fact, he noticed that Bai Luoling was more beautifully dressed than usual. For this, he was a bit happy. When a woman dresses up to meet you, it means you are not that unpleasant to her. Although it was detrimental to Lin Ziming's mission, none of the female leads were normal now. So one more Bai Luoling didn't matter. I'm not afraid of cockroaches. Bai Luoling stubbornly denied. Cockroach. Lin Ziming suddenly pointed behind her. Ah! Bai Luoling was frightened and hid behind him, peeking over her head. Not even the shadow of a cockroach could be seen on the ground. Lin Ziming. How dare you lie to me? Bai Luoling was furious, grabbing his collar. Who told you to be so stubborn? Lin Ziming chuckled. Bai Luoling gritted her teeth and finally let go of his collar. As Bai Luoling calmed down, she realized that Lin Ziming should not be here. You're a pervert, daring to enter the women's restroom. Reminded by her, Lin Ziming looked around in panic. He was lucky, as there was only Bai Luoling, a woman, there. I'm not a pervert. I only came in because I heard you scream, thinking something happened to you, Lin Ziming explained as he quickly walked out. They walked out one after the other and happened to meet several people coming to use the restroom. Going in together. A young man was surprised. Young people these days are really daring. An old man said helplessly, "Can't believe you're so bold. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Just now in the movie theater, I encountered a man who was eager to take advantage of a woman, and now I encounter a very eager couple. Why do I always run into such people today? You guys misunderstood. I ran in because I heard her scream, thinking something was wrong. Who knew she screamed because she saw a cockroach? Lin Ziming explained hastily. You don't need to explain, we understand. Let's just leave it at that this time. Don't do it again next time. Even though it's exciting, you guys should pay attention to the situation. People didn't believe it. Say something. Lin Ziming turned to Bai Luoling. You guys misunderstood. It's exactly as he said. We really did nothing. Bai Luoling explained helplessly. It's a misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. The person made it clear that he was being sarcastic, and the looks from the others made it evident they didn't believe it either. We are innocent. Bai Luoling was both angry and embarrassed. I only came here because I owed someone a favor, and went to the movies with him. Who would do such a thing with him? Bai Luoling said anxiously. But the more she explained, the less people believed. So that's how it is, we understand. One person said casually, that's enough. No need to say more. Let's go. Lin Ziming held Bai Luoling's hand. In the ambiguous gaze of the people, this couple hurriedly fled. It's a pity they hadn't finished watching the movie yet. It's all your fault, causing me to be misunderstood by others. Bai Luoling scolded him. I didn't want it to turn out like this either. Lin Ziming said helplessly. Humph. Bai Luoling turned her head, stomping away in high heels, wanting to leave. Don't go. Our date isn't over yet. Lin Ziming was upset that she seemed to be the only one feeling wronged. I already watched a movie with you. What more do you want? Bai Luoling asked irritably. You dare mention it. Because of you, I couldn't finish watching the movie. Now I have to go back and continue. Lin Ziming thought for a moment and suggested, let's eat. A date must include eating. Fine. I'll eat with you once more. They went to a fancy restaurant and asked for a private room. Perhaps because there was no one else around, they were able to have their meal smoothly. After eating, Lin Ziming played the role of a pampered boyfriend, enthusiastically wanting to take her home. I don't want to take her. I just want to hurry back and see the end of that movie. Lin Ziming's inner voice revealed his true feelings. Don't want to take me. Well, I won't make it easy for you. Bai Luoling raised an eyebrow, got into his car without saying a word. Lin Ziming pursed his lips and could only force a smile as he drove her home. And these scenes were captured by a deliberate observer and posted on social media. Didn't expect Mr. Lin's years of pursuit would finally move Miss Bai. After being a loyal admirer for years, he finally tasted sweet. Wow, when did they get together? Why didn't I know? Never thought I'd see a photo of their date in my lifetime. The upper-class members of society were avidly watching. He actually went behind my back to date another woman. Fiancee Jiao Yunan, after seeing the post, clenched her phone in anger. And Lin Ziming never did get to see the end of the movie that day. As Jiao Yunan came demanding answers, tell me, are you two on a date? Jiao Yunan displayed the photo from social media. It's not a date, we just happened to meet. I invited her to dinner and escorted her home out of politeness. Lin Ziming explained hastily, it was a date. Not only did we eat together, I even took her to watch a movie, although we didn't finish. Lin Ziming's heart finally spoke out the truth. Jiao Yunan also found out that the cooperation regarding the secret recipe of golden wound medicine was aiding. It was all thanks to Jiao Yunan disrupting the male protagonist's plan that the later drama could take place. You're not only dating her, but also lying to me. Come on, we're going on a date now. Jiao Yunan grabbed his collar with authority. No need. I just got back. I'm a bit tired. Lin Ziming was helpless. Even if you're exhausted, You're coming with me on this date. Lin Ziming was dragged away, and Jiao Yunan's anger couldn't be appeased with just one date. For the next week, Lin Ziming had to follow her around carrying things. During their dates, Jiao Yunan took photos of their affectionate moments and posted them on social media. Fiancee getting jealous. I never knew manager Jiao was so possessive, having several days of consecutive dates. Mr. Lin finishes a date with Miss Bai, and immediately starts another with manager Jiao. Both are goddess-level beauties, really envious of Mr. Lin. Wish I could be Mr. Lin, to have two beautiful women like him. Who do you think is more beautiful, Bai Luoling or Jiao Yunan? They are both beautiful. I want both. After reading several comments like these, Bai Luoling didn't open her social media for days. During this period, the narcissistic Yesu Yuan purposely came to ask her out, saying it was to compensate her for going on a date with Lin Ziming because of him. I will give you a perfect date. Get lost. Furious, Bai Luoling threw the documents at his head. Why are you so angry? Feeling shy, Lin Ziming held the birthday gift box, and when he opened it, the servant's eyes lit up instantly. What a beautiful necklace. How much is it worth? Such a big diamond. Miss Bai is so lucky. This necklace is one of a kind in the world. Name Tears of an Angel. Valued at 1 billion. Lin Ziming proudly flaunted. This explanation caused even greater exclamations from the servants. Wow, 1 billion. I could never earn that in a lifetime. Let me say it again. I really wish to be Miss Bai. Young master, on the day of the birthday banquet, your gift will definitely be the most valuable. Young master, Miss Bai will definitely fall in love with you when she sees this necklace. Of course she will love me, Lin Ziming said smugly. No woman can resist this necklace. Lin Ziming intentionally looked at the undercover maid Leilan. What do you think? Are you tempted too? Quickly go back and report to Yesu Yuan. Let him order you to steal my necklace. Leilan. It was the first time she had seen someone so eager to have others harm him, and she had betrayed him once before. So, why did he want her to do it again? Did he have a liking for being betrayed? Later, Leilan truthfully told Yesu Yuan about Lin Ziming's birthday gift. Is it really worth 1 billion? Isn't he exaggerating? Yesu Yuan asked incredulously. It should be true. Bang. Yesu Yuan slammed the table. I really underestimated his love for Bai Luoling. 1 billion, a whole billion. Yesu Yuan was jealous. His subordinate Zhang Xiaobai quietly watched the gift box on the table, containing a jade Buddha worth 10 million. Feeling inferior, the gift from the playboy that you always look down upon easily outshone yours. You used to boast about how happy it would be to be your woman, as you would give her the best in the world and wouldn't tolerate any harm to your woman. Let's see if you dare to make such big claims in the future. Even though Zhang Xiaobai didn't speak, he still felt that his imposing image was fading in his eyes. Yesu Yuan deliberately said to him, Xiaobai, take this gift back and exchange it. I want a different gift. If not for fearing that Bai Luoling would feel distressed by my extravagance, I would never have bought such an ordinary gift. Exactly, such a gift is not worthy of my woman. If she pities me, I can comfort her afterwards. Yesu Yuan was saving face, desperately finding excuses for his cheaper gift compared to Lin Ziming's. Zhang Xiaobai didn't believe a word of Yesu Yuan's words. You can continue pretending. Let's see what good gift you can buy later. Yesu Yuan didn't immediately order Leilan to steal the necklace. Leilan thought that Yesu Yuan would finally play it straight, competing with Lin Ziming by buying a gift exceeding 1 billion. But Leilan was mistaken. When he took out a replica of the Tears of an Angel necklace, he casually said, take it back for an exchange. Zhang Xiaobai stood silently, rolling his eyes in secret. It seems like I underestimated your shamelessness. I thought you would send someone to steal it. I didn't expect to exchange it. Probably, you will expose him at the birthday banquet and save face for yourself. Yes. Ever since you returned the Jade Buddha, I haven't seen you buy gifts again. It must be that this gift is far below 1 billion, and you're too embarrassed to tell us now. It's a bit embarrassing. So, you want to step on Lin Ziming to regain face. Truly, it's a 9 out of 10 chance that Zhang Xiaobai guessed right. but he still underestimated Yesu Yuan's shamelessness. In fact, he planned to fake an antique necklace, valued at 30,000, externally publicized at 3 billion. The fake was very convincing, only an expert could tell. When he exposed Lin Ziming's fakery later, he would gain attention, and possibly no one would question the authenticity of his item. But, forced by circumstances, Yesu Yuan didn't want to give his woman a fake, because of his previous fake antique incident, where he had to take full responsibility and compensate for the losses to the buy group, which cost him a lot of money, and most of his funds were still overseas and not recovered yet. Now, he had to cherish every penny dearly. Seeing that he no longer went out every night to seek pleasure with women, one could tell he was tight on money. Unfortunately, the money he painstakingly saved was easily overshadowed by Lin Ziming's gift, which cost him even more pain. So, after he thought of buying fake gifts, he continued his nightly pleasures. This made Zhang Xiaobai look down on him once again. I thought he changed his ways and sobered up. Turns out I was wrong. He's still a womanizer every night. Although Yesu Yuan's gift was only advertised as 3 billion, significantly less than Lin Ziming's billion, it was because Yesu Yuan was afraid that a higher price tag would attract attention. After all, the higher the value of an item, the rarer it is. Just like Lin Ziming's tears of an angel, which might be the only one in the world, Yesu Yuan would personally steal back the fake antique necklace later. Presumably, Bai Luoling would feel guilty for losing his gift. It's okay. I'll comfort you well at that time. Yesu Yuan showed a mischievous smile. Zhang Xiaobai, certainly thinking of some unspeakable shameless stuff. Leilan internally agreed and scorned Yesu Yuan. But what could she do when he was the Dragon King? She had to obediently follow him when the person himself was willing to swap. Lin Ziming deliberately distracted the bodyguards to sneak into the bedroom successfully. Soon, Leilan completed the switch and walked out casually as if nothing had happened. Lin Ziming was waiting for her in the hall, smiling at her, who had just acted as a thief. The switch should be successful, right? The top assassin Leilan couldn't possibly do such a small thing wrong. If there are no surprises at the birthday banquet, I will be embarrassed. Leilan, it was the first time she saw someone happy that they were about to embarrass themselves. When Leilan handed the tears of an angel necklace to Yesu Yuan, the latter fondly picked it up and caressed it. This is the $1 billion necklace. It doesn't feel as dazzling as I imagined, Zhang Xiaobai casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Yesu Yuan immediately turned his head and rebuked. You don't know anything. When something worth $1 billion is in front of you, you don't appreciate it. Only someone like me, an expert, can truly appreciate it, Yesu Yuan said, caressing it lovingly. Indeed, this necklace shouldn't be in the hands of Lin Ziming, a layman. It should belong to me. The reason is that Zhang Xiaobai was right. The $1 billion necklace is indeed not that dazzling. In fact, Yesu Yuan noticed something unusual as soon as he got his hands on this necklace, but thought he was overthinking it. Although Lin Ziming lacks self-awareness and doesn't realize he's not good enough for Bai Luoling, he still persistently pursues her. Yet Yesu Yuan acknowledges his sincere love. He believes that Lin Ziming would not give her a fake item. Therefore, this is definitely a $1 billion necklace. Lin Ziming, unaware of his licking dog behavior, prevents the plot from collapsing prematurely. Yes, premature, because this necklace is fake. The reason? It's still Lin Ziming's fiancee, Jiao Yunan, who is playing tricks. It turns out that Lin Ziming feared his jealous fiancee, Jiao Yunan, would sabotage things at Bai Luoling's birthday party, so he specifically advised against her going. In the original plot, Jiao Yunan had no good feelings towards Lin Ziming and didn't want to deal with a man who belonged to Bai Luoling. But things are different now. Since the last time Lin Ziming went on a date with Bai Luoling, Jiao Yunan's jealousy knew no bounds. Lin Ziming felt like his hands and feet were not his own. Scary to accompany a woman shopping. Through Lin Ziming's thoughts, Jiao Yunan knew his gift would be swapped. It was Leilan, the undercover agent, who did it, with Yesu Yuan as the mastermind. After getting angry, Jiao Yunan looked forward to their plan being ruined. Jiao Yunan preemptively switched Lin Ziming's genuine item and planned to switch it back later. Before doing so, Jiao Yunan hesitated because she was angry that Lin Ziming spent a fortune on a $1 billion diamond necklace for Bai Luoling. However, she knew Lin Ziming didn't really want to spend that much, which made her feel better, especially since Bai Luoling could also hear Lin Ziming's inner thoughts. She probably wouldn't feel too proud even if she received the genuine article. I beg you, please don't go. I'll make it up to you later. Lin Ziming made a bold decision. To prevent the plot from collapsing, he decided to sacrifice his pride and accompany her shopping. Okay. Jiao Yunan replied calmly. Really? Thank you so much. Lin Ziming excitedly kissed her. Without you, there shouldn't be any unexpected events happening next. That's what Lin Ziming thought. It will definitely happen. Jiao Yunan, held tightly, revealed a sly smile. The day of the birthday party arrived. Many high society figures arrived at the mansion, each bringing a gift to the birthday girl Bai Luoling. Miss Bai, it's been a while. You look even more beautiful now. Miss Bai, happy birthday. Miss Bai, our son will be returning to the country soon. Can you find time to meet with him? Despite the fact that the Bai family ranks last among the top 5 families in the city, they are backed by 10 smaller families, and Bai Luoling's beauty has attracted many families who want her as a daughter-in-law. Yesu Yuan stood aside, taking a sip of red wine, showing a satisfied smile. Indeed, my woman is truly popular. Seeing his woman being pestered, Yesu Yuan walked over to rescue her. Luoling, happy birthday. Yesu Yuan held a delicate gift with a gentle smile. Initially a bit annoyed, Bai Luoling became even more irritated. This is an antique necklace I'm giving you, worth 3 billion. It is said to have been worn by a favored concubine in the royal family in the past. Yesu Yuan eagerly opened it, looking at Bai Luoling expectantly, his words containing hints. No matter how many women I have in the future, you will always be my favorite. Bai Luoling understood the implications. Just as he had hoped, she would rather not have understood. Who do you think you are? I won't compete with other women for you. Bai Luoling couldn't help but roll her eyes. If it weren't for the many prominent figures present and the celebratory occasion, Bai Luoling would have wanted him out of the place. Thank you. Bai Luoling coldly closed the box and handed it to the butler behind her. Not as delighted as expected. Couldn't she hear the implications? No, I have to remind this beautiful yet somewhat foolish woman. Luoling, may I have a word with you? I'm busy right now. Let's talk later. Humph, you think a 3 billion gift qualifies you for private conversation with Luoling? Lin Ziming held the gift and confidently walked out. Young Master Lin, what valuable gift are you gifting this year? People's attention immediately shifted to the well-known licking dog of the city. This year, I'm gifting the necklace called Tears of an Angel. Lin Ziming opened the gift as he spoke. People's eyes lit up, even Bai Luoling's gaze flickered. Tears of an Angel, isn't that the one-of-a-kind $1 billion necklace? Is this the genuine article? It's the first time I've seen it up close. What a beautiful necklace. $1 billion, truly worthy of young Master Lin, very generous. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. No wonder you spoke of a mere 3 billion earlier. That person purposely glanced at Yesu Yuan. Among all the gifts Miss Bai received today, your gift is definitely the most valuable. People praised one after the other. Of course, on such an important day for Luoling, I naturally have to give her the best. Lin Ziming showed a smug smile. Sounds convincing. Bai Luoling's lips curved slightly. See, none of you see it. Right. This is a fake. I didn't originally plan to give her such an expensive gift, but I had to do it for the liking dog setting. Thanks to Yesu Yuan's intervention, swapping my gift, I can maintain my image and feel relieved. Haha. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the ancient medical divine needle from ranting. The voice of the system suddenly sounded. Nice. What a reward. Lin Ziming's mood improved even further. However, in stark contrast, Bai Luoling felt the urge to throw the so-called Tears of an Angel necklace on the ground. But she couldn't do that. It would disrupt the evening's celebrations and she would feel ashamed. People would gossip about how her admirer Lin Ziming had given her a fake gift. Has Bai Luoling's charm diminished? Bai Luoling didn't expose him. She accepted the fake gift with a fake smile. Wait, Yesu Yuan suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Miss Bai, you can't accept this gift. Yesu Yuan said slowly. Here it is, here it is. Lin Ziming nervously looked at him. What is coming? Bai Luoling was completely confused. You all have misunderstood. The reason I didn't let Miss Bai accept this gift is because this necklace is fake. Yesu Yuan said as he picked up the necklace named Tears of the Angel. It's just a fake worth 30,000 yuan. Yesu Yuan emphasized. Nonsense. How could this necklace be fake? If you don't know jewelry, then don't speak. If this necklace is fake, how could I not be able to tell? What sort of person is young Master Lin? It's almost as if you bought a fake. How could he buy a fake? Mr. Yi, no matter how jealous you are of young Master Lin, you shouldn't slander him. Yesu Yuan, don't you know you can mess around with things, but you can't mess around with words? Lin Ziming pretended to be angry. How could I, Lin Ziming, buy a fake, especially as a birthday gift for Luoling? Are you underestimating the financial power of our Lin family, or underestimating my love for Luoling? Lin Ziming raged. My acting skills are really good. They are quite good. It's such a pity you're not in the acting circle. Bai Luoling looked at Lin Ziming. You all don't believe it's fake, right? I'll prove it to you. Yesu Yuan suddenly threw the billion-dollar Tears of the Angel necklace to the ground. Ah, what are you doing? A guest anxiously picked up the necklace to check for any damage. You said it's genuine. Why are you worried? Genuine diamonds don't break so easily unless it's fake. Yesu Yuan eagerly waited for the gasps from the guests. It's impossible to break. Even if it gets dirty, it will be your fault. The guest carefully wiped the tears of the angel diamond. You said it didn't break, just got dirty. Yesu Yuan was surprised and took it to inspect closely. Strange. Aren't these diamonds made of glass? Why didn't they break? Maybe I dropped it too lightly earlier. That's why it didn't break. I have to say, this 30,000 yuan fake was worth buying. Yesu Yuan pinched one of the fake diamonds, intending to crush it. But despite exerting all his strength, the diamond remained unchanged. Even if Mr. Yi has superhuman strength, he can't harm diamonds. A guest rolled their eyes. You want to crush it, right? Go on. Squeeze it as hard as you can. Someone mocked, cheering him on. Yesu Yuan's forehead veins bulged as he tried to crush the diamond, but it still didn't break. He looked shocked and puzzled. How can this be? It's clearly fake. Lin Ziming thought the same. What's going on? You Dragon King, weren't you the one who switched my genuine merchandise? How come you can't prove it's fake now? You said you were going to slap my face. Now you're slapping your own face. Such a useless male lead. Can't even handle such a small matter properly. Lin Ziming looked disdainfully at Yesu Yuan. Seeing Lin Ziming's expectations fall through, Bai Luoling's mood improved. Mr. Yi, how long are you going to hold onto that necklace? Why don't you quickly return it to young Master Lin? Someone urged. Clearly not an expert, yet pretending to be one. Human jealousy is truly frightening. If you can't beat others, resort to slander. Slander is bad enough, but at least try to succeed. Their mocking voices resound clearly in Yesu Yuan's ears. Yesu Yuan was furious. He grabbed Lin Ziming's collar aggressively and demanded, "Tell the truth, is this necklace fake?" Lin Ziming wanted to say it was fake. So, you could slap me and follow the original plot. How could it be fake? Lin Ziming pretended to be angry. It's fine if you slander me, but resorting to violence. Miss Bai, such a brute has no right to attend your birthday party. Yes, Miss Bai, you should kick him out. After all, Yesu Yuan was a shareholder of the Bai Group. Kicking a shareholder out wouldn't sound good. Mr. Yi, are you drunk? Bai Luoling decided to give him an out. Butler, please take him downstairs to rest. If Yesu Yuan wasn't stupid, he would have followed that path down. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yesu Yuan's level of stupidity. I'm not drunk. Yesu Yuan will never make a mistake. His tears of the angel must be fake. Yesu Yuan assured, patting his chest. You're just being stubborn. Lin Ziming, Have you embarrassed yourself to such an extent that you've thrown caution to the wind? I hope your persistence pays off. What's all this noise? Suddenly, an elderly man walked over. Old Jiao, you came just in time, someone exclaimed in surprise. It turns out that this old Jiao had a good reputation in the antique world in Magic City. Many wealthy people sought his expertise in appraising antiques, but he rarely agreed to do so. Old Jiao, please come here and see if this is a fake. That person turned to Yesu Yuan. This Mr. Yi says it's fake. Let me take a look. Old Jiao took the tears of the angel, carefully examining it. It's definitely authentic, Old Jiao said seriously. It's impossible, Yesu Yuan blurted out. You're still being stubborn. When Old Jiao says it's authentic, it's authentic. Yesu Yuan, are you trying to oppose Old Jiao? Do you think you're more skillful than him? Then why haven't I heard about you in the antique world? People sneered at him. You said his is fake. Then we can also say the gift you gave is fake. That's right. How can we only appraise one person's gift? Yours should be appraised as well. Hearing that his antique necklace would be appraised, Yesu Yuan panicked and finally gave up on his argument. I'm sorry, Old Jiao. You are right. It's genuine. I concede. Yesu Yuan would rather apologize to Old Jiao than to Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming, I won't forget this. Yesu Yuan turned to leave, still not willing to apologize to Lin Ziming. Why are you suddenly leaving? Are you feeling guilty? It's fortunate he's not leaving with the gift. It's still with Miss Bai. Miss Bai, could you have your butler bring it out for appraisal? Sure. Bai Luoling was very willing to do so. The male protagonist's shameless behavior shocked Lin Ziming. Yesu Yuan really wanted to reach out and take back the antique necklace he had given, to prevent Mr. Jiao from identifying it. But wouldn't doing so be admitting guilt? In fact, his strong reaction was pretty much in that vein. Yesu Yuan watched in horror as the steward presented the antique necklace. Under Yesu Yuan's terrifying gaze, Mr. Jiao calmly declared, "It's fake, not worth more than 30,000 on the market." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziming could only cover his face in resignation. You little brat, you actually bought fake goods to fool Miss Bai. I didn't expect you to be so poor that you can only afford items worth a few tens of thousands. Sigh, Miss Bai is kind-hearted. Even if you gave her a few tens of thousands worth of genuine goods, she wouldn't despise you. Why did you spend money on fake goods just to save face? It's bad enough you gave fake goods, but to then slander Master Lin for giving fake goods. Ha 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 ha, criticizing others for buying fake goods when you're the real beer of fake items. The mocking voices were incessant. Yesu Yuan felt both angry and ashamed, clenching his fists tightly and restraining himself from lashing out at them. Bai Luoling watched Yesu Yuan coldly, feeling embarrassed. Aren't you? I gave you a way out before. I let you leave, but you didn't. Wanting to save face, wanting to show off, and now look, you've lost face. I didn't expect such an incident of giving fake goods to happen at Miss Bai's birthday party. Poor Miss Bai, being pursued by someone like this. Is the Bai group in trouble? Why is this shareholder so poor? It seems Miss Bai's charm isn't as formidable as rumored. Otherwise, even if it meant bankrupting oneself, one would still buy genuine goods to give her on such an important day. Why would he be so foolish to give fake goods? Does he think Miss Bai has poor taste and can't tell the difference? Miss Bai comes from a wealthy family. Can't believe she lacks such discernment. People continued to discuss. Bai Luoling felt uncomfortable after hearing all this. Today was supposed to be a joyful day, but thanks to Yesu Yuan's narcissism, she was also being mocked. You can be narcissistic, thinking you're a handsome and powerful man, but now, you're giving me tens of thousands of fake goods on my birthday. Are you kidding me? And this person is still a shareholder of the Bai group. Bai Luoling was helpless. That's enough, all of you shut up. Yesu Yuan declared forcefully, his eyes showing a fierce glint. People were not afraid and instead mocked him even more, being angry out of humiliation. You did such a thing yourself, yet you refused to apologize to the person involved and dared to be aggressive towards us. Lin Ziming watched as these bystanders unabashedly mocked the male lead, feeling speechless. What happened to the protagonist's halo? The gaze that could intimidate others. Is it because the male lead has done too many foolish things that people no longer find him impressive? Lin Ziming, I won't let this go easily. Instead of receiving an apology, Lin Ziming was faced with a threat. Yesu Yuan left amidst the mocking laughter. Come on, they're mocking you. I didn't say a word. Lin Ziming felt helpless. It seemed that, as the antagonist character, he was destined to incur the male lead's resentment. On the other side, someone was starting to resent Yesu Yuan. Zhang Xiaobai, his subordinate, took the diamond necklace, stolen from Lin Ziming, to an intermediary for appraisal. After all, since it was stolen goods, they couldn't openly sell them. The intermediary would help find a beer and sell them covertly, but the price of 1 billion would definitely be discounted. With just one glance, the intermediary could tell it was fake and angrily threw the necklace to the ground. The fake diamond shattered instantly. You little brat, do you think this place is a joke? Trying to fool us with fake goods? If it wasn't for the fact that the boss had bought goods from the intermediary a few times, the intermediary would have wanted to teach Zhang Xiaobai a lesson. Does your boss look down on me, thinking I couldn't see through it? Is it that your boss's eyesight is poor and he was deceived? No matter what, for the next batch of goods delivered, we will take an additional 10%. Go back and inform your boss about it. The intermediary waved his hand, and Zhang Xiaobai, fearing the intermediary might change his mind, quickly left. As Zhang Xiaobai hurried away, he cursed Yesu Yuan. He always mocked me for being uncultured, having no discernment. Now, who lacks discernment? He always buys luxury items, right? Brand name clothes, brand name watches, pretending to be a rich gentleman, having exquisite taste, being knowledgeable. Damn it, if he wants to show off, let him. Just don't drag me down with him. Ooh, perhaps I should listen to that police officer's advice and change jobs, to avoid being implicated by the boss. If it wasn't for being unable to leave the Dragon King Temple easily, he would have left a long time ago. The next day, maid Leilan followed behind Lin Ziming with something in her hands. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped abruptly, and an angrily determined Yesu Yuan got out. He had been furious since last night. Lin Ziming, you made me lose face. If I don't beat you half to death today, I'm not Yesu Yuan. Yesu Yuan rubbed his palms together as he walked over. Retaliation came so quickly. Wow, last night you couldn't hit me with words, and now you want to slap me with your hands. Truly shameless male lead. Perhaps this was karma. Lin Ziming once sent bodyguards to beat him, and now Yesu Yuan was here to strike back. You hit me once, I'll hit you back, and we'll call it even. You want to hit me? Lin Ziming reminded. Have you forgotten the consequences of the last time I hit you? Did I end up in a hospital last time? HMPH. I've been in there so many times. Not afraid of another visit. Yesu Yuan was ready for it. If this move doesn't work, it seems I'm bound to get beaten up today. Lin Ziming had previously possessed an ancient martial arts body protecting technique, making it not so easy for Yesu Yuan to hurt him. But that was in the past. Who knows if the male lead's strength has increased? After all, whenever he encountered formidable opponents before, upon the next meeting, he would always surprise them. It's just that the earlier plot line has already had many issues, affecting the subsequent storyline. Want mercy? If so, ask for it quickly. I might go easy on you. Yesu Yuan walked closer, offering advice. Beg for mercy. Lin Ziming defiantly puffed out his chest. In the dictionary of my life, there is no word for begging for mercy. All right, then I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yesu Yuan's fist came flying. Then, they fought seriously. Lin Ziming was on the side, eating melon frantically. Truly worthy of being Dragon King Yi's formidable opponent, his skills are indeed impressive. Today, we will find out who is stronger between Leilan and Yesu Yuan. Lin Ziming smiled slightly, but someone stopped Lin Ziming's curiosity. Is it right for people to hit women? Beauty, don't be afraid. I'll help you. How dare they bully women in broad daylight? Too much. That man is bullying such a beautiful woman. Male passers-by burst out with a strong sense of justice, coming to rescue this poor beauty. Seeing the passers-by joining the fray and surrounding the male protagonist, Lin Ziming was speechless. Is this the beauty effect? Being good-looking has many benefits. Let us fight. What business is it of yours? Yesu Yuan scolded others angrily while dealing with Leilan. Normally, one punch from a passerby would have been enough. But now things were different. He had to focus on dealing with Leilan, the top assassin. When masters duel, interference from others can easily affect the outcome, especially when more than one person interferes. I'll interfere if I want to. Hitting women. What kind of skill is that? We will interfere. Men who hit women are scum. The passers-by fought and berated him. Yesu Yuan had to divide his attention to deal with them, which would expose him to a punch from Leilan. If he focused on dealing with Leilan, he would be hit by several punches from these passers-by. Regardless of the choice, Yesu Yuan was destined to lose today. In the end, it was the police that he didn't want to see who came to rescue him. Stop it. No more fighting. A stern voice. The passers-by were startled and dispersed. Yesu Yuan finally broke free from the encirclement. How dare you hit me? I will remember you. Yesu Yuan, with a bruised face, blurted out. A passerby replied arrogantly, Remember us. You. Yesu Yuan wanted to say more, but he winced in pain. Then Yesu Yuan turned his head and exclaimed, Officer Yang. Why is it you again? The officer behind helped Officer Yang Yudong express her inner thoughts. Who intended to harm people? Officer Yang asked nonchalantly. Officer, isn't it obvious? They openly surrounded this handsome. The woman who called reported hesitated before finishing with the word handsome, because at this moment, Yesu Yuan's face was quite swollen, really quite ugly. Officer Yang, he was hitting a woman, we were just helping her. Exactly. How can a man hit a woman? The passers-by spoke up. Officer Yang, he wanted to hit my young master. I was just protecting my young master. Leilan appeared protective of her young master, intentionally harming people, even thinking of hitting a woman. People looked down on Yesu Yuan even more. How could this be? Isn't he the bad guy here? The woman who called was shocked. I shouldn't have called the police. Let them fight a bit longer. The female onlookers, also women, looked disdainfully at Yesu Yuan, disgusted. Ooh, hitting women, scum. The women left in anger, feeling they needed to clean their eyes after seeing him. Hit her. She could hit me back just as well. Look where she's injured. Yesu Yuan felt helpless. Ha, it's funny. It's the first time I've seen Yesu Yuan beaten so badly. If it wasn't for the mission, Lin Ziming really hoped to see the male lead eating humble pie every day. And this time, Yesu Yuan was caught by Officer Yang Yudong. Yesu Yuan was despondent, handcuffed. He didn't mind going back to the station again, but Lin Ziming was uninjured, and he was battered. Soon, at the police station, a familiar face appeared again. Mr. Zhang, you're here again. The police smiled, handing him a form to fill out. Yeah, here I am again. Zhang Xiaobai took it in resignation. Why is there an extra one? Zhang Xiaobai noticed an extra form and thought of returning it. You don't have to return it. Don't you think you'll need it soon? Zhang Xiaobai thought for a moment and decisively asked for 5 more. A smart move, the policeman commented. Every time Zhang Xiaobai came to bail out Yesu Yuan, he felt embarrassed. He didn't want to stay a second longer in the police station. Upon seeing Yesu Yuan's bruised face, Zhang Xiaobai asked in surprise, Who has the guts to beat you up like this? It's your favorite lady Leilan. Yesu Yuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobai was shocked. Admirable lady Leilan. Zhang Xiaobai's men wouldn't pity Yesu Yuan, a useless person they had to bail out every other day. As soon as Yesu Yuan came out, he asked for Lady Leilan to come out. The reason I lost face yesterday, is it because you never actually switched that necklace? Yesu Yuan looked down at Leilan, questioning her again. When Yesu Yuan returned last night, he immediately went to ask Leilan if she had actually switched the necklace. Leilan solemnly swore that she did it herself. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai, his subordinate, saw that his boss doubted Lady Leilan's loyalty, and his expression turned even worse. If Lady Leilan had any doubts about you, she would have vied for the Dragon King position with you long ago. Leilan had a good reputation at the Dragon King's palace, and many people hoped she would become the Dragon King. Bringing up this question again, Leilan's response remained the same. If not for hearing Lin Ziming's heartfelt breakdown after returning, Leilan would have suspected it was a trap set by Lin Ziming. Remembering Lin Ziming's constant complaints about Yesu Yuan stealing his limelight and losing face at the birthday banquet, Leilan couldn't help but laugh. Although Yesu Yuan was her boss, she still enjoyed seeing him embarrassed. Since you have no doubts about me, why did you intervene to help him today? Wouldn't it be better to just watch from the sidelines? Yesu Yuan asked darkly. If Leilan couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, Yesu Yuan wouldn't mind imprisoning her. If she could still be reasonable and understand how to please him, he would release her again. By then, Leilan, besides being the leader of the assassin team, would have an additional identity. You Dragon King's woman. I'm doing this to better accomplish the mission. Yesu Yuan didn't know. Leilan was actually pretending to be troubled on the surface, but deep down she was very happy. Hey, things are not like that at all. I have worked hard to help you, but you always want to hit on me. I have wanted to beat you up a long time ago, and now that there's such a good opportunity, how can I refuse? Actually, I wasn't even sure if I could hit you, but thanks to you deserving a beating, someone stepped in. Finally, I could beat you up badly. You must not know that I was eager to punch you several times back then. For the sake of being an undercover agent, next to Lin Ziming, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Yesu Yuan stood up, walked over, and reached out to touch the pitiful Leilan. Yes, it was indeed troublesome, because Yesu Yuan thought she had to endure a lot of pain in order to hit her own man. It's nothing. For the undercover mission, this bit of discomfort isn't anything. Dragon King, you are the one who is most wronged. Leilan gently dodged his salacious hands. Yesu Yuan thought she was blaming herself, feeling unworthy of his comfort. Yesu Yuan smiled slightly and withdrew his hand. On the side, Zhang Xiaobai was extremely envious. I didn't know being an undercover agent had so many benefits. If I knew earlier, I would have volunteered to be one. Zhang Xiaobai also felt the urge to beat the narcissistic and shameless Dragon King. On the other side, Lin Ziming was reluctantly accompanying his fiancée, Jiao Yunan, for shopping. Watching this beautiful woman walking ahead of him carrying things, Lin Ziming felt displeased. If he knew that Jiao Yunan was the one who disrupted the plot last night, he would definitely be even more displeased. After all, he agreed to meet Jiao Yunan, his fiancée, to prevent her from attending Beowuling's birthday party and ruining the plot. However, Jiao Yunan didn't show up, and the plot was still ruined, and he still had to pay the price, accompanying her for shopping. Lin Ziming's meeting with Beowuling's girlfriend, who humiliated him at her birthday party, also involved his undercover partner, Leilan, hurting her man, Yesu Yuan. Yesu Yuan felt that Lin Ziming was deliberately trying to steal his women. Watching the news report about the president of Anshan Group, Jiao Yunan, on TV, admiring her exquisite beauty and queen-like aura, Yesu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Since you've stolen so many women from me, Yesu Yuan was about to make a move. This was not part of the original plot. Lin Ziming was not supposed to know about it. But Yesu Yuan liked to show off, so he came to the Lin family on purpose. Young master, Yesu Yuan is here. He says he has something to tell you. The servant respectfully said. Yesu Yuan had actually come to the doorstep of their home. Lin Ziming was surprised and sat up. But at this time, Leilan and the other maids had gone out shopping and were not at home. Is he here to hit me again? To come to my territory to hit me? Although Yesu Yuan was highly skilled in martial arts, the Lin family was the head of the 5 major families in Modu, with many bodyguards and excellent weapons at home. Lin Ziming stroked his chin. Is he here to be abused by me at his own request? Let him in. Yes, young master. As soon as Yesu Yuan entered, he saw Lin Ziming sitting high up on a chair with a row of bodyguards behind him. Upon a closer look, Yesu Yuan saw that they all had guns in their pockets. Humph, does he think I've come to fight him? I'm not that stupid. Yesu Yuan smiled coldly. Speak quickly. My time is very precious. Lin Ziming put on a young master's demeanor. Yesu Yuan smirked mischievously. I heard your fiancé lives in Unit 120, Block 3 of Hai Tia Community. I heard that the scenery there is beautiful, and the air is good too. I also want to live there. Lin Ziming. Are you deliberately telling me this to get me to stop you from hitting on my fiancé? Before Yesu Yuan could say anything, Lin Ziming didn't know about his plan, but now he knew that he was trying to steal his fiancé. Any man wouldn't tolerate that, especially when the male lead had many stunning women in his future harem, incurring the jealousy of many men. You have so many women, but it's still not enough. You even want to steal my fiancé. Lin Ziming glared at him. That was exactly the effect Yesu Yuan was aiming for. Suddenly, Lin Ziming thought about the unusual relationships the male lead had with the female protagonist, aside from not having a good development with any of them at the moment. Pathetic. Lin Ziming's eyes changed. Yesu Yuan became enraged at this. When the time comes, I'll see your fiancé every day. Who knows when she might suddenly change her mind and think you're not worthy of being with her, and call off the engagement. Yesu Yuan confidently laughed. Lin Ziming retorted defiantly, she likes me so much. Even if I suggest breaking off the engagement, she would never agree. So confident. Lin young master. Yesu Yuan grinned. The more confident you are, the greater the impact when things don't go as expected. By then, Lin young master, you better be prepared with some medicine, so you don't get overwhelmed by the truth. Yesu Yuan turned to leave breezily, but several beautiful and young maids suddenly appeared. He smirked lecherously at the maids and continued with his self-indulgent remarks. If I come here again, your beautiful maids here might end up revealing more than just their duties. The maids? Lin Ziming. Do you have no women left, male lead, that you even want my maids? Or have you taken me as your number one enemy and want to steal all the beautiful women around me? Is he your friend, young master? One of the maids with long hair asked anxiously. How is that possible? Lin Ziming expressed extreme disdain. The maids immediately understood. The maid with long hair patted her chest with relief. Thank goodness, he's not your friend. How could you ask such a question? How could the young master have a friend like that? What kind of person is he? Why is he so narcissistic? Looks presentable, but turns out to have a twisted mind. The maids were disgusted by Yesu Yuan's comments as if they had swallowed a cockroach. But Yesu Yuan felt good about himself and believed he had left a good impression on the maids, gaining their favor. He thought to himself, tonight they will definitely dream of me and call out my name. Yesu Yuan was mistaken. If they did dream, it would be about chasing him with an iron rod. The maid with long hair asked weakly, will he come here again in the future? Those maids looked at Lin young master imploringly, hoping he would say no. Master, you shouldn't associate with people like this. The maids immediately smiled happily. Yesu Yuan didn't leave for long before Lin Ziming tittied up and then drove his luxury car to the Haitian community. The Haitian community had ocean view homes and was located in the city center of the Magic City, where real estate was highly coveted, and the residents were usually affluent. Jiao Yunan didn't return to the Jiao family every day. She also owned a property in the Haitian community. After Yesu Yuan purchased a property there, he would definitely be pestering Lin Ziming's fiancé every day. Well, don't say that I'm useless as your fiancé, unable to help at all. I will go there and buy all the unsold houses. Lin Ziming boasted as he drove, full of confidence. Of course, he wasn't like Yesu Yuan, who constantly wanted to show off. Lin Ziming had no intention of telling Jiao Yunan about this matter, fearing she might become too conceited since she already acted arrogant most of the time, making it seem as if he was completely reliant on her. Soon, Lin Ziming arrived at the sales office in the Haitian community, where a beautiful saleswoman was sitting. Sir, may I help you with something? The saleswoman immediately stood up, politely inquiring. I want to buy a house, Lin Ziming said casually. Business was coming in. The saleswoman was pleased and quickly took out documents, asking, "Sir, what type of house are you looking for? Just let us know, we have all kinds of properties here. How many unsold houses are left?" Lin Ziming asked casually. The saleswoman hesitated at the question. It was the first time she had heard such a request. However, she politely answered, "There are still 38 houses unsold." "I see. There are still that many left. All right, I'll buy them all," Lin Ziming said nonchalantly, surprising the saleswoman. All of them. After working in the field for 5 years, it was the first time she heard someone say that. Confirming. She asked again, "Sir, our cheapest property here is 50 million. Are you really planning to buy the remaining 38 houses?" "Yes, I'll buy them all," Lin Ziming nodded firmly. "Sir, please have a seat and wait for a moment. This is a major transaction. I need to report to our general manager," the saleswoman said excitedly, offering him a chair. She even poured him a cup of tea while Lin Ziming leisurely waited for their general manager to come over. In less than 20 minutes, the general manager rushed over, perspiring heavily. The general manager was even more enthusiastic than the saleswoman, bringing out a stack of papers for Lin Ziming to sign. Lin Ziming promptly made the full payment. "Mr. Lin, thank you so much for buying so many properties. Our company has decided to gift you a luxury car as a token of appreciation," the general manager smiled. Although the Lin family wasn't lacking in luxury cars, free things should never be refused. Lin Ziming provided his home address so they could deliver the car there. As he was leaving, the saleswoman handed him her business card with a charming smile. "If you have any doubts about the properties, feel free to call me anytime. I'm available 24/7. "Okay." Lin Ziming accepted the card indifferently. As he had bought so many houses, he couldn't possibly occupy all of them. He planned to rent them out and would need the help of the saleswoman for that. Shortly after Lin Ziming left, Jiao Yunan returned to the community. Coincidentally, she bumped into Yesu Yuan there. "Miss Jiao, do you live here? What a coincidence. I'm also considering buying a house here. Please take care of me in the future." Yesu Yuan showed what he believed to be his most charming smile. However, Jiao Yunan remained impassive, not even looking at him. "This scumbag obsessed over women, now setting his sights on me." Jiao Yunan didn't pay him any attention, walking away without a second glance. "I'm busy. You go by yourself," she said dismissively. Yesu Yuan was taken aback when his charming smile didn't work its magic. "She clearly doesn't like me. There's no need to say anything. Lin Ziming must have spoken ill of me in front of her. Since you're busy, I won't bother you. Can you at least tell me where the sales office is?" Yesu Yuan asked gently. "You have confidence in yourself to think I'd guide you there." "I'm not sure of the location. Ask someone else," Jiao Yunan lied with a straight face. Subsequently, she left in high heels. As Jiao Yunan walked away, she dialed the phone of the general manager of the sales office. "Miss Jiao, do you need anything?" the general manager asked warmly. She was the second-ranked young miss of the Jiao family, one of the top 5 families in the Magic City. How could he ignore her? "Later, a man named Yesu Yuan will come here to buy a house. I don't wish to see him here. Can you manage that?" Jiao Yunan's tone was icy. If not for Yesu Yuan being so irritating, she wouldn't even consider using her influence to drive him away. "Now that Miss Jiao has asked, I will certainly oblige," the general manager replied with a smile. "Miss Jiao, you needn't have specially instructed me. Yesu Yuan won't be able to stay here anyhow." "Why won't he be able to stay here?" Jiao Yunan was puzzled. "Because your fiancé, Mr. Lin Ziming, has already purchased all the remaining properties. Just an hour ago, he bought them all," the general manager informed her. "He actually did such a thing." Surprised, Jiao Yunan quickly hung up the phone. In such a rush, he bought all the available properties. Jiao Yunan rubbed her chin and suddenly smiled. "So, you received the news. Knew that despicable man would come here to buy a house. So, you got jealous and used this method to stop him. He made such a powerful move yet didn't tell me." Jiao Yunan giggled playfully. "This little man finally showed some boyfriend material. The next time I see him, I must reward him well." Jiao Yunan chuckled. Unaware of the plan that fell through, Yesu Yuan was fixated on Jiao Yunan's lustrous dark hair and graceful figure, unable to help but swallow hard. She's so beautiful and elegant. A woman as good as her is settling for being Lin Ziming's fiancée. It's truly beneath her. Don't worry. I'll rescue you soon. Yesu Yuan never even asked if she needed rescuing. Continuing on his self-admiring path, he asked the security guard and found out where the sales office was. Once inside, he saw the beautiful saleswoman, who was distracted by her phone, waiting for a call from Lin Ziming to leave. Considering that your appearance is passable, I will forgive you this time. Yesu Yuan squinted to evaluate the saleswoman's appearance. Sensing his gaze, the saleswoman felt a bit uncomfortable. Both handsome and wealthy. Why is this person so sleazy? The saleswoman looked up and down at Yesu Yuan, who was dressed in brand-name clothing. Sir, may I help you with something? The saleswoman forced a smile. I want to buy a house. Yesu Yuan had a look that said, I have money to spare. Price is not an issue, as long as I am satisfied with the house. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was taken aback. Why another person looking to buy a house? I have been waiting for half a month and haven't seen a single customer looking to buy a house. Not feeling the expected enthusiasm, Yesu Yuan felt slighted. Hurry up and show me some photos. Introduce me to the houses, Yesu Yuan said arrogantly. Sir, I'm sorry. All the houses here have already been sold. The saleswoman explained calmly. No houses left. Yesu Yuan was surprised, almost letting slip the words has money. No. How could I, the Dragon King, say that someone else has money? It should be someone else revealing those words to me. The Dragon King's pride resurfaced. Sir, if you would like to live here, I can ask Mr. Lin if he's willing to rent out a house to you. The saleswoman offered another option. No houses left. I can only rent. Yesu Yuan replied with a tight-lipped smile. Yesu Yuan appeared reluctantly on the surface, but he was actually quite pleased. Since the incident with his fake secret formula, where he compensated the buy group a significant sum of money, and the fact that he stole Lin Ziming's counterfeit tears of the angel worth $1 billion, his wealth has not increased. It always only dwindles. For every penny he spends, he must consider whether it's worth it. Jiao Yunan is a great beauty and Lin Ziming's fiancée, and even if he buys a house specifically for her, Yesu Yuan deems it a worthwhile investment. Hearing that there are no houses left and he can only rent, Yesu Yuan's mood is quite happy. After all, he already has a place to live, and buying another house, especially one worth tens of millions, would make him feel the pinch. Sir, if you really want to buy a house, I can ask the owner if he's willing to sell, of course at an increased price, the saleswoman suggested. Increased price. Not to mention an increased price. Even buying a house worth several tens of millions would make him feel significantly strained. No need. Whoever is living there is fine. I don't want to force anyone out. Yesu Yuan quickly refused. The saleswoman's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, as she had encountered many such people before. He might have some money, but he certainly doesn't treat money as nothing. All right. I will ask Mr. Lin if he is willing to rent out the house now, the saleswoman said as she picked up the phone. She was struggling to find an excuse to contact him. Mr. Lin. The saleswoman explained the situation kindly. Is that man called Yesu Yuan? Lin Ziming furrowed his brows. Mr. Lin, how did you know it was him? Is he your friend? The saleswoman asked casually. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ziming's face immediately showed a look of disdain. Another person asking this question. Do I look like I'm intimate with that narcissist? No. Lin Ziming coldly replied. My house can be rented out to anyone but him. I understand, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ziming thought for a moment and affirmed, that guy definitely doesn't know the beer is me. The saleswoman explained the situation, and Yesu Yuan was shocked and puzzled. Why is he unwilling to sell to me? What's the full name of the beer? Lin Ziming. Him again. Yesu Yuan slammed the table in anger. What nerve he has. Dare to spoil my good fortune. Yesu Yuan felt a bit indignant. He is Jiao Yunan's fiancé, and any man would stop you from pursuing his woman. And it's all thanks to you for specially coming to tell him about this. Suddenly, losing his temper, the saleswoman looked at him in fear. She had a different answer to this issue. He has more money than you, and he is much more polite. Why didn't you tell me his name earlier? Yesu Yuan glared at her. If he had known that the Mr. Lin she spoke of was Lin Ziming, he would have left right away. How could he go ask him about renting a house? The saleswoman did not argue with the customer and just sighed helplessly. Why did I ask if this man was Mr. Lin's friend earlier? It's impossible for them to be friends. They might as well be enemies. Indeed, like Mr. Lin, such an outstanding man, why would he be friends with someone like him? Lin Ziming's favorability in the saleswoman's view soared, while Yesu Yuan's plummeted rapidly. Damn it. This is really just so damn frustrating. Yesu Yuan kicked the table in anger, causing the files on the table to fall down instantly. Seeing Yesu Yuan so agitated, the saleswoman considered whether to call security. Just as the saleswoman was about to quietly leave, Yesu Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at her. You, Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions? The saleswoman jumped in shock, forcing a strained smile. Go and find out whether anyone is willing to sell a house to me. Price is not an issue, Yesu Yuan said with a stern face. Yes, sir. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, then handed him her business card. As Yesu Yuan took the card, he pretended to accidentally touch her hand, causing her to furrow her brows. If she knew that after this, Yesu Yuan would frequently call to inquire about houses and ask her out for dinner, she would surely regret giving him her business card. Compared to Yesu Yuan, who had trouble buying a house and trouble flirting with girls, Lin Ziming had girls actively pursuing him. Lin Ziming went to work at Anshan Group the day after buying a house in Haitian community. By the time he arrived, it was already noon, and people were accustomed to the playboy's late arrival at work. Yawning, Lin Ziming walked towards his office, intending to continue napping on the sofa inside. Ziming, you're here. Jiao Yunan's face changed dramatically when she saw him, enthusiastically embracing him. The two figures squeezed tightly together. So warm. Lin Ziming was slightly surprised. Employees in the company were dumbfounded, then jealous and puzzled. What does he have that makes President Jiao so fond of him? At this moment, male colleagues wished they could switch places with Lin Ziming and experience the impact of devil-like physique. You must be tired. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Jiao Yunan held his face, expressing concern. Come, go inside and rest. Jiao Yunan held his hand and walked towards the office, considerately closing the door. I thought you said I should go sleep. Why are you sitting on my back? I'm massaging you first to make you sleep better later. Oh? This is not a massage. You're actually just touching me. That's outrageous. I'm trying to help you relax, and you accuse me of touching you. How about you massage me instead? Let go. Where do you think you're trying to put my hand? Luckily, the office had good soundproofing. Otherwise, male employees in the company would be even more jealous. Lin Ziming failed to fall asleep, but was instead kept wide awake by the witch Jiao Yunan. But under her smug smile, he finally learned about her anomaly. It was said not to let her know about my house purchase, otherwise, she would be smug. Lin Ziming covered his face, feeling helpless. On the other side, undercover maid Leilan was shopping and chatting with other maids. I finally found you, Leilan the assassin. Someone clandestinely smirked, a hint of malice flashing in their eyes. I will make you pay with your life. Suddenly, Leilan Yu's expression changed as she glanced around. Lan Yue, what's wrong? The maid beside her curiously asked. Nothing. Leilan Yu faked a smile. I just sensed that killing intent a moment ago, and the person in the shadows quickly concealed themselves. Truly deserving of the top assassin Leilan Yu, being able to sense anomalies like this. Some time passed, and Lin Ziming finally broke free from the witch Jiao Yunan and drove back to his house in a luxury car. I really want to sleep. Lin Ziming felt exhausted. At home, no one should disturb me. Right. Thinking about the office situation, Lin Ziming blushed slightly. You've returned, young master. Leilan Yu and the others had just returned as well. Lin Ziming nodded wearily. Young master, the sales department from Haitian community sent a car. It's already parked in the parking lot. The steward spoke deferentially. Oh. Lin Ziming changed his mind and decided to go see the car and then go back to sleep. Young master, why did the sales department send you a car? Haitian community. It said that only wealthy people live there. The maids were curious. I bought all the remaining unsold houses. They are grateful and trying to please me by sending a car. Lin Ziming smiled. Since the least desirable person already knew, Lin Ziming didn't bother trying to hide it from others. After all, the wealth of the Lin family in the Magic City was evident to everyone. How many houses did you buy in total? You're really wealthy. Young master, why did you suddenly buy so many houses? I like them. Lin Ziming feigned pride. Being wealthy means being willful. Leilan, you listened silently. I won't tell you. It's to stop Yesu Yuan from going there to buy a house and seduce my fiancee. So, it was because of his fiancee that he did this. Leilan was surprised. Suddenly, she felt a bit envious of Jiao Yunan for the protected feeling she had. Young master, you! The maids wanted to continue questioning. Lin Ziming impatiently interrupted them. Alright. Don't ask any more. Come with me to see the car. Yes. Young master, I wonder what car they sent. No matter what, the Lin family has a collection. The maids were excited. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot, where various luxury cars were parked. The cheapest luxury car cost 50 million. This is the car they sent. Lin Ziming stood in front of the Rolls-Royce worth 50 million. It's alright. Lin Ziming commented nonchalantly. Watching Lin Ziming's calm demeanor, Leilan couldn't help but comment internally. Don't you think this gift is precious? If Yesu Yuan received such a gift, he would surely be ecstatic. No wonder you bought $1 billion necklace as a birthday gift. Truly wealthy. Seeing Leilan staring blankly at the Rolls-Royce, Lin Ziming spoke. Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you. What did you say? Leilan turned to look at him dumbfounded, thinking she misheard. I said, do you want this car? I can give it to you as a token of appreciation for saving me from Yesu Yuan last time. Lin Ziming explained that Yesu Yuan had tried to avenge himself at embarrassing himself at the birthday party, but was stopped by Leilan, and with the help of a good Samaritan, Yesu Yuan ended up getting beaten up. You don't need to be polite if you want to give a gift. Leilan modestly declined. Do take it. Lin Ziming insisted. Yes, Lan Yu. If the young master wants to gift you something, accept it. If it were me, I'd take it without hesitation. Lan Yu, you should accept it. Lan Yu, this is rightfully yours. Lan Yu, don't let the young master's kindness go to waste. The maids urged earnestly, but Leilan hesitated as she looked at the car worth 50 million. Getting a luxury gift worth 50 million for a single fight. Leilan had performed many dangerous tasks for the Dragon King and had never received such an expensive gift. Leilan size feeling very conflicted. Comparing oneself with others is to invite utter despair. Suddenly, Leilan realized that he was her superior, a superior who treated her well. Looking into Lin Ziming's sincere eyes, Leilan accepted the gift. Great. Lan Yu, after finishing work, could you take me for a ride? Even though Leilan is undercover with Lin Ziming, sometimes he would ask her to come out and report on Lin Ziming's situation. Looking at Leilan's exquisite face, Yesu Yuan could always manage to eat an extra bowl of rice that day. Although Leilan has temporarily left, Yesu Yuan still has other women. Zihuan, what's the situation with the house purchase? Come out and discuss it with me. Yesu Yuan pestered the sales lady Zihuan from the Haitian community. Upon hearing this, Zihuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Talking about the house was fake, but hitting on me to go to a hotel was real. Zihuan regretted giving him her business card once again, using work as an excuse to have meals outside. Yesu Yuan was not the first, nor the last. Zihuan touched her pretty face and thought to herself, it's all because I'm too beautiful, attracting all these bees and butterflies. Although Zihuan didn't like Yesu Yuan as a person, she still carried out her work diligently. But the people living in the Haitian community were wealthy and didn't lack that bit of money, especially after hearing about Yesu Yuan's infamous reputation and discussing the humiliating things he has done. He's frequently at the police station. That's nothing. He even gave fake goods at Bai Luoling's birthday party. Not only that, he also slandered Lin Xiao for giving fake goods, but turned out to be the one who actually gave fake goods. I also heard that he's unscrupulous. The reason why the Bai group's plan to release golden wound medicine miscarried was because the formula was fake, and it's believed that he stole it from someone else. He likes to seduce other people's women. He's narcissistic. From the discussions among the homeowners, Yuan got a better understanding of Yesu Yuan's character. The homeowners weren't short of money and didn't like Yesu Yuan as a person. After learning the situation from the sales lady Yuan, Yesu Yuan couldn't help but curse their ancestors in his heart. You ask again seriously? Yesu Yuan still refused to give up. Seeing the benefit of money, Yuan reluctantly put in more effort. Hard work paid off, and Yuan finally found a homeowner willing to sell. This homeowner was a nouveau rich, and the wealthy people from the high-end families in the Haitian community looked down on him. When he encountered financial problems, not only did they refuse to lend him money, they also humiliated him. Fine, I'll let him live here to make you all feel uncomfortable, the nouveau rich said indignantly. Sales lady Yuan happily informed Yesu Yuan of this good news. Someone is willing to sell. That's great. Yesu Yuan felt hopeful. How much does he want? 80 million. Upon hearing this astonishing price, Yesu Yuan was still processing it when the sales lady explained the advantages of this property. This property is facing the sea. The market value of this property is 60 million. Mr. Zhang said if it wasn't for the fact that you really wanted to buy a house, he wouldn't have reluctantly sold it to you at a slightly higher price. The sales lady continued. A slightly higher price. An additional 20 million is not a small amount of money. Yesu Yuan smirked. I don't accept this price, Yesu Yuan said without hesitation. Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. What happened to the money not being a problem? As there are no unsold houses in the Haitian community now, property prices have risen here. If you don't buy from Mr. Zhang, you may not be able to buy a house here. Yuan explained the severity of the situation. I won't buy. I don't believe there isn't someone else willing to sell without him, Yesu Yuan said with a serious expression. Afterward, whenever Yesu Yuan tried to inquire about buying a house from Yuan, she either brushed it off or pretended not to be there. After all, the people here had money. Yesu Yuan had a bad reputation, and he couldn't afford to increase the price significantly. Finding a beer seemed suspicious, especially since Yesu Yuan always used buying a house an excuse to bother Yuan. When Jiao Yunan learned of the situation, he smiled. It seems I don't need to warn them. A week later, Yesu Yuan was bored at home playing on his phone, having given up on buying a house in the Haitian community. As for the sales lady, he was interested in her, but since she didn't reciprocate, he also gave up. TCH. I'm tired of women of this caliber, Yesu Yuan said even though he didn't even get a kiss. Fortunately, my woman Leilan will be back today. You're back. Upon seeing Leilan return from her trip, Yesu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down his phone and walked over briskly. He reached out to touch her radiant face. What did you eat while traveling? Your skin looks even better. I didn't eat anything special, Leilan answered coldly, avoiding his hand. Yesu Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Here she goes again, hitting the mark as she did last time. Beside them, Zhang Xiaobai looked down on him discreetly. Yesu Yuan settled back into his seat, putting on a stern expression. I heard that because you protected him from me last time, he sent you a luxury car as a thank you. Is that true? Yes, Zhang Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. Having a boss you want to punch, but also receiving rewards. This undercover mission is great. I wonder if Lin Ziming needs more people. Yesu Yuan noticed Zhang Xiaobai's expression, but chose to ignore him, pretending to casually ask Leilan, how much? 50 million, Leilan stated nonchalantly, revealing an astonishing price. What did you say? Say it again. Yesu Yuan stood up in shock. A 50 million Rolls-Royce. The person from the sales office at the Haitian community gave it to me to impress him, and he decided to give it to me. Leilan explained further. Yesu Yuan, this is a double blow. It's evident how valued she is by the higher-ups of the sales office, while Yesu Yuan can't even get along with a mere sales lady. 50 million. That's enough to buy a house in the Haitian community. Indeed, sometimes a car is worth a house. Zhang Xiaobai was even more ecstatic. Protect once and receive a 50 million luxury car in return. What a fantastic mission. Yesu Yuan tried to regain his composure and arrogantly said, "It's just 50 million. This small gift is nothing significant. Lanue, you wouldn't be easily swayed by him, right?" Yesu Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. I initially didn't plan to accept, but I was afraid if I didn't accept, he would become suspicious. I am a member of the Dragon Temple today and will always be a member of the Dragon Temple, Leilan said sternly. Yesu Yuan was a lustful leader, but also a suspicious and jealous one. 10 times the gift. Stop kidding me. I've been serving you diligently, but I have never received any gifts from you. If it wasn't for Leilan being beautiful, if it were someone else, you would definitely have seized him. Even though we're both bosses, the way we treat our subordinates is like night and day. Zhang Xiaobai, who was deeply moved, took action. Boss, that Lin Ziming has ruined your plans repeatedly. He is definitely a mysterious person, very dangerous. I want to go undercover there, collaborate with Leilan to deal with him together. Zhang Xiaobai looked loyal and determined. You think too highly of him. He's just a playboy. Having Leilan alone is enough. Yesu Yuan said coldly. You think I don't know your intentions. Dealing with Lin Ziming is just a cover. You want to enjoy the benefits there for yourself. Feeling trapped, Zhang Xiaobai was both disappointed and angry. If you don't think Lin Ziming is so powerful, why have you failed so many times in his hands? I hope you keep losing to Lin Ziming in the future to give me some entertainment. Several days later, Leilan held a large bag of snacks and headed towards the luxury car. Those were snacks that Lin Ziming wanted to eat. It's late at night, and you're still eating snacks. Be careful not to get fat, Leilan murmured. Suddenly, Leilan's face changed, and she swiftly turned around, pulling out a small knife. The enemies hiding in the dark screamed. You truly live up to your famous name, Leilan, to discover us so quickly. Assassins emerged, each holding dangerous weapons. Leilan stood guard with a small knife, watching them closely. They were overseas enemies who had unexpectedly tracked her to the magical capital. Attack! An enemy shouted, and they viciously surrounded her. Blades flashed, shadows of blood. After a while, Leilan, pale-faced, held the small knife with 3 wounds on her back, each poisoned. Leilan, you should surrender quickly. We can still give you a swift death. An enemy sneered. Although they had suffered heavy losses, causing a significant figure in the Dragon King's palace to fall was still worth it. Li Shang, you're wrong. It's a waste to kill her like this. Why not enjoy a bit and then kill her? It's not too late. Let's consider it the hard-earned fee for the brothers. Another enemy named Zhang leered at Leilan's pretty face. Zhang, you're right. It's Zhang. You understand our intentions. This woman has killed so many of us, we definitely can't let her die so easily. Leilan narrowed her eyes dangerously upon hearing this. Despicable and lecherous. Leilan wanted to kill them all. She raised the small knife, ready to strike, but her heart suddenly ached. The poison from her back wounds had spread. Leilan turned and fled. She didn't have confidence in killing them. Even if she succeeded, she thought her body wouldn't rest in peace. Trying to escape. Not so easy. The enemies pursued relentlessly. Luckily, Leilan's car was nearby, and she quickly got in. Having a car meant nothing. Indeed, Lin Ziming was sweating profusely while treating her, with a look of enduring something.